Ahoy hoy! I am Planet Walk, and welcome to the 10-hour stream for 10,000 subscribers. Let me switch over to, and hopefully this is actually live. It'd be embarrassing if it wasn't. Anyway, let me switch over. Wrong thing there. There we go. And what are people saying in the chat? We've got Pearlfish saying someone's being a Final Fantasy fan then. Final Fantasy 7 battle theme. Yep, I was playing the Final Fantasy 7 battle theme on here. I also know, whilst we're here with music, I do know a bit of this tune. Let me just hold up, let me see. I've forgotten how it's meant to, the shape of the chords. No. Maybe it's... I've forgotten the chord. Like, there's a chord that goes something like, nope. 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 I don't want to... Wait. Nope. Jeez. Like, what was the chord? Oh, I've forgotten it. Like... Maybe? Because I know... What? That seems closer. Nah. Well, this has been 10 hours of me failing to play my keyboard. No, I will try and remember how it goes. Because it's... Wait, maybe it's... When in doubt, Google. Alright, this is the one. Alright. What was the chord? It's just one chord that I've forgotten. Goddamn ads. Okay. There we go. Now it sounds right. Alrighty. So if I go... There we go. It's annoying when you forget one chord and then you're like, oh, that's the chord that everything in the song. Because when you play that chord, it's kind of like, oh yeah, you know what song it is. Yes, I did get there eventually. Alrighty. Anyway, one thing that I did want to point out before we get into everything else is this here. So, occasionally, yeah, all it took was simple clubbing over the head. So, occasionally, I will use Bing. For whatever reason, I use Bing. Sometimes I'm curious, but occasionally I use Bing. But every so often, it's like not all the time. But anyway, I decided to use Bing for this. Is it a meme? I don't know. Is to make this meme here. Like, I just googled BNG so that it would have including results for Bing. And yeah. But yeah, this is literally what it feels like to use anything made by Microsoft. And the reason why I came up with this is because everything done in Bing stays in Bing. True. The reason why is because I decided to go to my computer and search something that wasn't on my computer, right? And immediately it opened up Microsoft Edge. Now, I do not use Edge ever. Like, does anyone here in chat use Edge? I don't. And the reason why I don't use Edge is because it's annoying to use. You know, it's just annoying to use. It just doesn't feel right. But anyway, it opens up Edge for whatever reason. It opens up Edge, so I thought. And I believe it was using Bing as well. Yeah, essentially Windows is like, here, use Microsoft products. But I don't like Microsoft products. We're not asking. You will use Microsoft products, whether you like to or not. And ahoy hoy, Derek Watson. Also, I should probably let everybody know that I will be replacing that. When I do replace that, I won't be getting rid of it. I'll still have my paper play button. I mean, how long has this paper existed for? It's been in my videos for like nearly 2 years now. And Strange and Wonderful said, seems like Edge is more vulnerable to drive-by downloads. Probably. Yeah, I might show both of them. I'm going to have a video where I replace it with a wooden play button. Because I have said that I am going to replace the paper play button with a wooden play button. And you know, it will be... can't you just add another 0? I mean, problem is that the comma is right there. It'd be strange to add another 0 when yeah, there's a comma right there. So what I'll do is I'll just upgrade to a wooden plate button. But I do look forward to getting that wooden play button. I actually look forward to the silver play button, you know? Whenever I get that, but that's going to be... Yeah, at least it's not a space comma. True. So yeah, that's one thing to look forward to. Raise it 1 power. I mean, I suppose I could... Yeah, I suppose I could just add to the power of... Wait, no, that wouldn't... No, that wouldn't work. If I went to the power of 10... I could go 10 times 10 to the power of 2, I guess. Should have said I could have 3D printed you one and passed it to my cousin for... Ah, okay. Oh, that's a shame. Someone messaged me on Discord. A couple of people have messaged me on Discord. Okay. So, I just got a message from someone, or someone got a message from someone saying, hey man, so I'm just off to bed, can we do it at 10 EDT? If not, I can do 9 EDT. 3 P... when... let me go... 10 EDT. So if it's 10 p... if it's 10 PM EDT, then that's all good for me. That's if the Jord is still in chat, which I believe he is. Yeah, EDT is Eastern Daylight Time. So if that is happening, then I will be having my... yeah, if it's 10 PM EDT, then I'll be having my debate with a 9/11 conspiracy nut in 7 hours. Hell yeah. Sounds awesome. So yeah, I'll... okay, yeah. Estimated departure time. Yeah. Okay, so hopefully it accepts, or hopefully it's 9 PM or 10 PM EDT. One Japanese man has 10,000. I don't know what people are going on about. Eastern of where? Not in the US, they aren't in daylight saving time. I don't know. It's weird with all that kind of stuff. Like, you Google this stuff and Google tries to correct you, going, no. It's not. I think that was Pacific PT I was looking for, right? Not the Kojima game, but I was looking for like 9 AM PT or something like that. And I was like, oh yeah, Pacific Daylight Time. It's like, I thought it was just PT, Pacific Time. Anyway, another thing that I do have to reveal. So I will be having a debate with a conspiracy nut today. Need my tinfoil hat, obviously. But under the tinfoil hat was a sheep. Now, it was rather annoying because I got this... see, I got this sheep for a reason. I was going to make a joke. Now, it does mean that I will be able... like, if I need to make any sheep jokes in the future... hey, I've got a sheep here. Like, if I need to make a joke about, I don't know, Creaky. Alright? I have a sheep here. But, like, this person who... he gave the perfect setup for a joke. And then he deleted his video. Right? He deleted his video. Like, saying about... this guy from Australia, plan a walk, and the Welsh went to Australia, and that's why it's New South Wales. And they brought something about sheep. And I was going to be like... and I was going to have a joke with this... I was going to have a joke with this sheep. Right? Because, you know... like, Hugh Jarsz will be able to tell you what the Australians call New Zealand is. And it's because we have so many sheep. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if we have some kind of connection to the Welsh here in New Zealand. Hugh Jarsz just said, are there any other kind of conspiracy people? There's the lizard people. I mean, they're not conspiracy people. Will they create conspiracy people? But they're people that create conspiracies because they're lizards. People don't like lizards for some reason. I mean, yeah, there's... all of them are nuts, but, you know. Anyway, let me see what else there is here. And have a drink of water, although I'm already halfway through, so hopefully I don't run out of water. I'll probably run out and then go fill it up at some point. Probably when the crazy begins. You know that point where I take like a couple of minutes out to go for a pee or whatnot because everyone's like way too crazy. And then there was a time like that in the stream one time. Fun times. It's annoying when you get a bit of air in your drink.
Ball.
10K, party face, 9:15 p.m. here, 2 hours until bedtime.
Yeah, it's always, like, it's one of them things where I was actually rather excited to reach 10K because, it's one, when it comes to milestones, quite often they're arbitrary, right? Like, when I reached, when was the last one I reached? It would have been 9K. Like 9K, I was like, meh, you know. Oh yeah, clearly the best bits of the stream. But when it comes to 10K, I was like, hell yeah, another milestone. So I was actually pretty excited to reach 10K. And thank you for your super chat, Tommy Grombold. For some reason, you cannot put the Japanese word based on kanji for 10,000. Okay, that's unfortunate. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your 2 hours before bedtime. And by the way, to Hugh Jarsz and George Sid and Morrie and who else was in the chat that I noticed? Just you guys. Feel free to come into the Discord thing. Because you should notice on the screen it has Planet Walk online, Wolfie 3010, which is obviously my name on my Discord. Because people probably look at the... Because I do have to clarify that when it comes to Wolfie 3010, that's me. So, yeah, no, people get confused about that because they think, oh, Wolfie 6020. It's like, no, I'm... Ask McFlatty. I'm Wolfie 2060s, 36... Wolfie 6030... 6020s. I'm Wolfie 6020 son, according to McFlatty. I just had a McFlatty moment. So, okay, so Hugh Jarsz asks, does 10K mean more YouTube money than, say, 5K? I have actually noticed, and I'm not actually allowed to tell you how much I earn. Because, you know, that's otherwise my contract. But I have noticed that I've made more money this year than I made last year. Alright? And it's a significant amount. And I'm talking just from YouTube alone. And now, that might be because for the first part of last year I wasn't monetized. And it also might be because now I'm actually able... Because I've actually got this thing... this feature that allows me to monetize my allows me to evaluate my own content so I can monetize it, right? And you know, they also check it sometimes. I think they sometimes check it, but if they it's... Well, there are a few issues, like it's not a whole lot more money. The problem, though, is that Patreon is actually... Well, not Patreon, but... American money is getting devalued, and it's scaring me. Like, it really does scare me. Like, if I were to go... I think it's... Like, if I take the amount of money I'm currently earning on Patreon, times it by 1.5, right? Then I get $600 from $400. But if I go USD to New Zealand dollars, like I get 561. And I think at one point it was 1.55, so that's $620. So yeah, it's scary how the money's going down. Simply, the money that I'm getting is going down simply because the American dollar is losing value. and it's losing value against all currencies as well. And unfortunately, I can't pay my bills with American money. I wish I could, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. Which is rather a shame, because people in New Zealand are going to be celebrating the fact that the New Zealand dollar is worth more, and it's great if you're importing, right? If you're importing goods from overseas, that's great, because if you, let's say you're importing something from America, something that accepts American dollars, well, yeah, you're going to get it cheaper. But if your income relies on American dollars, you're getting less money. And can we just move beyond capitalism? Maybe I can sell everyone on super capitalism. You know, I've forgotten half of what super capitalism is, but it's a great thing that we should all employ. And the Friendly Antinatalist says, Trump's real legacy, devaluing the dollar, may never fully recover. Yeah, I'm an exporter, and it's bad times to be an exporter. Because here's the thing, right? And I'm sure I've mentioned this on stream, but the New Zealand dollar being worth more doesn't actually affect anyone in a meaningful way, right? And I'm just going to see what the Trevor says. An edge when you enter Chrome finds Chrome download and a notice, and here's the tears of Microsoft developer. Oh, hey, Edge is good and cool, and yes, it is, and use Edge, not Chrome, please. Okay, yeah. But yeah, when it comes to the value of currency, it doesn't affect anyone. It doesn't affect people like myself. No, not myself. It doesn't affect people like people that are generally domestically employed, right? Because your wages aren't going to go down because the dollar is worth more. Your wages aren't going to go up because the dollar is worth more, because why would they? When it comes to prices aren't going to go down because your dollar's worth more. I've never seen prices go down because the New Zealand dollar is doing well. Never seen that. But prices will go up if it's doing badly. But prices are going to go up anyway because of inflation. So, yeah, it usually influences things that you get from abroad. Now, and usually when it comes to importers, people that import products and then sell them domestically, people that do a lot of importing, generally big companies, they're not going to, can you see them lowering prices because they got something for cheaper? Hell no, they're not going to do that. At best, you might see something on special for a little bit, but they're probably just going to maximize profit. Try and get things for as cheap as possible, or try to get things for as cheap as possible and just sell them. Bit of extra profit. Hey, the shareholders are going to be going to like that. I've seen prices going down when our currency was strong because it influenced oil prices, so transport prices. Okay. And Bella Charge says that they do lots of importing, and when Kiwi dollar is high, it just makes for a better markup. Okay. Yeah, well, I've never seen, when I go to the supermarket at least, I never see things go down in price due to the New Zealand dollar doing well. It's just something I've never seen. Because, companies, if they can get away with, keeping things at the same value, because people, like, minimum wage isn't going to go down because the New Zealand dollar is doing well. That's just not going to happen. You know, things are going to stay the same price. Rent is... I wish rent would go down when the New Zealand dollar is doing well. It'd be a hell of a lot better than it is now, but that's just not going to happen. But anyway, that was a bit of a rant of how disconnected everyday life for a lot of people is from economics. That's because at supermarket, 90% of that is made in New Zealand, so outside price doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, there is... like, a lot of things are made in New Zealand, but, you know, like, there's... Like, it also, you got to consider minimum wage as well, because people's wages aren't going to go down because the New Zealand dollar is doing better. And Morrie says, I agree. Ahoy, ahoy, glass monster.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing alright. I'm just going on a bit of a rant about how disconnected prices are at supermarket, like everyday, well, not so much prices, but how everyday living is very disconnected from the economy. Manufacture
Definitely.
cost is still the same. You'd be better to compare it to electronics. I'm not sure what you mean there, Bella Charge. But, like, you know, it's just one of them things that... Because it's just something that I've noticed, and it's because my money comes from overseas that I've noticed it, and, you know, so it is something that affects me, and it's one thing that may oh shit, I lost my train of thought. May be important in the future, but I don't know. That's why I'm a supporter of UBI. So yeah, and I've just noticed I've still got this up. I do have to say though, like, I'm gonna have to make a tweet. Let me. All right. I'm gonna make a tweet right now, and I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not going to make the tweet on Firefox because there are people that decide to retweet porn. I don't want my stream taken down. You know, I'm going to stream for 10 hours without interruptions. Oh yeah, this is Jupiter and Saturn thing. Like, it's overcast and clouds though, so probably won't get to see it tonight or tomorrow night. Shit. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, I am an exporter. Twitter. Alright, so let me... How am I going to word this tweet? Something about being cancelled. I'm not getting cancelled. So... so I'm going to go, before Twitter cancels me on about stuff that I have said about goblins, please know that I have no ill feelings towards goblins. My audience's attitude, or my audience's attitudes towards goblins don't reflect my own. Don't necessarily so did I spell necessarily right? Let me check. Oh yeah, yes I did. Cool. Don't necessarily reflect my own. Thank you for not cancelling. There we go.
Did you hear me?
What's that?
I said I misspell stuff all the time, and the world hasn't ended yet.
Well, that's good. And I'm just gonna go hashtag goblins. There we go. Tweet. There we go. A live tweet. And let me throw that in the live chat there. So that...
You notice we can no longer use linked chat?
What's that?
You notice we can no longer link anything in the chat?
I can link things in the chat. Like, I'm pretty sure the link that I posted in the chat. And the George said just...
And it did not show.
Oh, really?
Like I said, nope, no links show in the chats anymore. Whether you do it or anyone else does it.
Bugger! What?
Not joking.
Damn, like...
Nope, that's been that you would not have had a single link appear in this chat.
Damn. Why?
I'll show you. I'll show you.
But no, the question... I can see it. I can see that no link... That my link didn't appear on my live chat. The question is why? Because, like...
You know, I'm a mod. Paste. There. I just put a link to your Discord server.
And it didn't show up.
Right.
Why? Like...
Just for me. Until I refresh or switch chat back and forth, it doesn't show up for anybody.
Yeah, but the question is why? Like...
I have seen that there was probably a lot of bullshit being posted in chats.
Yeah, but if you have it, I feel like it would be something that you could, everyone could set up on them for themselves, right?
I've seen 100% of all links are disabled in chats.
Like, YouTube chat has broken for links. Is broken for links at the moment. Like, all you need to do is make sure that if something looks like a link, then stop it. If you've got, like, if there is a, like, I can understand making it, having it default to, if someone is if someone's not a mod and they post a link, yeet that, right? Yeet their message. But if they post a link and they're a mod, it should be fair game, I think. If anyone's a mod or even even a channel owner. If a channel owner posts a link in a chat, then yeah, like, let them. Because, like, why would I post a link that's spam or anything? Right?
I think they just said, okay, we're just going to shotgun the whole entire thing.
Yeah, like, channel owners should be allowed to post links in their own chat, right? Because
I would suspect that would be a possible case.
Like, now my tweet's gonna get no likes, and isn't that depressing?
You cannot. Nothing. Twitter, Facebook, God forbid. Look at Facebook. Nothing.
Well, let's see if you. I'm gonna see if it even allows me to go to post a YouTube link. Right, let's go to. I'm gonna go to videos. Alright,
I'm looking.
yeah, I'm just gonna do a test here.
Post yesterday's video.
I'm just gonna post link to my videos. Does it show? No, it doesn't look like it's showing up. Oh wait, this might take a while. Actually, no, it's not showing up.
Nope.
So Bill,
Hugh Jarsz says apparently the why is to prevent porn bombing.
But that doesn't make any sense because, like, if you stop, like, here's the thing: if you stop people from posting links because they're not a mod, like, are the mods going to be porn bombing?
I think what they're thinking of is that you could technically have someone as a mod and be on Pornhub and Pornbomb as a mod. So they said no.
Yeah, like, I mean, mistakes.
They probably got some complaints or something.
Yeah, mistakes can be made, right? And like, why not just if like someone's on Pornhub or have blacklisted, have certain links blacklisted. Like, I understand blacklisting links like Pornhub or XNXX or whatnot, but like, anyway, what I'll do is I'll grab the tweet from. Where'd my tweet go? Okay, Twitter just yeeted my tweet away from me. Oh.
The internet's become annoying sometimes.
Yeah, it's really. Like, as I said, I'm not gonna get any likes on this tweet. Yeah. I mean, I can't. Ah, shit! Like, this isn't even gonna show. God damn it! You're not gonna see the link to the tweet.
All my plugs on my people. Now you plug it.
Well, I guess that's it for links. Rip YouTube links. Rip being able to advertise things in the chat after. It's to stop people sending people off to Twitch and whatnot. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's basically to stop people, to keep everyone on YouTube forever. That's depressing. Yeah. That is really...
What they don't realize is that what they will have done, and I could be wrong about this, but I suspect what they will have done is that it's going to make other platforms that allow links more popular.
Possibly.
Like Discord.
Possibly. I don't actually...
But you are still able to put your link in the description for your Discord.
Yeah. Hey, Jord, how's it going?
What's up, man? Can you guys hear me fine? I can't stay for long, but I figured I'd pop in for a little while just to say what's up and say congrats to K, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I notice Glass Monster didn't say that when he popped in. What's the deal with that there, Glass Monster? I'm calling you out.
Oh, shit.
Preoccupied with link issues. The link thing just took me.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember whose stream I was in, but it was either FTFE MCToon or Team Skeptic, because I'm a moderator in all of theirs, but I tried to post a link to their I want to say either their merch or it might have been MCToon's website. That sounds right. But yeah, it wouldn't even let me post, MCToon's website, which he posts everywhere on his channel. Like, if it's not a mistake, it's just dumb on their part, because that's something that creators have taken advantage of for a very long time. Is like, I have a group of mods that can provide links to the shit I'm talking about. so I don't have to interrupt the stream to go find the link to put it in the chat to, like, it's just
But
dumb.
the thing is, Planar Walk can't even put the link himself.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like,
Nobody puts the link in.
Like, if let's say I wanted to advertise something that's, advertise my Teespring merch, like...
is that actually Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe in the chat there?
Yeah, that is.
Oh. Hey man, we talked on Facebook a while back. You should get in touch with James about that modern day debate offer you gave me. Just saying. You know who I am on Facebook. So get a hold of me. Calling you out. Or come on Planner Walk stream right now. Let's get it.
Hell yeah, like
I got about 20 minutes to blow. I'll start off, I'll just dig into you, then I'll let Planner Walk finish you off. How's that sound?
Yeah,
then
Glass sounds...
Monster.
I'll just stay quiet.
Well, what I'll do is I'll just yeet Glass Monster out, and I'll act as moderator whilst I what was I gonna do? Yeah,
No, I
I'll
can't
just...
be in here. Yes.
Well, that's if Flat Earth Aussie Jesus comes on.
Yeah. I'm not like trying to be super mean about it. I can't remember what your actual name is, but I'm gonna just call you Fat VR. Fear, yeah. I'll just call you Fear. How's that sound? It's actually pretty cool. Says, I only just woke up. I need to poo first. That's understandable, man. We don't want you to end up like Dion Smo, debating from the toilet. It's not a cool way to be in.
Well, we don't want to end up like Leaky Warrior,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean...
You don't want to pull a Riley 2.0.
Yeah.
Because number 2.
Yeah,
but no.
Pew!
I still like the, does anybody here know what a Team 4-star is? Dragon Ball Z Abridged?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the Dragon Ball Z abridged. I've seen the Final Fantasy VII abridged.
Mission Abridged? Yeah,
Mission Abridged.
I've been loving that. But there's a part in Dragon Ball Z Abridged where Krillin makes a joke about Yamcha. He says, "Come on, Bulma, he needs your bitchin' like he needs a hole in the chest." Bye.
Okay.
I use that so much in my daily, like anytime I tell a joke, I'll walk out of the room. Bye.
Fair enough. Raina Furches just said, congratulations to 10.000 subs. Thank you. I'm pretty sure I reached 10.000 subs a long time ago, but...
Hey man, if that's what we're congratulating, I got 10.000 subs too. Actually got 100.000 subs, so I'm pushing it, man.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like I don't get the when people use a period instead of a comma to separate out the thousands and hundreds. Like it's just really weird to me.
Something I don't understand, which I guess this is just my American education shining through, but especially people who grew up in the same area I do. Why, when you're typing out math equations, you use the asterisk instead of using a lowercase x, which pretty much looks exactly like a multiplication symbol?
Okay.
Like,
do you want me to tell you why?
It annoys me, but yeah,
I know exactly why. Programming. Right.
Is it?
Yeah. Like so. For example, if I could probably actually bring something up here. Do I have a multiplier in my? Oh yeah, I've got a few multipliers. But like, if you want, you could name a variable x, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and or you could have a variable with an X in it, and when it comes to a lot of programming languages, white space and what we mean by white spaces, it's just like spaces, tabs and all that. That's not actually part of the language, unless you're using Python. But in most cases, white space isn't part of the programming language, and isn't compulsory. So what we do is we use the asterisk to as the multiplication symbol.
Right, and I guess that makes sense in when you're talking about like longer equations. I'm not gonna lie, I have a very basic understanding of algebra. I try to stay as far away from anything beyond basic math because I'm not very good at math at all. But it kind of shows my ignorance of algebra too when I say stuff like that. I'm realizing, because you're right, variables could be named X, and X, why solve for X is literally like a meme at this point. So like X could stand for a variable. Yeah, I'm just stupid.
and Pearlfish said because the multiplication key on the numpad is also an asterisk, which is true.
Honestly, I've rarely used my phone for math, because if I'm doing like math that I encounter in the real world, I can pretty much do that in my head. But the only time I need anything beyond that is either when I'm researching videos or when I'm helping a buddy of mine fact check for, because I'll be honest, I have the only college credits I ever got in high school were in biology, so that's something I feel a modicum of. I don't even want to say expertise, just like I kind of know what I'm talking about in that area,
Yeah. To be fair, there is one thing which I remember seeing all the time in school, right? But now I just never see it, and that is the symbol for dividing. That symbol that has like a line and then dot above it and below it. Like, I just never see that anymore. Like everyone uses. Everyone just uses like a line, like the ones that you see in fractions or backslash. Well, for you guys it would be that way, but for me it's that way. Anyway, but yeah, right. I just never see the divided by symbol used because
I think it's just kind of been phased out, because for a long time, even though and I feel like that's just something to help kids, like, because as a kid, you don't, like, me especially, I know there was English and there was math. Numbers were in math and letters were in English, and like I guess like slashes and asterisks and stuff like that, those belong in English for me, like not in. So I can kind of see why they're like, look, this means that, and then when you get older, they just kind of shift it, and they're like, well, this is the actual symbol we use. The other one was just because you're a dumb kid and couldn't probably differentiate it from a forward slash, if you even know what it means.
Yeah.
How long is the stream left to go? I think you just got started, didn't you?
Yeah,
9 hours.
Yeah, still 9 hours left.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go whack on to Bob. Going to swing on to Bob's channel for a little bit.
Okay, take care.
Bob the
by the way,
guy or Bob Noodle Super Doodle?
It'll be the science Bob.
Okay. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, I need to see if he'll count, because here's the thing: I've got a 10K special and a 10K stream. The 10K stream is the current thing that I'm doing because it's easier to set up, but the 10K special will be an extravaganza.
Something a buddy of mine did that I saw recently. He does stuff for fiction debates. Like they debate what character's stronger than other characters. It's kind of interesting, but at the end of the day, it's like more pointless to argue about than flat Earth. So I don't really get that big into it. But he did something where he recently he tried to do a 24-hour stream, but his internet crashed about 13 hours in, and
bugger.
he just uploaded the highlights from that stream, and like there was one was like best arguments made that night, one was like funniest rage quits, the other one was like the most triggered debaters. It was kind of cool. Like he had like 8 different people on the channel. I mean, I can barely get 2 people on the channel at a time on my channel at a time. So
Yeah.
like, and that's something I admire about Red's rhetoric too. He always has a full panel.
Yeah. Because I actually remember one time being on Red's Rhetoric's channel when Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was on there. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus like was crazier than I felt, because I was pretty sleep deprived because I had work that I was doing and stuff, and I'd also decided to go on Nathan Oakley's channel beforehand. And Nathan Oakley was, like, to be fair, like, one of the things I do respect about Ross is that at least he doesn't try and shout over everyone, right?
Yeah,
like he's
I like that about Red Vlad too. But continue your thought.
Yeah, like when it comes to people like Oakley, when it comes to people like Wotan, when it comes to even Nathan Thompson, like they try and basically talk over you and all that, and it's just like, yeah.
Well, no, something interesting I've realized about Nathan Thompson recently. I think he is adopting a T-jump strategy of arguing, of like doing most of your responding in facial expressions. You know, that's something I've and like, no shade on T-jump. I agree with him a lot. There's debates he's done that I could be critical of, but not like disrespect.
Just a real quick thing. I want to debate T-jump at some point.
Yeah. Something I think, because doesn't he hold the position of objective morality, that morality is objective, there's objective right and wrong? I might be wrong. He might have debated against that, but I don't know.
No, he debated. I remember him debating for that, and by God, was his position stupid. Like, that's what I would actually like to debate him on, because his position was so, like, it was insane. Like, I cannot imagine how he managed to arrive at that position, because the position that he arrived at was just crazy insane. And it's like, how can you even begin to think that this is a good justification for objective morality, or at least a good argument for objective morality? I don't know how he thought that, but
and I don't exactly hold a stubborn position on either side. I'll argue for either side if I see bad arguments presented on the opposing side. You know, I do that a lot, which some people say is hypocritical of me, but like, I don't really hold positions that much. Like, of course, I hold the position that the earth is flat. I hold the position that like vaccines are good for you. But like, in more complex debates like objective morality and politics, I don't tend to hold a position. I just try to correct misinformation where I see it, you know, and that leads to arguments, and I'm forced to defend a position that I wasn't looking out to defend. I was just trying to make you not say the stupid thing, you know? Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, I'm not married to any of the ideas that I put out there. You know, like, if I'm shown to be wrong, like, a lot of flat earthers will think that, oh, you're just a globe zealot, nothing I can say will ever convince you. It's like, no. If you actually manage to show me that the earth is flat, then I'll believe that the earth is flat. But currently, flat earthers don't seem to do that. And there's so much evidence that they cannot explain in a decent way that it's like, well, actually, generally, when it comes to flat earthers, their arguments aren't so much an argument for their side, right? They're not answering questions; they're asking questions. They're saying, "Well, basically they're asking questions and not listening to the answers. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, how come pressure can, why can pressure exist next to a vacuum? And it's like, because of gravity. It's like,
Right.
and it's like, how do you know gravity exists? Because, and it's like, well, Cavendish. And it's like, that's not an experiment. And it's like, yes, it is. We can work out, we can calculate gravity based off the Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment provides good evidence that mass attracts mass, and it can, if you do it right, then it can basically give you the gravitational constant as well. And we've got Flat Earth Aussie Jesus here. So what I'm going...
Hello,
What? What I am going to do is Jord, I'm going to give you your debate against Flat Earth Aussie Jesus.
All right.
We'll just wait for him to there we go. He's wait for him to undeafen, and then there we go. Hopefully he can hear us. And once that's happened, I'll basically just be moderating. If I think anyone's talking over anyone, I'll interject. But apart from that, I'm just a moderator. So what I'll do is I'll give you each a 5-minute opening if you want, and feel free to say, hey, look, I want a link shown or something like that, and I'll bring it up. Okay?
Yeah. Sounds good to me. You want to go first, Ross, or you want me to?
I didn't come here prepared for a 5-minute introduction or nothing. I just thought you wanted to discuss some things, and
I mean,
that's all. I wouldn't mind finding out who you are, because I don't know you from a safe view. I'm pretty sure you saw me on MCToon's. No, we didn't actually end up talking. He was trying to get you in for that stream, but we've discussed on Facebook. My name's actually Jordan. I'm not gonna say my full name on here just because I've chosen to keep that private. But I don't really care too much about knowing your full name or anything, but I just sort of want to know a bit of your history and how we've encountered one another in the past.
Yeah, we've encountered each other on Facebook. I asked you if you wanted to go on MCToon's channel, but then MCToon informed me that he doesn't want you on his channel for some reason, which I completely respect and understand. It's his channel. But like I said,
banned from quite a few places.
I'm not really that. I've heard of you before, of course. I've seen a couple videos covering topics you've discussed, and I don't know. I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think you're unsalvageable. There are a couple like Nathan Thompson. I think Nathan Thompson's gone. Like Planner Walk said, you don't talk over people. You'll sit and listen. But anyway, all of that out of the way. What do you think is the best? Like, if you encountered somebody who just woke up out of a 10-year coma, they had no recollection of anything, and they had just basic reasoning skills, what would you tell that person to convince them that they are on a flat, stationary plane?
That's pretty straightforward and simple. Is the nature of water. The nature of water is very simple. It will fill its container and must be contained by higher edges. The globe goes against that very concept by saying that no, water actually curves over this massive curve, like between continents, particularly over the Pacific Ocean, which amounts to, say, a bulge of water which becomes thousands of miles high, which is just ridiculous. It's just impossible. All the continents are above water level, and that's the most simple, straightforward explanation you need to know.
All right, so I missed it. Did you say it's because water finds its level?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And it fills its container, and it must be contained by higher edges. By definition, a sphere, every point of a sphere is lower than every other point except for the very, very tip top of it. But every other point is below that, and water does not adhere to those properties.
All right. Now, you say that water cannot. So your argument is that water cannot take the form of a sphere in nature?
Exactly, yeah.
All right.
I mean,
So
we
if
know
I
it can on a very small scale, from surface tension. But the moment you add a bit of mass to it,
all right. So you
more
mentioned
than 3 or 4 drops, it will
so,
flatten out.
so you mentioned surface tension, all right? So
Okay.
that invokes a force, which is keeping that water droplet in its spherical shape. What's
I
to
wouldn't
say
necessarily describe it as a force. I'd just describe it as a property of that
it
particular fluid. A drop of oil won't do the same thing. A drop of vinegar might not necessarily do the same thing. It just depends on the content of the actual liquid itself. But water being, pure H2O, it has that surface tension at that scale.
well, the thing is that the surface tension, what is surface tension, is the cohesive force of. 1 second, guys. 1 second. My sister's here. This is why I said I might not be able to stay long. I'm gonna need to mute.
Okay.
Oh, that was disappointing.
It was disappointing. Like, whilst he's gone, I might step in.
No, I just had to mute for a second. I'm sorry. I just had to talk to my sister for a second. She was just yelling at me. She needed something from the kitchen. But what I was getting into was that the surface tension is literally a cohesive force that is keeping the object that is keeping the water droplet in its spherical shape. What is to say that this isn't presupposing gravity, this is asking a hypothetical. If there was a force pulling everything down, why would it not pull water down as well? If it's a 3D shape and everything is pulling it down, why would that not? If forces...
Well, there you go. You've just basically ruled out gravity because you said that the fluid properties, what we call surface tension, what did you call it, cohesive force, is greater than gravity for a tiny little drop of water. So if that can overcome gravity, it sort of disproves gravity in the first place, doesn't it?
We are talking
everything equally.
We are talking about different forces here, though. You got to understand. You're not thinking about one force overpowering another. You shouldn't at least think about one force overpowering another force. You should think about what the effect is on the object experiencing both forces at the same time. So if there is gravity on a water droplet that is maintaining a spherical shape through surface tension alone, gravity will eventually disrupt that. But on a larger scale, all of the water on the planet is being. I got to think of a way to reword this because I lost my train of thought.
I know where you're coming from. You're trying to say that it's all behaving according to the force of gravity pulling it towards the center.
Well, it's all behaving according to the forces acting upon it at that time.
Yeah. Well, I tell you that there is no force. The whole concept of gravity is a load of bollocks. It's a made-up force, which is a requirement for the globe. But without it, we don't need to invent invisible forces. We can just say that resistance is the only force that exists. And then the relative density of various objects is what causes them to find their position on the plane of Earth. So, being a liquid, it will always fill its container, and it will flow downwards if released, if it's allowed to run free. But as soon as it's contained, then it maintains that level, which is what our oceans obviously are. They're contained by continents and possibly potentially an ice wall of Antarctica surrounding us. But they're not contained by gravity, a pulling force holding them to the Earth. It's just a ridiculous concept, and it's outdated now. It no longer stands. We've proven it wrong.
If you're going to attempt to disprove gravity, I mean, I'm not gonna take that off the table. Act like that's completely impossible, like everybody does, because nothing's impossible in science. There could be something that we had no idea about that completely disproves gravity. I'll be completely honest about that. But every single time we try to set out to prove the gravitational constant, or not even prove the gravitational constant, to just establish that there is a force affected by mass pulling objects towards the Earth. that is a thing. You can rename it what you want. You can claim that it's because of the density of the objects, but that's
Well,
just
it's the lack of resistance in the medium of air. That's what it is. It's not a pulling force at all. You know, like if you remove any resistance, as in a vacuum chamber, even a feather will fall at the same rate as a bowling ball, which proves it's not mass attracting mass, because, you know, the mass of a feather is much less than a bowling ball. It's just about resistance. And virtually most objects have the same resistance in the medium of air, just some have a lot less, like a feather. So you remove resistance, everything drops the same rate, and it stops when it reaches something of resistance, which is the floor. So that's why everything is down, because that's where matter goes. It's the natural flow of how everything goes.
I'm trying to wrap my head around your argument at the moment. Because I don't want to straw man you. I don't want to go off of a misunderstanding of what you said. So you're saying that there is a force that is reliant on the density of the object alone that will pull an object down regardless of the medium it's in, and is affected by outside forces such as
You didn't listen.
wind
I'll
resistance.
explain it again. The only force is resistance. Resistance from the density of the medium or the object. Without that resistance, a thing will just drop. But as soon as there's that resistance force there, it comes to rest. Hence the word resistance and rest almost, you know, have a lot in common. Once something comes to a rest, once it's arrested, it stays at rest unless another force acts on it. So you put it in the medium of air, like you lift it, you've applied a force to lift it. And so when you let it go, the medium of air is not dense enough to resist it. And so it keeps dropping until it finds a place of resistance. That's the force, is resistance.
So
lack of resistance causes things to drop.
You're saying that the ball dropping, the actual physical act of the ball falling through the air, is not the force that we're talking about. We're talking about the air not having the required force to stop that ball, so the ball falls?
That's exactly it. You've got it.
Well, you can't... If you're only relying on a force from one angle, you're talking about the force of the air under the bowling ball, and you're saying that the bowling ball has no inherent force or energy to go through that medium, then
it has its own mass, its own density, and that is a force in its own sense, in that it's more forceful or more dense than the air, and so then therefore it drops.
You got it right at the beginning. It does have more mass than the air.
Yeah, and the air's inability to resist it causes the bowling ball to displace the air until it finds a place of resistance where it comes to rest.
So the dependent force on whether the bowling ball is going to fall or be stopped by the force of the air is its mass.
Yes, exactly.
So you're saying the thing that's bringing the ball towards the ground is the ball's inherent mass.
Yes.
That's gravity.
Well, you can call it gravity, but it only applies to things falling down. It doesn't apply to things sticking to the side of a stair or the underside of a stair. That's where the craziness of gravity comes into play. You know, otherwise you can quite easily call it gravity if you want, but to say that gravity is what stops people on the bottom of the planet from falling off, and all the ships and everything else.
Well, it's not.
So that's when you enter into the realms of pseudoscience.
North isn't top and south isn't bottom. Let's just get that.
North is inwards and south is outwards. I'll agree with you on that.
No, all right. You're thinking of a ball as if it's sitting on your desk, as if it's something within our frame of reference that we can just manipulate. Like I could if I was big enough, I could walk up to the earth and just poke it and send it off flying. But that's not, if that were such a situation, it's tough to explain. It's like,
what you're saying is that the earth is in its own gravity field. I can agree with you on that, because I used to believe the exact same things. That, you know, you don't have to convince me of something that I'm not already aware of. You can't really do gravity experiments within Earth's parameters, which means that basically you just have to take the Earth on faith, don't you? The globe Earth.
Well, it's not that you can't do gravitational experiments. It's that the experiments that you guys propose, such as like, show me water sticking to a spinning ball by the virtue of gravity alone, but it can't be in space because space is fake. That's just impossible to show within the parameters of the. And I'm not saying that this is your argument. I'm just saying explaining how other arguments that are kind of in line with your reasoning fall flat, and I just want to make sure that this isn't
anything scientific, though, has to be testable and repeatable and provable. So everything about the globe Earth is hypothetical. It's somewhere out of sight, out of mind, where you cannot see it, you cannot test it, you just have to believe it because somebody told you it. And that's not science, mate. Science means you have to be able to demonstrate it some way or another, even if that means, you can actually go to outer space and take actual pictures, but they don't do that. They've never given us real images from space because we can't go to space because there is no space. There's a big firmament above us we can't get through, and we'll never go beyond low Earth orbit. Despite all the dreams and the promises and all the fantasies, it will never happen.
I just want... So you say there are no pictures of Earth from space, so what are the pictures that we see?
Well, you've got some that are fisheye lens, and you've got many that are paintings or just CGI.
Yes, okay. Sorry. You're getting me...
We've sent cameras up. The highest that a helium balloon can reach is approximately 130,000 feet, which is about 23 miles. Don't ask me this about kilometers off my head, maybe 40 kilometers, or less. But that's the highest we can go. And when you use a normal camera, it still shows the horizon rising to eye level, or camera level, and being perfectly flat. And you see a thin layer of the blue sky, which indicates it goes up maybe 5 or 6 miles, maybe a tad more. And beyond that, it's then black voidness. And then you've got the bright sun showing at the top of the image, which indicates it's probably no more than about 50 miles up, and that's it. You don't see any of the stars. You don't see the moon. If you ever catch a glimpse of the moon, you might see a tiny dot of it from that height. But everything is reliant upon our atmosphere as to how we see things. And so when the sun is out of view from down low, we see images of the stars obviously showing in the firmament as well. And I believe that the sun is actually showing in the firmament. And when you can see it, it's so bright it exposure means you can't see any of the other celestials whatsoever.
So I want to... I'm not trying to say anything here. Like, I'm not trying to... it's going to kind of disrail the conversation. But I just think that I may have done the fastest game of Flurf Bingo ever.
Well, I'm just going about going by things that we can actually see and observe ourselves. I'm not manufacturing concepts like the globalists have to do to say, to say that what is unseen is what is true. I'm going by what is seen and what we can test, and that's how we come to our conclusions about the nature of our Earth.
All I have to say, because I'll be honest, I actually wasn't paying attention to your last I don't want to say little diatribe because you've honestly been pretty civil, but I was just a little excited about that quick Flurf Bingo that I got. But anyway, yeah, I think MCToon would be proud of that. But anyway, yeah, if you want, I don't want to say if you want to repeat yourself, then go ahead. But like, yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Well, maybe you should pay attention. If we come to have a discussion, we need to talk to one another and to listen to each other's concepts.
Be completely honest. That's my bad.
That you're too ignorant to listen to actual, real facts, observable facts that people take in observation of the world we live upon. So,
I have been paying attention. I've been trying to engage in the conversation. It's just that last point that I kind of spaced out because I was I was excited about it. But anyway,
Well, because I gave some actual dimensions, which most people are afraid to give because they say, "Oh, we don't know."
what were those dimensions again?
The sun is about 60 miles high, but it's not actually the sun; it's the hotspot of it that we see through the firmament.
You
So
said
50
the
to
sun.
60 miles is the height of the firmament, and that's where all the celestials appear, including the sun.
The height of the firmament is 60 miles, you say?
50 to 60.
50 to 60. Isn't that... is that uniform, or is that... Wouldn't that
It's just
change?
it's an educated guess. I couldn't tell you. It's possibly dome-shaped, but I think it's mostly flat. I think of it like, if you think of a lake that's frozen over in wintertime, the surface, the ice forms on the surface of the lake, but underneath it it's still liquid. So I figure the top of our atmosphere, where it gets colder and colder, is actually a layer of frozen hydrogen.
Like an icy bubble, and I'm not gonna...
Like a massive layer of ice. And so the science tells us that the sun is hydrogen fusing into helium. And so if that's actually what we see visibly, then we're looking up at frozen hydrogen, which is the layer of the firmament. Then as the hot spot of the sun appears between us and it on that spot, on that lens, then the first chemical reaction we will see is it actually coming into the layer of helium. And so that sort of explains even the modern scientific attempt of explaining the sun, that says the sun is hydrogen fusing into helium, because that's exactly what we see, the first reaction of it in here, the physical realm.
Well, see, but that's something... You can't just have that happen just... Pretty much if you're saying that the sun is outside of the firmament, and you don't know how far away the sun would be outside of the firmament because you can only measure the hot spot, which you know to be 60 miles up.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And it spirals up and down throughout the seasons, the year, to create the seasons. So at the moment, it's at its lowest point. Today and tomorrow is actually the summer solstice down here, and this is when the sun is at its lowest point, so it will appear the furthest south. I
would like to see your measurements for how you found out, how you yourself figured out that the sun was 60 miles up. And it actually doesn't have to be yourself figuring it out. I mean, because you haven't pulled the genetic fallacy on me, I won't pull it back out on you. So, just show me any credit, I'll take, it doesn't even have to be from a credible source. I'll take any math you can show me to prove that the sun is 60 miles up.
Yeah, well, I don't do math, I do estimates. And I just do estimates from what I can see in the observations of the highest altitude balloons we've sent, about 23 miles. Well, the Earth and the sun appear roughly the same distance away from the middle. So if you double it, maybe it's only 45 miles high. But I tend to think that it's actually higher, which is why I say 50 to 60 as an estimate. But that's the best I can give you. It's a rough estimate. I don't do the maths because you enter into a land of make-believe once you start trying to assume you can estimate distance without understanding how big something really is. And distance in addition, how much it gets smaller and smaller as that gets further away, including the distance.
I just want to cut you off there because you just said something that I agree with 100%. You can't reasonably expect yourself to be able to estimate distances unless you know the scale at which you're talking about. And that's something that you need to take that frame of reference and you need to expand it, because you're thinking about yourself on this like small little petri dish that somebody has set aside for you to live in, when that's not the way that... All right, you've estimated the size of the object around you from your own singular reference frame of, I'm standing on it, it's hella big, and it's really flat. So that's the reference frame you come into this
Well,
discussion
the reference
with.
frame is the known height. And
Yeah, but-
even that
but-
may be out because the atmosphere.
If I could finish my
higher
point.
up, maybe it's measuring its height via a barometer or something. Well,
Ross, let George finish.
What I was saying was, you need to, but you're thinking in your own frame of reference when you're talking about the planet you're standing on. But when we go to things that would otherwise be inexplicable because let's be honest, the sunset, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. There are just basically, the sunset would not work on a flat Earth. There are things that you can.
You really want to argue that?
I mean, if you want to show me anything that can prove to me that the sun should not change size if it is 60 miles up, or at least our perception of it, because you're saying it's the hot spot that we see as the sun, not the actual light source. So if you can somehow show me that should not change size at all throughout the day,
the firmament remains a constant distance from us, and it's already so high. Like 60 miles is actually very massive when it comes to height. The world's tallest building, for example, is barely half a mile high. So we're talking like 120 of them stacked on top of one another high before
I don't want
we
to
reach the firmament. So, and your field of view, map it out on Google Maps. See how far your visible horizon is, and then start zooming out, and you'll see how tiny your field of view is. And because of perspective and convergence, the way that everything beneath you converges up towards the horizontal, and everything above you converges downwards, then you're really seeing the sun in a very, very tiny, tiny window of observation. And if you're able to get up as high as the moon, for example, the sun will never set. But we're not. We're 6 foot from the ground, and most times our horizon is only 100 meters away, let alone 3 miles at the ocean. So you're assuming that you should be able to see something in a much, much greater field than what you can actually see and observe. It's a very. I think we can see so far on a flat Earth.
You're describing. You're like saying you can only see so far, therefore the sun should set. But that's not actually what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you should always see the sun at every point in time, which you should. But that's not the position that I'm arguing against right now.
On the flat Earth. Once you understand perspective and convergence and how massive the Earth really is and how tiny you are, then of course it will set. It shines on about half of the world at any given time. And the world is huge. You are tiny. The speck you live on is even tinier when you put it to scale. When you look at, once you zoom out on your map, your whole city is a tiny dot. Barely even a speck once you zoom out even further. So, to think that we should be seeing it the whole time is just crazy.
The point is, we can see it at all times, just not from a singular frame of reference. We know where the sun is. We know where we can see it from at any point in time. The issue when it comes to a flat Earth is that if you were to map out the sun on a flat Earth every single day, it would be like, I can't even explain it. Like, we're getting honestly above my pay grade here.
Well, I know what you're trying to say, and that's the whole problem with it, is that you cannot map it out, because every person viewing the sun is viewing a personal apparition of the hotspot. But if we go back to the analogy I was going to say about the lake, the frozen lake, and so for a fish under the water looking up, it will see its own hotspot of the sun on the ice as well. But a fish on the other side of the lake looking up at the same sun will see a hotspot in an entirely different spot. And so that's what's happening to all of us here on Earth. We're all looking up at an entirely different spot of the firmament to see the same hotspot, but we're seeing it in an entirely different place. So that's why it can appear to be shining on one place for 12 hours of the day, but in fact it's gone a lot further away. It's just the way that the lens of the firmament works.
How would that work? Sorry.
I was just going to say, hey, George, if you want, I can probably make a good argument here. Because I know this argument pretty well. Because one of the things...
I'm actually having a little trouble even wrapping my head around what he's saying, to be honest.
It's a while for a new concept to sink in, I understand that. But now that you've known it and you think about it, spend some time thinking about it,
so
you're always going to be seeing the sun in a different place. And every person in a different place is going to be seeing the sun in a different place. And we all think we're seeing the sun.
So, Ross... One of the things that I can do here in New Zealand and you could do in Australia is, and I've actually done this, is on the equinox you can measure when the sun is directly north. You can measure the angle to the sun. I've done this, and it comes out and the result will be your is it latitude or longitude? I think it's latitude.
Did you misspeak when the sun is directly north?
Yeah, when the sun is...
Or do you mean directly midday?
What?
You said directly north on the equinox. Do you mean north or directly midday? I just want to clarify that.
Midday. When I say north, it'll be unless you are on the... unless you are on the equator, it will be the north or south, depending on what hemisphere you're in. It'll be to the north. To the north or to the south, depending on what hemisphere you're on. But anyway, yeah, so, okay, latitude. Yeah, basically, the angle to the sun will be your latitude. Now, this is only really explainable on a globe.
No, it's not. It works exactly the same for a flat Earth with the local sun.
How?
With the local sun, the equinox means that the sun is at the midpoint of its spiraling up and down throughout the year, so that it is perfectly above the equator. That's, the word equinox and equator have a lot in common. The sun rotates around the equator all the time, but as it gets higher, it makes it appear to go north because it seems to make a smaller circle, because that's just how perspective works.
No, it's
and
not.
As it gets lower, it appears to make a bigger circle, hence it appears to spread out to the Tropic of Capricorn.
Well,
and the two midpoints are the two equinoxes, where it appears to go exactly around the equator. So at that stage, it won't make a shadow at midday at the equator, but it will still make shadows depending on how far outwards or inwards you are from that, which works exactly the same on a flat Earth as it would on a globe.
But you see, if your thoughts were correct, then we would always have a shadow directly overhead when it comes to being on the equator. But that's just simply not true.
No, because as the sun gets further away, it appears to go in a smaller circle, which means the light coming from it also appears to go in a smaller circle. Hence why, when it's the highest promise on June 22nd, people in the far north are getting 24-hour daylight. But as it gets lower, then the light spreads out further around, moving out towards the Tropic of Capricorn. And so that's why now the sun is at its lowest and its nearest, and that's why we have our hottest summer.
Give me a second to just bring up Paint, because I can explain this pretty easily using Paint.
Which lobby?
I'm just going to I'm going to screen share. Give me a second. I just need to bring it up.
I'm just wondering which lobby it's on, because the one I'm looking at, General Party Room.
Oh no, I'm gonna screen share my screen and you'll be able to see it. All right, so here we go. Should be able to see that. We've got Paint here. So let's get.
Where are you sharing it, mate? I'm not with you.
It's in the stream live chat. Well, not live chat. I mean the stream voice chat. Should have live next to my name, which.
Yeah. That's where I'm obviously chatting, but nothing's coming up on my screen.
You should be able to see it. Go to. Are you on computer or on?
Yeah, I'm on a computer.
Okay, so you see how it has live next to my name?
Yeah.
Click on my click that live button, and you should be able to see it.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, so you can... There we go. All right. So, let's... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So, if I've got... So, let's take the sun for the sun here, for example. If I'm standing on the equator, right here, then the light... I didn't want... Jeez, I'm really bad at paint. Then the light that I see from that will be... God damn it. Then the light will be coming from directly overhead because the sun is directly overhead. It'll be coming down 90 degrees. Now,
at midday, yeah.
Yeah, at midday. Now, if the sun is higher than that, then it will still be coming down at 90 degrees to me. Because it hasn't changed position along this axis here, along the axis here, right? Because it hasn't changed position along this axis, it should be directly overhead at no matter what time it is during the year, if the sun is just getting higher and lower relative to the ground.
I see what you're saying.
Throughout the year.
So have you ever seen, how sometimes people do one of those memes to show the sun spiraling through the galaxy type of thing, or even just looking down a tube? If you look down a tube, anything as it gets further away, it gets smaller and smaller. That's just how perspective of it works. So even though the sun is still in that same position, because it's so much higher, it appears to make a much smaller circle.
So I know. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and it just doesn't work. Okay, because we can take this. So this is for if you are on the equator, but let's go to let's go.
It's an interesting thing though. I never really thought about it on the equator, because mostly they have the same seasons all year round.
Yeah.
Whereas, it's only outside of the equatorial belt where we start to get actual seasons. Like even in Australia, the north of Australia only has 2 seasons, the wet and the dry season. We're really only talking winter when you start to get a fair distance away from the equator.
Yeah, so we can... so it's only when you go north or south will you get a difference, right? And when you go north or south, I can hear myself... it's coming through George's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. Here, I'll mute.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with my mic. It's being really weird. I've been trying to figure that out. But yeah, I'll mute.
Okay. Anyway, so when it comes...
But see, your problem here is you're thinking of the sun as being higher, but you're ruling out the fact, at the top of those little black lines you've drawn down the bottom, you need to draw another line, and that is where the sun appears. In fact, if you were to do it to scale, really that 60 miles of height is virtually touching the bottom line, and that's where the sun itself appears to the viewer.
But still, even...
That's why when it gets further away, it will appear a lot further north to us, because it actually appears so low.
Even if that were the case, when things get... it's only when things are not direct at a 90-degree angle that things will appear closer to that 90 degrees, right? So if you're understanding what I'm saying there. So when it comes to this line here, the one over here, then yes, you will see the sun appear to get closer to 90 degrees as it gets higher. But when it comes to when it's already 90 degrees, it will appear to be less closer to 90 degrees, if that makes... it can't get any closer to 90 degrees than being 90 degrees.
You're taking out the variable, which most people do actually correctly refer to as refraction, even though they refer to refraction as something completely different, but refraction through the lens of the firmament is distorting your entire view of it. You're never going to see it as it is. So you're trying to do it as it is, logically, which is understandable. That's the whole hurdle everybody faces. But you have to try and comprehend it, that you're not looking at it as it is. You're seeing it through this massive lens of the firmament, great layer of ice, and that just distorts everything, makes everything the opposite of what you think it should be.
So what evidence do you have for the firmament?
Just the fact that it gets colder, higher up, and
That's not evidence for the firmament.
See light.
That's not evidence for the firmament. It can easily be
Well,
explained.
it is because
No, it's not.
You know, the nature of physics and the physical properties of things means as they get colder, they will freeze. And hydrogen freezes, almost minus 300 degrees or something. It's ridiculously cold. I know it's 200 and something, but
That's not.
so obviously because these gases get higher and colder, then logic dictates to me that that's how the firmament was made, by something freezing over.
That's not evidence
And the
for a
fact that we
firmament,
have
though.
night.
That's not
Well, the
evidence.
fact that we have night.
No, but that's not.
You can't have night on the globe. You would not have night if the sun is 93 million miles away, shining light on us the whole time. Then nighttime would just be a tiny shadow of the Earth projected onto the atmosphere. We wouldn't, or projected out into space. We wouldn't see the stars. We would see nothing but daylight the whole time.
That
We have night
that's
in either model.
so that's complete misunderstanding of. So the first one that you gave is not evidence of a firmament. That's just an assertion that you cannot prove. And the second one, it's just a complete misunderstanding, because yes, we do get night, because the reason why we get night is because we just, the sun is on the opposite side of the Earth to us. That's why we get night.
Yeah, and that's a major problem for the
How?
plotters.
How?
Because unless then you admit that, then you have to admit that the atmosphere is what causes daylight.
No, the atmosphere
And that's what
doesn't.
makes the sun appear.
The atmosphere doesn't cause daylight, though.
Well, it must. How do you get night then?
Because okay, let me explain to this in very simple terms, right? Let's do some more paint, right? We've got a circle, and that's the Earth. We've got we'll get another circle, and this circle will be the sun, right? Not to scale, obviously, right? Now,
No, because the sun only appears the size of a dime from the size of Earth.
so this yellow line here is one of the sun's rays, and this yellow line is another one of the sun's rays. Now, if the sun's rays don't...
That's saying we should be having 16-hour days then.
This isn't to scale. I told you before. If
But
you...
either way, the sun doesn't just shine on the Earth, though, does it? It shines 360 degrees everywhere. So why is it particularly just the backside of the Earth goes into pitch blackness and we can see the stars if the sunlight is shining everywhere 360 all around?
Okay,
It just makes no sense.
So the reason why...
Unless you accept that the atmosphere is responsible for making daylight.
No, so the reason why we don't see the sun when it's night is because the sun's rays will only be reflected onto the night side if there is something there to reflect them onto the night side of the Earth, right? And there isn't anything over here to reflect it onto the night side of the Earth except for the moon, and we do see moonlight, right? That does make it a little bit brighter, but not a whole lot. But apart from that, there's nothing major that will reflect it, except for a couple of planets, but they don't reflect enough of it to make much of a difference. And that's why we can see the planets.
Without getting the atmosphere, we don't see the sun's light.
We do see the sun's...
Otherwise, it's streaming past us at night time.
No, because all
because there's nothing there.
no,
Yeah,
because
that's
all the sun's light from here,
No atmosphere.
all of the sun's lights from here still hits the Earth, right? Because it all shoots out from the sun, and it all hits all this light here hits the Earth, right? Sure, there will be light. A lot of
Yeah, but what about all the light streaming past the Earth?
yeah,
All the light streaming past the Earth isn't light, obviously. It only becomes light once it hits something, which is our atmosphere, and then eventually hits physical objects.
It is
then
light.
cause heat. Heat comes from the Earth, not from the sun.
It is light though, because it's just that we don't see it here on Earth, and the reason why is because it hasn't hit Earth. But it's still there. It's like if we've got a planet. Well, let me undo that.
Yeah, look, I understand your whole heliocentric model. You don't really need to explain it to me.
If we've got a
I'm
planet,
just telling you that light doesn't exist unless the sun is visible in the atmosphere. That's simply how it works. And you can't explain why there's such a big twilight when your ball is spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour. The minute it's cast in the shadow should be instant darkness. But we can have long, drawn-out twilights that last for hours simply because the sun is moving away and the atmosphere is slowly fading because it's no longer being electrostimulated by the forces that come from the sun
so there's
that illuminate the gases of the atmosphere.
There's a phenomenon called Rayleigh scattering, right? And that's why the sky is blue during the day.
Yeah.
And that causes...
No, it's not why the sky is blue.
it is, though. Like, it's...
It's not. The sky is blue because the neon gases glow that colour.
No, that's just not true.
Not necessarily neon, but the noble gases, sorry, like argon.
Like, that's just
Even
not
helium.
true.
It absolutely is. And they call it Rayleigh scattering because that sounds scientific. They give it a name like that.
Rayleigh...
But it's basically just the glowing of the atmosphere like an open-air light bulb caused by the electrostimulation of the power of the sun.
Rayleigh's...
That's what gives us
Okay,
daylight.
so...
The entire room can be lit in daylight without a single ray of direct sunlight.
So Rayleigh scattering is caused, and this is this can be observed from like long distance observations. You'll notice that as you look further into the distance with long distance observations, everything appears to have this blue haze, and that's because light is being scattered in the atmosphere, and the blue light is the light that gets scattered the most. And this,
you know how childish that sounds, though? That light is scattered. You know, that's a really lame and pathetic, really, explanation. You know, it sort of belongs back in the 1600s or something. You know, why not tell it what it
well,
is?
just because,
We know we can make neon bulbs. You attach electric nodes to each end, and it glows. That's basically what daylight is doing.
Yeah, well, when it comes
in the open air.
Yeah, well, intercourse sounds a lot more a lot more professional than fucking. But I'm not going to be saying that I had intercourse. Then you know,
mainly because he can't say that and be truthful.
But like, whatever you want to call it, right? Rayleigh scattering essentially is the name given to when blue light is scattered because lights of shorter wavelength are scattered more easily, and whereas lights of longer wavelengths, so that would be your orange and red light, isn't scattered as much, and so that means that the sun or the sky will be blue because that's being scattered all over the sky.
Scattered. That sounds so lame, but anyway, it's good enough.
Yeah, well, just because you say something sounds lame doesn't mean that my argument's invalid. Like, otherwise, I could say that you sound lame, and then your arguments would be completely invalid.
I'm just saying that the term, it's archaic. Yeah,
the dome is archaic. I agree.
So.
I never said it was a dome, did I? I prefer to think it spreads out like a flat sheet of ice above an infinite planar Earth. But potentially, because it gets so cold at Antarctica outside the reaches of our local sun, perhaps the ice reaches all the way up to it, and that's what supports the firmament as well, just like the edges of a lake support the frozen layer of the water above the frozen lake.
But again,
So of course
you've got no evidence for this firmament.
I was going to say, of course, you've seen like live
I've got a lot of
streams
evidence,
or
but
videos
it's
or.
definitely, it's a logical deduction from observing the fact. It's not something that I can say, oh yeah, I've been there, I've got pictures of it, or I've touched it, I've taken samples. I'm not going to say that. It's saying that this is what my best current deduction of all the observable facts tells me what it is.
I want to do... Let's do two logical deductions, right? Firstly, we're going to go with your logical deduction of the firmament. So, let's go through it. What is the first... Let's go through all the premises. Premise 1. What is that?
Oh, I thought you were going through all the premises.
No.
Premise 1 says that everything that we see appears to be relatively close and nearby. And we know by the nature of light that it must be coming through some sort of lens before it turns into light visible to us.
Okay,
so whatever it is above the firmament, we do not know. But when it hits the firmament, that's when it becomes visible light, and we see it as stars, we see it as the sun. The moon is different. The moon another time.
Okay, let me just go to. I'm just gonna open up Google Docs because we'll go through this. I'll just open up a blank one and then. All right, here we go. Alrighty, so P1 is light has to go through a lens to be visible.
And the lens also becomes then the atmosphere between us and that. Light does not exist without the atmosphere and the firmament.
So P2 light.
You need your medium. You need your viewer.
So light cannot exist.
Without the viewer, doesn't it?
So light cannot exist without the atmosphere. Is premise 2?
Atmosphere. Yeah.
Okay.
The atmosphere is still there when we see the stars. If the sun is gone out of view, which makes the atmosphere stop glowing, which makes the stars visible, and they make tiny little glow.
Okay, so do you have a? Is there a third premise, or is that your two premises?
As far as the firmament goes.
Yeah, like is that your?
Well, you could say the property of physics says that when things get further from Earth, they get colder.
The property of physics
of gases would be then to freeze.
As things
you guys
get further from the Earth, they get colder. Okay. All right.
You guys know the property of physics. One.
Yeah, there's one.
And the limit to those coldness then would be frozen hydrogen, the first element.
So premise 4 is that's not really a premise. That would be a conclusion of premise 3. So I'll go frozen hydrogen. Any more premises or? Is that
That's a good start.
Okay, so this does not this doesn't. So firstly, I disagree with the first premise. Right, light does not have to go through a lens to be visible.
So you can see without your eyes.
I mean that doesn't. Okay, then all light then all light goes through a lens. Like we don't need a this doesn't mean that we
Fusion
need
does not exist without
we can say, well,
That premise pretty much comes down to you have to see light to be able to see it.
yeah. So we can basically say we can basically we can basically cross this off because if I light
Fusion does not exist without lenses. So it's you can't cross it off. It's a given. It has to be that way.
No, well, it's just saying to see light, as George said, it's just saying to see light, you've got to be able to see it. And I mean, it's not really relevant to the. It's not really relevant to the firmament because it's still.
So if you can't see, light does not exist. It's totally relevant.
Do you know what object permanence is?
No, go ahead and explain it.
All right, you know when you're playing peekaboo and you hide your hands, you put your hands in front of your face, just because the baby cannot see your face doesn't mean your face suddenly doesn't exist. Those light particles still exist. The photons are still traveling through space. You just can't see them. So like we said earlier, this premise pretty much boils down to if the light does not reach your eye, you can't see it. Yeah,
but it's the same.
But that doesn't mean that the light doesn't exist.
In the forest and no one hears it. Does the sound exist? It's the same premise.
Yeah, well,
existence only exists because of consciousness able to observe it.
No.
Without the consciousness able to observe it, this is one of the highest philosophies. It doesn't exist. We make existence exist.
No,
without the ability to talk about it and be conscious of it, it doesn't exist.
It's just not right.
In death, there's nothingness.
I could set a camera to take a photo of something, right? Every 20 seconds, right? Just because no one ever sees that photo doesn't mean that it hasn't taken a photo of something. It still observed the light.
Yeah, but the camera still has a record of it, and that record is existing.
But here's the thing.
It may as well have not have happened.
I kind of want to take it back to your analogy to if a tree falls in the forest, does it make sound? Absolutely, it does. When it hits the ground, it sends out reverberations through the air that if a person were to stand by it, we would register it as sound.
No, so you have to create an unknown extra.
It's not unknown.
Nobody is there to hear it.
But if nobody is there to hear, then the sound still reverberates through the air. It would bounce.
But sound, nothing hears it.
But the sound waves would still exist.
No, they would have just vanished into nothing, and they would never have existed because there's nothing there to record it.
So you're saying that if a tree falls in the middle of the woods and no one's around to hear it, it won't send reverberations through the air that would be picked up by sound to anybody who would be in the area.
Hypothetically, it does, but that's the aha moment. In most people's awareness is saying that it needs somebody to hear it for it to exist. Otherwise, it doesn't really.
The ability
depends on somebody receiving it.
Hold on. Let me, Flat Earth Aussie, just let me ask you a question. If every conscious being in the universe were to suddenly stop existing tomorrow, would the universe still exist?
No, for all intents and purposes, no.
I disagree with that. We have
fundamentally wrong.
We have fundamental disagreements here. Like, I don't think that we need conscious observers in the universe for the universe to exist.
Right, like I've never seen.
What universe?
I've never seen the Eiffel Tower. I don't know anybody who has. Does that mean it doesn't exist?
I'm sure you've seen pictures of it.
I've seen pictures of space, but by your logic, if I haven't seen it with my own eyes,
Hollywood movies too, but that doesn't make them real.
I've not seen every single tree. I'm sure there are trees on this planet that no person with reasoning has ever been able to see. I'm sure that there are millions of species of animals on this planet that probably no other conscious species has ever like.
Yeah, but as long as they're conscious of their own existence, then what does it matter?
But
you're sort of underestimating the abilities of those species themselves. Like, I personally believe all plants and trees are totally conscious, just on a different level from different wavelength from human consciousness.
I'm sure there are unexplored cave systems where no living thing has been in millions of years. Do they not exist because nobody has observed them?
Of course not.
Then you admit that observation.
They do.
I
You
do.
admit
They exist.
I do want to drag it back to the. I do want to
Oh
drag
yeah,
it
okay, yeah.
because
I
even
did kind of take that on a tangent. Sorry.
because even if we grant that light has to go through a lens to be visible, we can say that light goes through your eyes, which is a lens, and therefore it's visible. So that's just one of them things that, I mean, technically
You accept it.
yeah, technically we can say that it is true, but that does not in any way mean that there has to be a firmament, because we can say, well, it goes through your eyes are a lens, therefore light can be visible. Premise...
Without a firmament.
Yeah, without a firmament. Premise 2, light cannot exist without the atmosphere. Well, I'm pretty sure that you could put a camera in a vacuum chamber and then have a light source in a vacuum chamber, and you'll see the light. So therefore, that light is existing without the
You're
atmosphere.
pretty sure. So this is an assumption.
Well, I've seen I have seen a camera outside of a vacuum chamber and a light source inside the vacuum
and
chamber.
we also know for a fact that there's no such thing as a true vacuum. So
Yeah, but it's not. Or we could actually take. Hold on, we could go
Wait.
for. What's that?
I'm just, the more I look at this argument, it's kind of reminded me of the light needs a medium to pass through argument, which
yeah, that's right. Water can. I mean, you can't get a wave without water. You can't get a radio wave without the atmosphere, and so you can't get a light wave without having a medium as well.
Except that's just not true, because if
It is true. You know, you can't go surfing without water, without waves. You have to have waves or water or a medium for waves to exist.
How would a medium affect? How would a medium affect light then?
It makes it visible to us.
No, but how does it actually affect light? Like, how does more of a medium? So when it comes to things needing a medium to travel through, right? More of a medium and less of a medium will affect it to an extent. So how does more of a medium and less of a medium affect light?
Well, the atmosphere is what it is. Like on some days you might have higher water content, which makes it foggy, and so you won't see as much light because it's foggy, or it might be cloudy, and you won't see as much light. But on a clear day, it's the brightest.
So more stuff in the atmosphere.
It's all atmospheric conditions.
So more stuff in the atmosphere.
It's all atmospheric conditions.
So more stuff in the atmosphere means that there's that you'll be able to see less light.
It depends on the conditions. More stuff. Like there's a huge variety of conditions that can affect the atmosphere.
Because if that's
but on a clear day, when all that's illuminated is our noble gases and the sun is near, then it will be the brightest. That's pretty much the nature of light.
Except there's a few problems with that. Like the first problem is that as you go further up, and there's high altitude balloon footage and all that, the sun does not appear to dim as you go further up at all.
No, but the atmosphere does. You can see the atmosphere blacken.
Yeah, but that's
that blue haze.
That's due to this little thing called Rayleigh scattering.
Yeah, that's a nice word for it. We've already discussed that, but it's basically the atmospheric gases glowing.
You didn't discuss it. You hand-waved it away, to be fair.
No, I said it's the atmospheric gases glowing.
No,
They're not scattering. It's just
you
glowing.
said effectively, cool story, bro. That's a bunch of scientific garbage. My explanation is the real explanation.
I just prefer not to use the word scattering. I prefer the word glowing. And the term instantaneous would be.
Well,
I prefer blowing too.
Oh.
No.
Oh, there's
Receiving. By the way, receiving. Let's make that very clear.
Yeah, it's
receiving.
Yeah, I just want to keep on trying to, because like firstly we could delve into the what is it, we can really nitpick this, because if we say light cannot exist without the atmosphere, right? If we have a vacuum chamber, light still exists like within that vacuum chamber. In fact, like TVs only work because there's a vacuum, like the old CRT TVs.
Yeah, they're full of different plasma gases, aren't they, or whatever, that blow. The whole thing is still surrounded by the atmosphere.
I'm pretty
where the light's coming from.
I'm pretty sure they.
I'm not saying that it's going to be dark inside a vacuum chamber, but the light is still reflected from the atmosphere. That's what light does.
No,
it reflects everywhere. So the light comes from the Earth. You think it comes from the sun, but the sun is just
that's not the case.
The hot spot in the firmament that creates the daylight.
Okay, how would
light.
How would you be able to, how would you be able to detect, how would you be able to come up with an experiment that could tell you whether the atmosphere is having an effect on light or not? We need an experiment.
Well, it's a bit hard, isn't it? Because we live in the atmosphere and we die outside of it. So
yeah, but we can
really something.
We can change the amount of. We can set up an experiment which changes the amount of atmosphere. How would changing the amount of?
Well, we can't really, because that massive vacuum chamber that they made, that NASA made, costing them billions of dollars or whatever, has to be reinforced by 6 feet of aluminium and concrete and whatnot.
You're not
create conditions anywhere big enough.
You're not
come close.
You're not understanding. So when it comes to these kinds of things,
that's how you reduce the atmosphere, isn't it? It's vacuum.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest one we've got.
But the thing is, just because, so you're saying that light cannot exist without the atmosphere.
Yeah.
If this were true, by reducing the amount of atmosphere, not just, and I'm not saying reduce it to, I'm not saying completely get rid of it, but by just simply reducing the amount of atmosphere, you could expect to see consequences of that when you reduce it.
Well, how? You explain your experiment.
Well, no, you're the one that's making the claim, so you've got to tell me how this would.
Well, because I'm saying that we live in an atmosphere, and that's why we have light.
No, but
that if we didn't have it, which we don't live like in that example. Okay,
let me try and explain. Let me explain what I'm getting at to you. Things don't just simply exist as a binary, right? Things don't just simply exist like that. They exist generally on a scale. So if I increase the amount of atmosphere, there should be something that increases along with it. If I reduce the amount of atmosphere, then there should be something else, something that reduces along with it.
Okay, well, an example of increasing the atmosphere is when somebody makes one of those fancy lights for stores or whatever, those things called neon lights. When you concentrate those neon gases and you electrostimulate them, boom, they light up. That's basically what the atmosphere is doing. Only it's not concentrated into a single, glass tube like neon bulbs are. But that's virtually exactly the same phenomenon happening.
So what you're trying to claim is that as you have more atmosphere, things become brighter. Is this correct?
But the atmosphere is a fixed amount.
Yeah, so as you've got more atmosphere, things become brighter, and as you've got less atmosphere, things become dimmer. Is this correct?
I didn't say, because there's no example of having less atmosphere.
But there is. Vacuum chambers have less atmosphere inside them.
Yeah, but they're still surrounded by the atmosphere.
But they've got
light outside, and that light's going to reflect inside as well.
But they've got less atmosphere inside them, that.
Okay, I agree. In that tiny, tiny, tiny example of a vacuum chamber, there's less atmosphere atmosphere inside of it.
Yeah, and from that's actually how we have TVs. And so
Maybe.
I don't
I think you know
I don't think that premise I don't think that this premise holds, right?
Yeah, I think TVs doesn't prove the nature of light.
I don't think that you know the nature of light. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, I think I understand it far better than you. Maybe because I can't explain it in a way that a simpleton can.
No, I'm pretty sure I understand it fairly well. I took physics
The
in high
nature of
school.
light is dependent 100% upon the atmosphere, and that's what gives us this
No, it's
daily
n-
scattering.
no, it's
It's
not.
just
No, it's not.
Look, even today here, this is a really good example. Today is actually overcast. There's no direct sunlight whatsoever. It's just a foggy haze outside. And yet, at 9 o'clock in the morning, here in an underground dungeon, which is basically my bedroom, I've got 2 windows at ground level, and the room is nicely lit. And the sun is like nowhere near shining through those windows, even if it was visible. It comes
Yeah, well,
through
that's-
late in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, that's because some of the light does get through the clouds, you know, like.
That's right.
So like.
Yeah, and light comes from the reflection of surfaces, which is the Earth.
Well, yeah, it does reflect off
Not
things
the sun.
but can I ask you this? What happens when light goes through a prism?
It gets bent.
Yeah, it gets bent. What else? What else happens?
Well, I'm not an expert on prisms. It's not something I spend a lot of time on, but I've seen the
I
Pink Floyd album cover.
Yeah, like I think I can explain it better than you because I do understand it. As light goes through prisms, certain wavelengths of light get bent more, like the blue wavelengths of light get bent more, and the red wavelengths of light get bent less, and therefore the light separates into the different wavelengths.
Cool story, bro.
I mean, that's physics for you. That's the nature of light, buddy.
Physics is a pretty
We're
cool
talking
story.
about the nature
Yeah.
of light as we see it in reality, not through little cool
Ozzy.
classroom experiments.
Physics is a pretty cool story, man. You should listen to it sometime.
Yeah. So
Yeah, look, I understand all about physics, but the globe model completely flies in the face of actual observable physics.
Yeah,
It says things will fall upwards on the other side of the ball.
that's
And it's
not
spinning
what up
1,000 miles an
means.
hour.
That's
Like flight, for example,
Well,
would be
let's-
completely impossible on your spinning ball model. You
Let-
say it's traveling through space at
Let's
67,000
make-
miles
hold
per
up.
hour, but no flying vehicle ever needs to
Ross,
look out
let's move on to the third premise, right? So as things get, so you say
Oh, let's go
as
back
things
to that.
get further from the Earth, they get colder, right? I can accept that, but there's a problem with the frozen hydrogen thing. So
Okay.
the problem with the frozen hydrogen thing is simply that there's not a lot of atmosphere as you get higher. And
No, that's right, because those gases get lighter and lighter. That's just the natural order of things
but as
due to density and buoyancy.
as you have less atmosphere, things don't things have a higher boiling point. I mean, lower boiling point.
yeah,
You're talking about water there. Water has a boiling point.
But
And we
every
know that under less pressure, like even you put water in a vacuum chamber and so it's under virtually zero pressure, it will boil. That's
Yeah.
just the nature of the gases then escaping back to their natural state.
but
So
everything
water exists under one atmosphere.
but
Take it up higher and higher, it evaporates.
yeah, but everything has a lower everything has a lower boiling point as it gets as there's less pressure around it.
Oh, you're probably right. I've never tried it with, say, mercury, for example. What temperature does it boil at?
I'm not sure what temperature it boils
actually,
at.
I
Yeah, well,
actually used to know that.
But yeah, like as you get
Well,
higher,
put it up higher.
as
Yeah,
you
because there's less pressure.
Yeah, so as you've got less pressure, things will have a lower boiling point, and so even if things get further from the as things get further from the Earth, they get colder. You wouldn't get frozen hydrogen because it's just not going to get cold enough for.
Well, no, because you're still indoctrinated in the idea of living on a globe. If you try to comprehend a flat Earth model first and understand we're stationary at the bottom.
That's
of the
bad. That's very.
On Earth,
Oh,
it makes sense.
This is
You have to at least comprehend the model first before you can dismiss it.
I'm trying to comprehend it, but it's so bad that every time I try to comprehend. No, it is.
What is bad is still suffering from believing you live on a spinning ball in outer space. That's insanity. It's taken me 5 years to come to this conclusion.
I haven't like.
It's not something I come up with overnight.
Here's the thing: when it comes to me being on a sphere, yeah, like there's heaps of observations that are made which are like, oh yeah, that makes sense on the globe model. When it comes to the flat Earth model, none of these observations make sense. Instead, to make these observations make sense on a flat Earth model, I've just got to make up shit without even testing it.
No, your problem is you're so involved in your own belief that you live on a globe that you're going to see things to confirm your predisposed position, whereas you have to just stop thinking you know anything about anything, and then start from scratch and say, okay, let's assume it is a flat Earth. Let's assume all the continents are above sea level. Let's assume there's an Antarctic ice wall. And go from there.
Well,
if you can't even start with that assumption, then you'll never get anywhere with your knowledge.
Even if I assume, that, it doesn't make any sense. Like, for example, if I assume that the North Pole is in the center, right, and that there's a big ice wall around the world, then I mean, flights from Santiago to Sydney make absolutely no sense. Direct flights, because a plane would not be able to fly that.
Well, that's a side old argument. I'm not going to go into a discussion about distances of flights.
Now, if I assume...
Sure enough, we know the map isn't 100% accurate because it was based on a globe in the first place. So the South is obviously distorted when it's projected according to the globe.
You are right. The maps that we use to navigate this planet are based on a globe, and they work. You're completely right. They are based on a globe in the first place. I'll agree with you on that point. But they work.
And
and therefore we don't really have to give you a new map as everybody keeps demanding. Tell us a flat Earth map because as you know, the equidistant projection map works.
It doesn't work, especially the farther south you get. It does not work.
Well, most of those flights go via LA anyway. So when you put them on the flat Earth map, you see, more or less a straight line.
But there are flights that don't. There are flights that like the flights from Sydney to Santiago.
We've got planes capable of getting up high enough to hit the right winds that can go speeds unknown because you don't know what speed you're going on in a plane. If you're inside the capsule, you could be going 3 times the normal speed for all you know, and you'd never know any different.
Do you know how accelerometers work?
Accelerometers?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain.
I just want to know if you know how accelerometers work.
Everything I know about an accelerometer tells me it works based on something physical that it's tracking.
So,
when a meter wheel, for example, on the handle, you mentioned the distance with your little wheel. Those things work because they're tracking across land.
So, accelerometers...
When it comes to water and air, they don't work.
So, accelerometers work because essentially it detects... basically, it takes the principle of an object at rest will stay at rest until acted upon by a force, right? So essentially, you could have an object inside the accelerometer that is stationary, and when it is acted upon by a force, aka the movement of the object that's containing this other object, then it will register that that force, right? It's like there are different ways different accelerometers different work, but there's that different accelerometers. So, like,
I can only think of an odometer or a speedometer on a car.
Essentially, basically, if I have, like, if I have a, let's say I have an accelerometer that has a ball inside it or something, and I move the outside of the accelerometer, that ball isn't going to move until acted upon by something within the accelerometer. So that ball will move relative to the rest of the accelerometer, and then the accelerometer will pick that up as as some kind of force, right?
Motion, right?
No, not motion. It will pick it up as an acceleration. I'm just going to do something.
Well, that's motion.
Well, there's a difference between it. You do realize? Do you know what the difference between a motion and an acceleration is?
Yes.
Yeah, one's a motion getting faster. The other's just a constant time, I guess. Depends whether it's constant or not. You don't have to say.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna edit something because there's.
Look, the whole point of this is we're talking about how fast is a plane actually going. And somebody's then trying to say, oh, you don't understand an accelerometer. It's like, well, let's just get back to then how this describes how fast is a plane actually going. How many miles are they actually travelling per hour when they're up in the air? You don't know.
So you can
air currents and all different things can be describing all sorts of things.
If you measure the acceleration of a plane from the point it takes off to the point it lands, you would be able to figure out exactly how far it went. Do you disagree?
Story, man.
Do you
If it's a cool story, but I don't know about that. Is it true?
It is true, though.
And is that what they do? And is this what they do on these flights from Sydney to San Diego?
This is what you can do.
This is what you can do, but do they do it? And have you got evidence of them doing it?
I'd assume that the pilots do that.
Well, assumptions aren't proofs.
I mean, wouldn't a pilot by now have noticed that there's a discrepancy?
Maybe he's a well-paid pilot and he doesn't want to notice any discrepancy because he loves his job and he doesn't want to get sacked by revealing the truth.
I mean, you do know how many pilots there are in the world, right?
No, I don't. I haven't got a clue. I imagine there's a lot less since COVID happened.
But there's like heaps of pilots in the world. Surely one of them would have come forth. You know, there's probably...
Only a few of them work for Qantas, and only a few of them would be flying that particular flight. Yeah, not everybody has to be in the know, and even the pilot doesn't have to be in the know that he might be flying some sort of secret, undisclosed technology that goes, 1,500 miles per hour as opposed to normal 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, but surely
anything could explain how that flight exists.
Yeah, but surely one of the pilots would have noticed. Oh, so firstly, you got all the people that are on the plane, and they would have noticed maybe that holy shit, there's a lot more acceleration when flying this on this plane compared to when flying on other planes that.
You only feel the acceleration as you're taking off, though. That's the only time you feel it. Once you're up in the air.
You do.
You're going 500
you feel
miles
it.
per hour. They can tell you you're going
you feel
300.
it. You feel.
You're going 800. You don't know any different.
You feel acceleration no matter what. Like
either you would feel the plane accelerating to a crazy rate, or you would notice that the plane
But as you're ascending, When you
what's the
take
word?
off,
The
that's
flight
when you-
time. Wait, one sec. You would realize that the flight time is like, isn't it like 3 times as long as it's projected on the? I can't remember exactly how far it would be to fly from Santiago to Chile on the flat Earth, but it's like 4 or 5. I think it's actually like 5 times the distance. I don't know, but either way, they would notice that either the plane is accelerating very fast, or they would notice that the flight is taking a lot longer. Somebody would
As I
notice.
say, there's no way
somewhere.
that you'd be able to detect if it was going faster. It's just, as you're ascending, that's when you're doing all your accelerations. You're strapped in, you've got your seatbelt on, and you've had that massive burst of taking off sort of speed, but you wouldn't know if you were continuing to accelerate at a slow and steady rate for a lot longer period than normal for many other flights.
You could detect that if you wanted, though. Like, if you had, all you need to do,
If
like,
you wanted, but
yeah,
who has? You can
hey, Ross,
speculate all you like, but
Ross,
until you've done it,
all
just leave it at that.
Ross, all flat earthers need to do, right? All they need to do is buy a flight from Santiago to Chile, take an accelerometer on board, and then measure the acceleration from start to finish. That's all flat earthers need to do, and then boom, they can prove it. But that has never happened. Why have flat earthers just never put their money where their mouth
Maybe
is?
flat earthers just aren't interested.
I hate to break it up, but I do have to be getting out of here. I'm taking off. I'll probably be back later for that 9/11 truther bullshit. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright.
I told you at the beginning that I didn't have very much time and that I had a family occasion. I will. Maybe you'll be on.
Maybe you'd like to
when I
come
get
back and have
back,
a serious
yeah.
discussion someday when you got something to talk about.
I mean, I talked about plenty tonight, but or today, but I'll talk to you guys later. Hopefully, you're still on, Ross, so I can talk to you later. But I have to get out of here.
Mate.
Yep, later.
Anyway, I dragged Pearlfish in because he wants to there's something that I think he wants to say to Ross, but I do want to finish with my whole thing. So, when it comes to your premises, Ross, for the firmament, none of them worked out. Now, I can do a logical deduction for water being curved, right? Or it's more of a logical induction. And Bob the Science Guy
Logical, but I love to hear.
just said, "Congrats, plan. I brought some friends to wish you good luck." And thanks, Bob. I just realised how that sounds when I say thanks, Bob. It's different kind of Bob this time. But anyway, so premise 1, right? Water will act according to the forces acting on it.
Yeah, real forces though, not assumed forces.
Well, we'll go apparent forces acting on it, because the reason why I say apparent forces is because the whole idea of centrifugal force. That's not a real force, but it's an apparent force. And that definitely has an effect on water.
What?
Do you not...
Coriolis force affects water now.
No, this is the centrifugal force. It affects water.
Centrifugal force affects water.
Yeah. Like, did you not notice? Have you not known that?
Well, okay. I know when you hold a bucket by your side and it's full of water, and you spin it really fast,
Yeah.
like vertically, then centripetal force will hold the water inside the bucket.
Yes.
It'll pass enough.
Yeah.
It's slow, the water will fall.
Yeah, centrifugal force will have a
Centripetal force.
centrifugal force. Centripetal force is the force.
Centrifugal force pushes things outwards as well. Centripetal force. It's virtually
So centripetal force is the force that basically keeps everything, that drags things inwards, if you want to speak about it like that. Centrifugal force is the force that is an apparent force that pushes things outwards, and that kind of thing. It's
so in the gravitron rod, is that centrifugal or centrifugal?
when it comes to gravity, the gravity is the
Gravitron
central.
rod, you know that one like you're leaning up against those.
Oh yeah. So essentially, the force that presses you against the wall is centrifugal force.
Okay.
Yeah. So premise 1: water will act according to the forces act on it. Premise 2: gravity can be detected as a force by using by multiple experiments. You've got the
Scale it, check out. And those are you done.
Yeah, you've also got the Cavendish experiment. You've also got I can't remember. There's another experiment which they basically introduce a lead ball. They've got this weight hanging on a string, and they take the measurement. Then they put a lead ball right underneath the weight, and then the weight of the weight on the string increases ever so slightly because
That's true. Yeah.
and
It's got nothing to do with quite the thing. Does it happen if they use like an obsidian ball
well
or golden ball?
lead I think lead I think they used lead or something lead ball. Anyway, conclusion is that water will conform
Then
to
great amount
the
of voltages.
force of gravity. Right? What part of that do you disagree with?
Every little part of it, because water does not act according to forces on it. It behaves according to fluid dynamics, which makes it fill its container. And it must be contained by higher edges all around it, or else it will flow. And it will keep on flowing until reaching a place of containment.
But literally
It fills its container, it takes the shape of its container, and it remains flat and level at the time.
literally everything you said there can be explained using forces.
Fluid dynamics. But it does not ever state that water will bulge around something.
Literally
While the
everything you said
you
there
cannot pull
can be
water.
explained using forces. Everything. Like fluid dynamics can be explained using forces. You do realize that, right?
Not necessarily. It's just fluid dynamics. It's not a force.
But you can explain
It can be forceful, but it doesn't have to necessarily be a force.
You can explain fluid dynamics using forces. Like you do that's something that you can do.
That's fine. Yeah, like I just don't say that it's an outright force causing it. It is the force itself.
Well, there's different forces acting upon it.
The
Like,
nature of its very being. Yeah.
well, there will be different forces at play in fluid dynamics. Like if it comes into to contact with a surface, then that surface will exert a force on the water, because surfaces exert forces.
Some will absorb it, some will reject it. But, yeah.
Well, no, there's the conservation of momentum, I think it is, where for basically the second law of motion, which states that every action will have an equal and opposite reaction. There's also surface tension, which is another force. There is also air resistance, which is another force. There's also, there's... Yeah, and...
Resistance is basically the only force.
There's multiple forces. And Julian Weinert said, isn't fluid dynamics an explanation about how fluids react to different forces? Of Fm equals M... F equals ma is the second law. What was it? The first or
yeah, the various forces that resist it will depend on how fluid dynamics behave. And once it's contained by higher edges, then it becomes contained. That's it.
There's still
flowing.
Even then,
lower.
Even then, there's still forces acting on it. Even then, there's still forces acting on it. Like the thing that contains it. Will.
Yeah, solid edges have to be higher than the water level. Your assumption of gravity is merely that. It's an assumption.
No, it's
assumed force. It is a requirement for the globe to work. If we stop assuming anything and just test what is observable and repeatable and testable, then we know that all edges of any container, be a dam or a lake or an ocean, they must be higher than it.
Well, that's where
higher elevated above the water level.
That's where we can go to premise 2. Gravity can be That's where we go to premise 2. Gravity can be detected as a force by multiple experiments.
Well, it can't.
Yes, it can.
You listed off a couple. You said, Cavendish.
Yeah,
Cavendish doesn't prove that shit.
Why doesn't it?
All it proves is that eventually two bodies will come to rest that aren't perfectly at rest because they're suspended. But when they finally come to rest against one another, that doesn't prove gravity at all.
It means that mass.
Will happen eventually.
It means that mass is attracted to mass.
No, it doesn't. It means that two suspended bodies, left basically free floating on the end of the string, aren't perfectly at rest. And they will come to rest once they touch each other, because then they resist one another, stop them from going back any other direction.
How? Okay, if why do they always move towards the large? Why do the masses on the end of the strings or on the end of the balance move towards the other?
It's just the inevitable conclusion of what's going to happen.
Why?
If you leave them without anything to rest against.
Why?
Because they're never perfectly at rest. They're always in motion. No matter how still you try to make them appear, they're still in motion.
Why wouldn't they just move?
You've got air flowing around them. You've got air currents.
Well,
Things.
Even if you try and adjust for that, they still move towards the... even if you...
Eventually they will, that's right. But it doesn't prove shit.
Well, why wouldn't they move away from them? If it's not mass moving towards mass, why would they
do? If you set them slightly in motion away from one another, well, eventually it's inevitable they're going to come back around to where they started anyway.
Well, why wouldn't they just... Why is it that when we try and reduce as much motion as possible that they always move towards the larger mass? Why wouldn't they just move away from the larger mass? If it's just random, then they should move away or towards the larger mass at random.
The experiment is simply designed, it can only go one way. There's only going to be one result. There's no other option for them. Eventually, they will meet. And so they'll say, that proves gravity. Stupid.
Why wouldn't they just go randomly? Why wouldn't it be random?
It is random. It is random.
Then why is it consistent? Why does it consistently measure mass moving towards mass then?
Well, it sort of in a way does, because mass will always come to rest against mass. But the air offering no resistance You're saying, oh well, it's going to eventually cajole them to come together and come to rest against one another.
So,
Which totally goes against the whole concept of the Earth, Moon, Sun concept.
so are
None
you?
of those actually rest against one another, do they?
Are you accepting that mass will move towards mass?
I'm saying it will come to rest as mass.
That mean
But I'm not saying
that means
through
that
gravity
literally means nothing.
prove that they act each other. They just come to rest against one another.
There is obviously some kind of attraction, because why else would the mass move towards the why would one lot of mass move towards another lot of mass if there wasn't any kind of attraction there? Why would that happen consistently?
Because there's no resistance between them.
But there's no resistance the other way either.
Yeah, but quite often the Cavendish is done with double-ended sort of things, isn't it?
What do you mean double-ended?
I'm not sure. I've seen like 2 sets of large balls and small balls.
Yeah, well,
Small ball always attacks the large ball.
well, what they'll have is they'll have it set up in a way which the weight is equal on each side, so that it just doesn't flop to the ground or anything. Because otherwise, if we go to paint,
That's right. They're suspended in sort of like virtually, not necessarily free fall, but free spin.
So if I
And therefore they're at perfect rest. But they will come to rest against one another.
So
That's the nature of any object.
So-
to rest against something.
So what they'll do is they'll set it up like this, right? And there will what you'll have is the large. So these actually this is the wrong way around. Usually these masses here are larger, and what you'll have is the mass moving towards the other mass, and it will always be towards. It won't be away, it'll be towards. And it has been they've done it multiple times, accounting for all kinds of different variables. But Ross here apparently thinks he's smarter than everyone and has thought of a variable that they haven't accounted for yet.
Yeah, what about you say that none of these experiments can be done outside of or within Earth's gravity, and yet now you're turning around and saying Earth's gravity can go and
Well, that's because
like
it's
a rolling donut when it comes to this one, because this one has actually overcome Earth's gravity, and a tiny little ball will attract another tiny ball in comparison to the Earth.
That's because we're measuring gravity That's because we're measuring the force of gravity perpendicular to Earth's gravity.
Oh, perpendicular. That's a big word.
Yeah. Rather than
It actually looks horizontal.
Rather than it being in the same direction of Earth's gravity, it's perpendicular. In fact, we actually have measured Earth's gravity that's in the same direction.
Perpendicular gravity is greater than horizontal gravity.
Well, no, it's not greater than it. It's that.
Well, it is. It's overcoming it because
no, it's not overcoming. You do realize? Hold up. Do you know that forces can be added? Do you know that?
Of course.
Yeah. So when you add the forces together, you get a result of what the total net force should be.
But if you add 1 to 1 billion, then 1 billion is still going to be much greater than 1 billion and 1.
Yeah, but the do you know how to add vectors?
Like lawnmowers? Oh, sorry, it's just your accent.
Like, do you know how to add vectors? Like, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I know how to add vectors.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So when you add vectors, essentially you're adding. So I can explain it in Paint because Paint is a great way to explain everything. So you get given a direction and an amount, right? So if we give this here a value of 1, we can also have another direction, and this direction might be that way, and it can have a value of, let's say, 4. Let me get the pencil. So that way is 4, and that way is 1. You can add these, and you'll get something like this that has a value of 4 point something. I'm not sure exactly what the number would be in this case because I haven't given an exact direction to these, but the point is that this line here, even though it's mostly pointing in the same direction as this 4, still pointing slightly that way. Now, if there is another force acting... that's not what I wanted to do. If there is another force that is acting this way, that has a value of 4 as well, then these two forces will cancel out. And that is exactly what happens in the Cavendish experiment. There is another force that is acting in direct opposition to gravity that essentially cancels the gravity of the Earth out. Do you want to know what that force is? Or do you know what that force is? You're muted, by the way, for some reason. And it's not by my doing. I wonder if anyone in chat can guess what force is acting in direct opposition to gravity in the... Oh, there we go, Ross.
I'm back now.
Yeah. So, in the Cavendish experiment, there is a force that is acting in direct opposition to gravity, and is the same, and has the same magnitude as the Earth's gravity. Do you know what that force is?
Yeah, I think its initials are capital B and capital S.
No, it's actually the string that's holding the balls up. You know that's
close.
Yeah, that acts in direct opposition, essentially cancelling it out. So the only force that you have is the force towards the balls, because that's the only force that hasn't been cancelled out by anything.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the so that's how we measure gravity, by cancelling out by cancelling out the Earth's gravity due to the structural suspension, right, of the balls. This.
But that's assuming that gravity exists in the first place. If you understood that it was the resistance and density factor in the first place, well, you're still doing exactly the same thing.
Hold on. What is causing the balls to move towards each other then?
Just the fact that they're in motion. They're never going to be perfectly still, and eventually they will come to rest against one another.
But hold on. Firstly, you're assuming that they actually come to rest against each other. That is not always what happens.
Are they hit with force and bounce off to them?
No. What happens is you might have, in some cases, in one instance, there was when they got to a certain point, the resistance of the string holding it would actually get so great that they couldn't actually move any further towards the larger masses.
Interesting.
If that
gravity didn't exist.
It did. what happened is they got to a point where it just couldn't move any further because the resistance from it just stopped it from moving any closer towards. The resistance was greater than the force of gravity in that instance, and if it was just random moving, then you wouldn't expect that to happen. You would expect it to essentially, when it gets to a point where the resistance...
In other words, you're saying a failed experiment.
No, it's not
Proof.
It's not a failed. It's not a failed experiment though, because it still moved towards the masses. It's just that there was another force acting in that experiment. So force that resisted gravity from just completely moving them towards the larger masses. It just, there was another force there.
Yeah. Anyway.
And they also moved
You just have to overcomplicate everything to try and still stick to your agenda.
No, it's this thing is clear. You can clearly see that there's a force here that, because it moved towards the masses. If it was just random moving, then that resistive. No, hold on. Let me finish.
This is eventually coming to those. All right.
Let me finish. The force that was moving them, if there had been no force moving them towards the masses, then what would have happened is the resistive force of the, I think it's Torsen spring or something like that, would have just made it move in the other direction. Instead, it held sort of in an equilibrium where the force of the Torsen spring, Torsen balance, was equal to the force of gravity.
Okay, so this is really cute what grown men do in their laboratories and so forth, but this still doesn't explain how water curves, which is the whole point of you bringing this up in the first place, is you're trying to prove that water will curve across large distances, somewhere out of sight, out of mind.
So, the conclusion from these two premises is that water will conform to the force of gravity.
That's the conclusion you get from watching balls dancing around on the street. Sometimes matching each other and the rest against each other, sometimes not.
Well, there is a force
that proves water curves. Come on.
It's a force.
Have you really thought this out at all?
Well, if water will act according to the forces on it, and gravity can be detected as a force by multiple experiments, then it naturally follows that water will conform to the force of gravity.
No, that becomes a natural assumption.
No,
a natural assumption. You have to prove that water will actually do that.
No, it's called
actually find its flat and level between higher.
It's called a conclusion it's called a natural consequence of given premises.
But it's got nothing to do with water. When you can prove, even if
it does
the
though.
Existence of gravity, that's fine. We can prove mass attracts mass. Okay. Even given that assumption and assume that's correct, water will still behave as liquid does as a liquid. It will still have to be contained by higher edges. It does not prove that it will curve around a sphere with another continent thousands of miles around the other edge somewhere much further below from one certain point and not flood that continent. That continent has to be higher than the water level. That's just the nature of fluid dynamics.
You do know that north isn't up, right? North doesn't mean up.
I didn't say north. Where did you bring north into this? I just said anywhere across from one continent to another. East, west, north, south, doesn't matter. They all have to be higher than water level. I didn't say north.
Well, you do. Hold on. You do. Well, there's no universal. My point is, there's no universal up.
Well, my point is there is a universal up. There's one up.
Prove it.
There's one down.
Prove it. Prove it.
Prove it. Every physical experiment in physics proves it. You shoot something up, it comes down. It's as simple as that.
Prove that there is a universal up. Just because you shoot something up and it comes down,
what do you expect?
I don't know. How would you prove that there's a universal up? You think that if you think there's a universal up, prove it.
Okay, well, every aeroplane that goes up comes down. It never once goes over a curve. It never lands on the side of a ball or the underneath of a ball. It always lands on the surface, the upper surface. They go up, they go down. They don't go around. They never do, never have. You do long, what do they call it?
You're assuming up is universal in your premise there. Like it goes up.
Yeah,
and
extended footage of a ship, going through, over a period of a month. You can watch videos of them doing that. Never once do they go down, over, around a curve. They stay on the flat level the entire time.
Let me rephrase that. Prove that up is universal without assuming that up is universal.
It's not an assumption. It's just a given. You can see up is up. You can see down is down. You can lift a solid object and drop it, and that way it will drop is always down. That's what a plumb bob does. You suspend it from a string, a weight from a string, that will show you pure up and down, pure perpendicular to the level. These are commonly used building things that we have to use to make sure our buildings don't fall down.
Yeah, but that doesn't...
Up is up, and down is down, and level is level. They are pure geometry. You cannot argue.
That does not...
If you start to think that it's on the outside of a sphere, that's when you start falling into insanity.
That doesn't prove that up is universal, though.
It does. Because you can
No, it doesn't.
get a plumb bob and take a purely level line at one point, and you can use your global mathematics. And if you go just 1 mile away, then the next one will be out by 8 inches. For every mile, that's 8 inches squared. So you just have to go 3 miles away, and then that perpendicular will be different by a factor of, there's going to be 6 foot. That's how much drop could have occurred. So that's how much different lean in your plumb should show.
Okay, so...
And you should be able to measure it in buildings in a city. But you never did.
So actually, no. Like, I'll agree. If that were true, there are ways to verify it. Then, if that were true, then that would be pretty damning. But unfortunately, it's just not true. Like I can. Let me see if I can. I've got a photo somewhere on my computer. Got a couple of photos on my computer. Should be in documents, I think. I'm
sure you're taking into account this.
Oh, was it there? Oh, this is a good one that we can open up whilst I look for the other ones. There is this one here, which when it loads, might be in pictures actually. Oh, there's another good one. But yeah, as things get further away, it seems to be going down, and these are all level to each other.
Yeah, well, I've seen debunkings of that one too. That's a distortion by using the zoom lens from a particular height and angle.
Wait.
Deliberately designed to show the deception.
Wait,
it's all distance diminution.
Wait, so how would you, if that's true, then how would you be able to measure that the plumb bobs are all pointing down relative to each other, and that they're all at the same level? How would you be able to do that?
Well, every one of those structures is still upright.
Well, they're all going down in this image, so...
Yeah, but, well, they should be bending away by that stage. They're actually going over a curve.
By how much? How many degrees?
Degrees is a bastard measurement when it comes to this sort of thing.
Like, maybe...
Degrees are meaningless. You have to use dimensions.
No, you have to...
And if you were looking at that much curve, if there was that much curve, then those ones at the very rear should be leaning over.
How much?
Something like
how many
70 degrees or something.
70! Holy... Oh, sorry.
Well, if 90 is upright,
yeah,
and we're looking at this much curve, See, none of them are actually leaning over, even in front. According to this much curve, they should be bending
By
to the left.
how much
And the
again?
one to the rear should be bending to the right.
By how much? How many
But
degrees?
none of them are. They're all vertical. They're
By-
all vertical.
By
proving that
how many degrees?
distortion of perspective.
By how many degrees should they
Well, that
be
would make it
leaning
20.
over?
If I said 70,
Sorry.
if I said 70,
70.
that'd be 20.
So yeah,
Well, that would make
I can tell that you
There's
don't.
no lean on any of them, though.
No, I can tell you don't understand the globe model from that statement there. I can tell that you completely don't understand the globe model, and the reason being is because these ones out here, I think
They're still upright. Perfectly upright.
No,
90 degrees.
no, but they the thing is, I don't think they'd be any further than we can actually go on. I can actually go on to let me go maps.
But I can show you plenty of pictures of Lake Pontchartrain that shows it perfectly flat and level from multiple different angles. When you show distorted images like this, it proves nothing. You know, if I look at that amount of curve that you're showing here, that means that our planet is probably no more than about 500 miles around. You know, it's ridiculous to think that shows Earth's curvature.
I'm just going to bring up Google Maps to see how long Lake Pontchartrain is, because
About 24 miles, bit under.
yeah, let's go measure distance and about I measure distance and distance to here, and we want to we'll go, so at most the distance is 55 kilometers, right, which is less than the 97 miles that no, not 97, 67 miles that would mean that these would be leaning over by a degree.
And a degree is 69 miles.
Yep. So, can you tell when something is leant over by 1 degree?
If it was 69 miles, definitely.
No, but if you can tell... What? Hold on. Do you think that you'd be able to tell when something's leaning over away from you by a degree that's 69 miles away?
No, it's a 69 mile lean to 1 degree.
What you're saying literally makes no sense right now.
It makes perfect sense.
No,
the
because...
globe measurement is 360 degrees of a 25,000 mile ball, means that 1 degree is 69 miles.
Yeah. But that 69 miles literally has nothing to do
with...
with...
That's why I say measuring anything by degrees is a bastard measurement because it makes no sense.
No, measuring things by...
give it in figures.
No, measuring things by...
So how many miles across is this from one pylon to the last? And we're seeing that much curvature? Look at that water ramping all the way up and then curving over. It's clearly a ridiculous photo from somebody who doesn't understand how to bloody zoom in on something and capture it from the right angle, which heaps of other people have done. Like, how can I share one picture with you here?
You just need to give me a link and I'll put it up on screen if you want me to show. But my point is that you don't understand...
Yeah, how would I do that?
Just send me the picture and I'll put it up on screen. Or even send me a link to the picture. Just put it in like a chat or something. And I'll figure it out. Like, voice text would be best. But, you just... all your comments in this show that you don't understand it. Like, firstly... Degrees is a standard measurement when measuring things that, you know, like when measuring lean on something. Like if I wanted to measure the lean on something, I'm not going to go, oh, this is leaning by 15 centimeters. I'm going to go, this is leaning by a certain amount of degrees, right? Because the 15 like if I say, oh, this is leaning by 15 centimeters, then it tells me nothing about how much it's actually leaning, and if it's a problem. If it's leaning at, let's say, let's say it's leaning at 45 degrees, well, then it's probably going to be a problem. But if it's leaning at 0.1 degrees, because it's a huge tower or whatnot that's got a lean of 15 centimeters at the top, then it's probably not that much of an issue.
But it's leaning 0 degrees. Every single one of them is like a plumb. That's the point. You know, in 1 mile, you should have 8 inches.
Well, when you have a...
And over 26 miles, I think you've got something like, you know, several thousand feet. I've just put a picture up there to show you the Danyang Kunshan Bridge, which is 102.4 miles long, and it should have nearly 7,000 feet of drop from one end to the other, and yet none of it exists when a picture is taken from the right angle.
How are you trying to measure that drop?
Using spherical geometry.
No, how are you trying to measure the drop, though?
Spherical geometry of a ball that's 25,000 miles wide, has 8 inches at the first mile, 8 inches squared at the second, or the mile, that's, you know, 2 2s and 4 8s are 32, so it's 32 inches. So the next one, you've got 3 3s and 9 8s are 72, that's 6 feet of drop at just 3 miles, and it continues to exaggerate according to spherical geometry to the point where at 90 miles you've got 1 mile of drop.
No, but
never seen.
How
So
are you measuring it? How are you measuring it? Like, how are you trying to measure it? Like, are you trying to measure it just using a photo? Are you trying to measure it by some...
What do you mean? How am I measuring it? The measurements are known. I don't have to go out and measure it. I've never been to Lake Pontchartrain.
Like, no, how... Like, and the
Grand Bridge in China.
And the Danyang
The
Kunshan...
dimensions are known by people who have... That's a ridiculous question. Why is it up to me to measure it?
Like, how are you measuring it? Like, seriously, how is the drop or lack thereof being measured?
Using spherical geometry. The stuff that you globers love to go on about that we know nothing about. But of course, when we use it, we use your spherical geometry, use your mathematics.
Using maths,
turn around and go into denialism.
Using maths isn't a measurement. Now you can use maths to understand the data that you collect better, but using saying, this is the amount of drop that it should have. It's like, okay, but have you actually measured?
You're denying your own math.
No. I'm not denying the maths. What I'm doing is I'm asking how you've actually measured.
Really bad, mate. Really bad.
Like how
we're using your maths.
No, how have you measured the drop or lack thereof? You have not answered that question.
By looking at the picture, can you see any drop in that I put up for you?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I think I might. I don't know. I think I might see a bit of drop there.
Like 2 or 3 miles of drop. Do you know what the world's tallest building is? The Burj Khalifa. It's half a mile tall.
I don't know.
We're talking about 3 or 4 of them stacked on top of one of each other of drop.
I don't know. It kind of looks like there's about a mile of. Looks like there's about a mile of drop over here. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. Looks
because there is none.
No,
taken from a great elevation to be able to take in 102 miles. It's probably not even an entire bridge.
Looks like about a mile of drop over.
Taken from a decent elevation.
Over here, it looks like there's about a mile of drop. So I don't know. Like looks.
You understand nothing about drop then if you dare to claim that there's about a mile of drop.
My point is that my point
is half a mile high. Half a mile. So you're talking about 2 of the world's tallest buildings stacked on top of one another of drop that you can visually see in that. You've got no idea of what drop would look like.
My point here is that my point by saying it looks like there is that you can look at a photo and basically say whatever you want, but you don't actually have a proper measurement, because it could be that there is drop there that is just too small to see? How would you know?
Because when you do see drop, you know. You can see drop on a freaking baseball field, you know. When they've got to pitch the mound, you can see what part is the mound and what part is flat. So if there's any visual curvature anywhere, you see it. It's visible.
But do you know
like a mountain? That's real, actual curvature. You see the mountain. You have to go over the mountain to see over the other side. You can't just get higher.
But the problem
is to see the back side of the mountain, unless you go over towards the mountain and get over that height to see the other side. And curvature should be exactly the same.
Except that when it comes to curvature, when it comes to a pitch mound, for example, we can see the entire mound, right? When it comes to the Earth, we're looking at a small cross-section of the Earth, not the entire Earth. So it's very difficult to see curvature, especially at low elevations, like like the elevation that this photo was taken on.
You're saying is at low elevation?
Yeah, that's a fairly low elevation compared to the size of the Earth.
Okay, then. I would say that when you got down to scale, that's actually pretty high elevation.
Well, this is really low elevation. Like if I can see this bridge, if
the one that you provided, am I still? I'm probably not watching what you're watching.
Well, no, it's the one that you provided. With this bridge, if I can see these individual pylons on the bridge, then it's definitely some low elevation, right?
But not a single one of them is above the horizon like it was in your picture. In your picture, they were all above the horizon. Not a single one of these is.
Well, wait, what do you mean?
How do you explain that? It's got to be high elevation.
Yeah, but high elevate. So yeah, raising an elevation will make everything.
Come on, mate. High elevation.
So raising an elevation, that doesn't mean that it's high elevation. Like just because one elevation is higher than another doesn't mean that it's high elevation in the context of the Earth. I'd take something like, I don't know, 20 miles above the Earth would be high elevation.
That would, indeed. That's about as high as we can send helium balloons.
Yeah.
23 miles is actually as high as we can go, but you lose all that resolution at that high because distance diminution means everything gets smaller and smaller, and so you've got nothing that even no camera can resolve individual objects at that height. So this one here, taking it possibly a few hundred feet, is high elevation.
Yeah, so you're not going to see a big mound like at a cricket pitch. Like you're just not going to see that because of the height. Isn't large enough. Like seeing
to be seen.
It's like seeing
it's as simple as that.
Like seeing a mound expecting a curve on Earth to look like a mound seeing the curve of the Earth to look like a mound of a cricket pitch would be like you'd have to be like in orbit. And not even just low Earth orbit. You'd have to be in like orbit like I think it's like 1 million miles away from Earth to be able to, and that would be the kind of comparison that you'd have for the Earth to look like a cricket pitch. It's just you're not going to because you're actually very far away from that mound on the cricket pitch when you see it. Like if you're standing like a meter above it, then yeah, like it's as if you're like quite far away from the Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking here the magnitude 6,990.5 foot of spherical drop. That's a huge amount of drop that, if it existed, would be visible. But because it doesn't exist, we see it appearing as it appears, It's flat and level from one end to the other of the whole entire bridge. There's only probably a few bits where it goes uphill, and that's because
But how have
the
you?
part with the
But how have you actually measured that? Like, you've just given a photo. Like, just photos are really bad for ascertaining data. You do know that, right?
But you just use the photo. You just use the photo to try and show curvature of Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, but we can.
So,
but
what's wrong with me using a photo then to try and show you that there is no curvature?
we can actually measure. There's actually a great thing that I done. It's by Walter Bislin. Have you heard of that guy?
I've heard of that name.
Walter Bislin Lake Pontchartrain. Comparison of globe and okay, that's okay, that's weird. Okay, so what we can do is, I think this video will be able to explain it, or will at least show you. Essentially, what it is it's a 3D model of demonstrating how things should look on globe Earth compared to a flat Earth when it comes to Lake Pontchartrain. Is this the right one? Hopefully it is. If it's not, then that's gonna suck. Essentially, what it is, what's happened is they've modeled it out. Oh, is this it? Is this it? And they've shown how it should look in comparison. Now, you can actually use a comparison to try and work out whether what you're looking at is flat or curved. And it's a great way. However, if you had a comparison for this and it didn't match the globe, then yeah, I'd be asking, okay, this is strange, you know, but you haven't done that, and it doesn't look like that video is. Or maybe it's this. I think. Okay. No, this doesn't have what I was looking for either. Shit.
By the way, guys, I'm back.
Oi, Jord. I'm just looking for the Lake Pontchartrain, Walter Bislin stuff, because.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but I couldn't even. I think I've seen what you're talking about because I remember the name Walter and Lake Pontchartrain. That's ringing all kinds of bells, but I don't even know. Like,
yeah, when I go,
you know.
Maybe this will.
Yeah, I've got images of Lake Pontchartrain taken from way up high that shows it perfectly flat and level as well, and those lines are perfectly straight. So all those bendy lines, I just don't have them readily to share with you at the moment. But I did share a couple of diagrams there that I actually did myself to show how perspective works. So I know a lot of globers really struggle with perspective. I'm quite happy to set you straight with that when you're ready.
I'm just trying to find the particular thing because it's really hard to. Oh, here we go. This looks like something that I can use. Transmission lines. Alrighty. Oh, here we go. This simulates on a. Can you see this, Ross? This is simulating.
I can see that.
Yeah, this is simulating on both a. This simulates on both a flat Earth and a globe Earth. So it's got there are 85 I wonder if it's possible to pause this. So, this is how it should look on a globe Earth, right? And
I'd assume that's how it should look on a flat Earth.
no, this is how it. They actually go through and show how it should look on a flat Earth, right? So it says zooming shows the curvature clearly, which is, comparison.
Which is like the 500-mile wide
Now,
Earth.
this is how it should look on a flat Earth, on the left here.
Yeah, and I've seen pictures that show it looking exactly like that. I don't actually have them on me at the moment, but I've seen that.
Could you find them? Because this is... Oh, wrong thing. This is how it's... It seems to be looking very much like the right-hand...
Well, you pick and choose the ones you want to see, and of course I pick and choose the ones I want to see, but I don't save everything, because I really think it's a moot point. Once I've seen it, and I've seen it shown as flat, it's like, yep, it's easily dismissed. It's not even something worth...
So you've got this idea that the Earth is flat, so you're just going to dismiss any evidence that the Earth is a globe.
It's not evidence.
But it is evidence. Like it's
an image particularly chosen for its angle to show the illusion of curvature.
So
what happens with
let me
together will give the illusion of curving.
Let me explain why this is evident. So firstly, on the right-hand side, you've got these power lines curving. On the left-hand side, you've got these power lines not curving.
Yeah.
This is how it...
And I have seen a real picture that looks exactly like that. I think
then bring...
It's called Flat Earth, Banjo, Japan, Brazil.
Then bring that image up.
Well, it's not upon me to bring that up at every debate. It's out there. It's known. You can search it for yourself.
I don't know it. I've never seen it. I've never seen the image.
You've never heard of this Flat Earth Banjo fellow?
Flat Earth Banjo, is it?
Yeah, he's a bloke from Japan, Brazil, USA, or it's all in his name.
Banjo Lake Pontchartrain.
I think he's the most recent place I've seen it, where he's just shown the image. It looks exactly like that one on your left.
Kangaroo, is it this kangaroo?
Your height.
No, I got sent to a.
He mostly does videos debunking, flights on the globe and saying how they can only work on the
I'm only getting really sketchy websites here when I search up Flat Earth Banjo Lake Pontchartrain.
I'm not sure if he has Pontchartrain listed in his title. He's a YouTube user. He looks halfway between Japanese and Brazil. He's a great contributor, I think, to the Flat Earth knowledge. He does a good job.
I'm not getting any, you're gonna have to find the image because I can't find it.
Yeah, I've on this particular computer I've got very limited. I used to have thousands on the old one. Every time one gets fried, I lose them all.
Yeah.
I always spell Pontchartrain wrong, or however you fucking pronounce it. I don't have it wrong and I say it wrong.
Fair enough. I'm going to go with this for another 10 minutes, and then I'm thinking of moving on to something else. But if I copy this link here, because I'm always okay for debates, but it's nice to debate different people from time to time. So firstly, before we end up, I just want to bring up this here.
No, that's fair enough. I didn't intend to spend all day here either.
Fair enough. All right. So, how would you explain this? All right. So, when it comes, what I'll do is I'll drag Pearlfish in to maybe explain it a bit better than I will, because I do know where he's getting at. So on a flat Earth, if people were looking, and a flat Earth with North Pole at the center, if people are looking in different directions, they should see different stars. And on a globe Earth, if people are if people are on a flat Earth with North Pole at the center, people looking south, then they should see different stars. And on a globe Earth, people looking south, they should see the same stars. You do know what happens in reality, right?
Right, hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool, because I wasn't sure if this was set up or anything. Yeah, so the idea being is, wherever you're in the Southern Hemisphere, if you look south, you will see the Southern Cross in the sky. However, if you're on a flat plane and you look south, which is towards the ice wall, you would need 3 different sets of the Southern Cross for everyone to be able to see it.
No. That's totally wrong, dude. Totally wrong. The stars all rotate around Polaris in a sidereal day, and each one of these places is looking upwards. They're not looking southwards, they're looking upwards, and they're seeing the stars as they rotate around in that 23-hour, 56-minute period.
Yeah, but this
to say that we're looking outwards like that on a flat Earth is totally false image. Totally false.
Well, in that case, if they were looking up into the sky from the Southern Hemisphere, you would also be able to see Polaris, which is not the case.
No, it's too far away. We can only see a certain distance. By the time you reach the equator, Polaris has vanished below the equator because that's what happens with distance. Things get lower, they get converged into the convergence point called the horizon, and you can no longer see them. And that's why you see entirely different sets of stars. But they all rotate around Polaris, and because you're back towards Polaris, it looks as though they're rotating in different directions. But you will see them at night time because each one of these places at night at a completely different time. The 24-hour clock and the stars are on that 24-hour clock, and so is the sun. And the moon is on a 24-hour, 50-minute clock. They're all doing their own.
Can I just nitpick here? Like, the stars aren't exactly on a 24-hour clock. It's
20... No, they're 23 hours, 56 minutes. It's called the sidereal day. Yeah. And people try and use that to explain why we don't see day and night swap places every 6 months. Oh, that's sidereal stuff. But that's bullshit. The sun is exactly 24 hours, and that's why it's always overhead every 24 hours. Well, the sidereal day is complete and utter nonsense when it comes to the sun, explaining why it doesn't swap places every 6 months.
I mean, if we set up the sun as being overhead every 24 hours, then of course it's going to be overhead every 24 hours because that's what we've based things on, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the clock is fixed. Keep that in mind. The clock is fixed. It does not adjust 4 minutes every day.
Well, that's because we base it off the sun being overhead. Like, that's what, like, if you base something on, like, if I base, let's say I base my clock to be every 24 hours the moon will be full, right? Then of course every 24 hours the moon will be full, right? That's, like.
Well, no, that's not how the moon works. The moon goes on the 24-hour, 50-minute clock, which means it takes about 29 and a half days before it gets full again. And that's why we have the phases of the moon.
I just want to say real quick.
But we have the sun come around every 24 hours, and that's why it's always overhead.
I just want to say real quick. Hi, Wolfie6020, and you'll notice that on Discord, like, a lot of this does confuse a lot of people when they see my name as Wolfie3010. It even confused Ross here at one point.
It confused me the first time I got on your Discord server too.
Yeah, it's because of Mick Flatty saying that I'm Wolfie6020's son, so therefore I'm Wolfie3010.
There you go. I put an image up for you there to show how the sun is the 12 midday point, or anywhere on that 24-hour clock. That's just how it works.
Yeah, but even on the globe, like, the sun's always going to be overhead
If we're on a globe and we're going around the sun, then we'd have to adjust a fixed clock by 4 minutes every day to keep the sun overhead.
No, like,
yes, we would.
Because
this is a logical.
You do.
Anybody can work this out and make their own conclusion.
Because
it has to be going a non-fixed amount each day. But you place something in the center of something, and you spin around once every 24 hours, and you dance around that thing in the center. Then every different position you take at 24 hours, you're going to be with different.
Okay, so
towards the sun itself.
Do you know what time is based on? Do you know?
Allegedly, it's called the rotation of the Earth.
No, it's actually based on the sun being directly overhead.
It's called the sun going around above us.
It's based on the sun being at its highest point in the sky. That's what. That is what the. That is what a day is based on, right? And. It's been that way for ages. We've got.
And look, that's fine if you're using a sun clock. If you're using a sun clock, that's fine.
Yeah,
but we use mechanical, digital, even nuclear. We use
what do
very
you think?
Fixed, precise
what do you think
these days, and they don't get adjusted. They stay the same exact 24 hours every day.
So, firstly, they do get adjusted, but it's very small. It's like, have you heard of leap seconds?
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
1 second every few years.
Yeah. But
it's irrelevant. They don't even bring that in.
Yeah, but the
point is they are fixed.
But you know what they're based off, right? They're based off of the sun being at its highest point in the sky.
Yeah, like a sundial.
Yeah.
That's how we originally measured time.
Yeah, so they're based off the sun being at its highest point in the sky. And
yes, but if we're going around the sun, then we should have to adjust our fixed clocks to match the sun, because we're going around it, according to your ridiculous belief.
No, we shouldn't.
Rather than the sun going around us.
No, we shouldn't. Like,
yes,
do you want to? I got up. I'm going to bring up an argument which is entirely ridiculous, but it's as ridiculous as the argument that you're making now. Why don't I have to adjust my clock here in New Zealand to be why don't I have to adjust it to be like 12 hours different to all the other clocks in the Earth if time zones exist? That's how stupid your argument.
You have.
But that's how
you have adjusted it.
That's how stupid the argument that you're making is.
No, but the clocks are set. What you don't understand is that you think we're going around the sun. Now, if we're going around the sun as the central point, that would mean that nighttime is always the part facing away from the sun, but we are measuring a fixed amount of time.
Yes.
So if it's fixed, then when we're pointing directly towards the sun at 12 midday one day, 6 months later, that exact same point is pointing directly away from the sun, and it would be midnight.
No, because it takes 24 hours for the sun to be at its highest point in the sky from it being at its highest point in the sky a day ago, right? It takes exactly 24 hours. We can agree on that.
Yeah.
So
that's right, because that's how it works when it goes around above us.
So every 24 hours, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a ball, the sun will be at its highest point in the sky compared to its highest point in the sky yesterday.
But you're obviously not understanding the physics of this.
You don't even need physics to understand this. This is like
you do
basic.
You do. This is something you can put down on a flat model, and you can use a clock. Use a physical clock, and place it so that 12 o'clock is always going to be at the top, 6 o'clock always at the bottom, 3 o'clock at your right, 9 o'clock on your left, and every time that those hour hands do 2 revolutions and come back to the starting point, it's always going to be exactly the same point. Now, if you start moving that clock physically around something in the middle, which you allege is 93 million miles away, then the 12 o'clock is always going to be at the top of that if you put it on a flat surface or flat wall. So you put 24-hour clocks around a midday middle sun, you're always going to be having day and night swapping place every 6 months. Because you're using a fixed amount of time. You're not adjusting for the fact that you are going around the sun.
That
I don't understand why Globers are so stupid. They can't understand this.
That sidereal day that you're talking about before, the one that takes 23 hours and 56 minutes. Yeah, that is that.
Yeah, that's the motion of the stars, and we can track that.
That's that's that day that you're talking about. Like if you one rotation of the Earth, right? One rotation of the Earth takes 23 hours and 56 minutes.
But you use a clock measuring exactly 24 hours.
Well, a clock doesn't measure the rotation of the Earth. You do realize that, right?
That's fine. That's fine.
So
it's still an exact amount of time. And I don't care whether you call it 24 hours or 64 hours. It makes no difference.
Yeah, but
if you're measuring an exact, precise amount of time, then by the time you've travelled that period of time, you're going to be in exactly the same position again.
I mean, it's a precise amount of time for the sun to be directly overhead. How long it takes for the sun to get from directly overhead to being directly overhead again. That's
and therefore you would need to adjust your clock 4 minutes every day to keep that from changing.
Because
obviously haven't ever done this thought experiment. You haven't got the cognitive abilities to realise.
Hold on. How many 24-hour periods where the sun is directly overhead would it take for the sun to not be directly overhead?
Just one. It'd be 4 minutes out each day.
The problem is that you're thinking about this completely wrong, because the sidereal day, which is the one where it's one rotation of the Earth, is it takes 23 hours and 56 minutes. A solar day, which is how long it takes for the sun to be directly overhead, is 24 hours. If you don't understand that, then you're beyond help.
So I was just on a phone call. What was that?
So a sidereal day takes 23 hours and 56 minutes. And that's how long it takes for the Earth to do one rotation.
No, that's how long we track the stars to go around us.
And the globe
constellations throughout the year, and why the sun appears in a different house of the zodiac every 30
on the
days.
globe Earth model, it describes one rotation.
No, it describes.
On the globe Earth model, it describes one rotation.
If you want to look at it ass backwards like that, and that's fine, you're most welcome to do that, but that's not actually what's happening. It's the stars doing slightly less than one rotation. A sidereal day describes the stars, and the sun is always exactly 24 hours. It's as simple as that.
A sidereal day on the globe Earth model describes the Earth doing one rotation. Like that, it describes the Earth doing one rotation, like exactly one rotation.
And there's 365 of them in a year, and by the time you've done half of those, then the sun would be on the back side of the Earth, because we measure time in exact 24-hour periods.
That's if 24 hours was representing a sidereal day, but it's not. It's representing a solar day.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we not adjust our clocks for this? Say, every 4 years?
Yeah, there's the leap year.
The leap year is all to do with the sun, because the sun is actually 365 and a quarter days between cycling up and down to create the seasons. So each one of those quarters over every 4-year period, you get an extra day to add to the calendar. That's all the leap year is. It's got nothing to do with the clock or the 24-hour day that we measure.
Hey,
And the fact that globetards can't even comprehend how this would work in reality is a sad reflection upon why so many of you,
Ross, I do
live on a globe.
I do have to ask, like, do you actually have someone else in the room there with you? Because it sounds like they're, like, banging their head against the wall at your stupidity there.
No, I'm pretty sure that's just you, mate.
Yeah, that's just me doing that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know whether I didn't know whether it was coming from Ross's mic or someone else's mic. It looked like Ross's, but yeah.
Oh no, it's not coming from my mic. You can probably
Could
just
be my
hear
comfy
it
chair, you know,
from
the
the planet.
Okay. It's just it. I think it's everyone banging their head. It's careful. We're going to cause an earthquake if everyone bangs their head against the wall.
Yeah, you'd be worried about that when you live in New Zealand.
But anyway, like, you're just not getting it. Like, you just don't understand the fact that you're just not understanding what a soul.
You're the one that's not getting it, mate. You're not the one not getting it. If you put 24 clocks on a wall in a big circle with a center point around them, that would be how the globe model would look, which means that anywhere the sun is pointing towards from the center, that is how you're going to have your day. And every other side on the outside of that is going to be night, which would mean day and night would swap places every 6 months if you measured it according to fixed time.
So
that's as simple as that. It's fixed time, not adjusting 4 minutes every day.
Okay, so let me describe this in a way. This is not to scale, obviously. So after 24 hours, are you watching the paint stream?
I'm getting a little red line coming up to it. Here we go.
Okay.
Yep.
So after 24, so if the Earth starts here and is and this is pointing towards the sun, after 24 hours, it gets to here, it's still pointing towards the sun, but it takes 23 hours and 56 minutes to be pointing this way, right? So how many times after pointing directly at the sun would it take to point in a different direction? So that is not the sun.
Well, you put that ball on the other side of the sun and it's rotated the same amount every day because it's a fixed amount of time. So therefore, 12 midday is going to be facing away from the sun.
Hold on. Wait, let me
Put the 12 midday on top of your clock, like every clock. So you put 24 of them around the sun. The 24 hour or the 12 midday is always going to be at the top, just as it is on a clock.
So
it can be no other way because it's a fixed amount of time.
So, like, let's pretend our years are like, I think about 12 days here or something. All right. So after after 1 day, the Earth is still pointing at the sun, right? Because it takes after 23 hours and 56 minutes, so it would be pointing that direction. Not quite at the sun, but after 24 hours, it's still pointing at the sun. After another 24 hours, it's still pointing at the sun. After another 24 hours...
understanding, planar walk, is that the 12, which represents midday, is always going to be at the top of the ball, as it is on the top of a clock.
No.
Because the clock never changes. The clock doesn't rotate around. Like
it's always pointing at the sun.
At 12 o'clock.
At 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it is when it's down the bottom there, but when it's at the top, 12 o'clock is going to be midnight. It's as simple as that, because the amount of time is fixed.
No, like...
You can't argue your way out of this, because
I can,
done this 1,000 times.
Because...
I've done this 1,000 times.
You're just
Your sidereal day is just a measurement of the stars. It's got nothing to do with the sun. Nothing to do with the Earth. It's the stars.
So, let me explain to you, right?
And it takes a sidereal year for the stars to return back to their original position. That's why they are 4 minutes out every day. Sidereal day has
So-
nothing to do with the Earth.
Are
and
you
the sun.
are you looking at the paint? Are you looking at the paint stream?
Yep.
So, we've got here, we're pointing at the sun. 24 hours later, or 23 hours and 56 minutes later, it's not pointing at the sun. It's pointing in the same direction as it was 23 hours and 56 minutes earlier. But after another 4 minutes, it's pointing at the sun again. 50. And then...
So you're just going to completely ignore the logics and mechanics of a fixed clock.
No, I'm actually understanding it better than you because you don't understand the fact that every 24 hours it's pointing at the sun.
No. Every 24 hours, the hour hand is still pointing upwards. And the hour hand is not necessarily pointing at the sun unless it's adjusting that 4 minute daily difference to keep pointing at the sun.
Every 24 hours, it points at the sun. This is not hard to understand. Where do you think we invent...
No, it
How do
only
you-
works on a flat Earth if the sun going
No.
around above us. It's the only way it can work. You don't understand.
No.
You clearly this is too beyond your ability to comprehend how this is a fact.
Maybe... Ross, have you ever thought that maybe you're too stupid to understand it?
I've thought about that, but I've realised I'm not.
You do know that Dunning-Kruger is a thing, right? Where you think that you're smart, but you're actually not? Like,
Absolutely. I'm well aware of that.
yeah, have you thought that
I know
maybe...
all about Dunning-Kruger thinking. I've been accused of that plenty of times, and that's fine, from people who think that makes them smarter than me because they can quote Dunning-Kruger. I'm like above and beyond all your nonsense, mate.
Like,
Including Dunning-Kruger.
if here's the thing, right? I could be subject to Dunning-Kruger, but I know a fair bit about things like programming. Like I've programmed a program to find pi. You think that? What do you think's more likely? That Ross from Byron Bay in Australia has managed to figure out something that even someone that has a degree in IT, has failed to understand, and even though my one of the major parts of my degree was literally problem solving, and having
do the experiment there. Do an actual experiment. Set them up on a wall. Use 24 if you can, or use 12 if you must. Use 12-hour clocks, and put them around the central sun, and watch the hour hands go around it, and you will see that because we were measuring a fixed amount of time on every single one of those clocks, that where the sun is pointing at will not be always pointing at the midday part of each and every clock. It will only ever be pointing at that one at the bottom, and every other one at other times of the year will say that your daytime is not, your midday is not going to be measured.
The problem is you're not.
Midday.
The problem
This is a really easy, simple, logical experiment you should be able to do just in your head.
Yeah, but the problem is I can actually understand how we worked on time, like how we developed time. So
but this is how you dismiss it. This is how you're dismissing reality.
I'm not
This
dismissing.
is how you get drained
I'm not
your low belief. But you're able to dismiss reality.
I'm not
Say,
dismissing.
yeah, but this is how we measured time because it's different from reality.
No, it's not because it's different from
You're
reality.
a reality
It's because
denier.
I'm not denying
You're
reality.
absolute reality.
I'm not denying
You
reality.
are.
No,
You're denying
because what you're doing
You're not
is you're just
denying
not understanding.
your
You're just not you're just not understanding it. Like after 24 hours, like if I say, all right, after 24, I'm going to set 24 hours as the time it takes for the sun to get from being overhead to being overhead again.
But the hour hand of the clock, mate. Are you listening? The hour hand of the clock is still going to be pointing.
I don't give a fuck about the hour hand of a clock. Like the hour hand.
That's how we measure time. We measure it with a fucking physical clock.
Like.
Can I have just a quick say?
Yeah.
Well, all I'm thinking is through all of the flat Earth discussions and arguments I've heard, we're not allowed to use man-made objects for anything because it's not the natural world. So why are we discussing a man-made clock?
You good if your volume was up a little bit? I had trouble hearing.
I'm sorry, is that better?
I hear Parafoot Fish just fine.
Okay, all I was saying is, normally when we're discussing the real world, we're not allowed to use man-made objects as far as the flat Earth side goes. So why are we discussing a man-made clock to discuss what's going on in the real world?
Oh, that's a fair point. And, you know, I wouldn't have brought it up except for the fact that it's something that we do all live by every day. We all live by a clock. We all have virtually a 24-hour clock, isn't it? They decided to disguise it into 12-hour periods and make it go around twice. Literally, the sun goes around us once, and it's once every 24 hours, and that's the hour hand of our actual clock, our real clock. So the man-made device is really just a way of describing or measuring what is really going on in nature. And because the clock is a fixed thing and something we're all familiar with, then I see no reason why we cannot bring it in if we're going to be using it as another means of debunking the idiocy of thinking we live on a spinning ball in outer space. So, yeah.
So on that premises, could we not bring in the fact that satellites have taken images of a globe Earth?
Well, if you have some real images from real satellites, I'm more than happy to entertain them. But I know for a fact there's no such thing as satellites, and I know for a fact there's no such thing as images from satellites. So, you know, these things are done on a computer. These are done on in a program designed to mimic the concept of living on a globe. There's not a real picture that exists, ever.
So basically what you're saying then is we can use clocks if it proves flat Earth, but we can't use satellites if it proves globe Earth.
Well, clocks are mechanical things that, you know, some people's grandfathers used to make. You know? They're something that we know and can trust and rely upon. If they're out by a little bit, we'll know how quickly they're out by a little bit. But something like a satellite then, that...
But then my clock in my kitchen, that thing just eats through batteries. It's so unreliable.
What's that?
The clock that's in my kitchen, it eats through batteries like nothing. It is, you know, the most unreliable thing I could imagine.
I'll throw it in the bin and get a new one. But I know what you're saying, yeah. Some clocks are really good and accurate. But the point is, the clock is a reliable mechanism by which we measure time. And since time is allegedly us going around the sun, then that time measurement should be consistent. And because it is consistent, and we are not going around the sun, that is why day and night do not swap places every 6 months.
Oh, there is a problem with your logic there. Like, if we were basing 24 hours on the time it takes for Earth to do one rotation, then you'd be right. We should expect the Earth to end up having midday at midnight, right? But that's not what we're basing time off. What we're basing time off is not the time that it takes Earth to do one rotation. It's a little more... we're basing it off the time it takes for the sun to be directly overhead again. And that's true whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Yeah, but irrespective of your explanation, mate, if you were to draw that out in a diagram, and, you know, you could... Obviously, you know, if the Earth's rotating, it's making a single rotation a day. So it's basically one side of it closest to the sun is making one circle, and the outside of it, you know, 8,000 miles away, is making a bigger circle. So it's basically making like a donut-shaped ring around the sun. And so the one closest to the sun is always going to be a smaller circle than the one outside of the sun. which means 2 different times. You know, you're assuming it's like they have to be fixed for some reason because the Earth. Well, yeah, we measure the time fixed. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying that thing.
So
it's fixed.
Here is an example now. Obviously, this is not to scale or anything, but we're taking this as the starting position. This first one is the starting position. The second one is 24 hours later. The third one is 24 hours later. The fourth one is 24 hours later. Now, the arrow that's pointing towards the sun is where it is pointing 24 hours later on the globe model. Like, this isn't hard.
But it is. You've got it totally wrong, because if it's fixed, then the arrow always has to be pointing the exact same direction.
No, it doesn't.
Fixed.
Because
it does.
No,
it's 24 hours. It's fixed.
No,
you stop denying that.
24 hours is based. Hold on, Ross.
The arrow has to stay exactly the same spot.
Ross, it's based on how long it takes for the sun to get overhead. It's not based on how long it takes for us to be pointing in the same direction. It's based on how long it takes for the sun to be overhead. What do you not understand about that?
And therefore it can't be fixed, because the inside of that circle, where the arrow is pointing, is smaller than the outside of the circle, the opposite side of it. And therefore...
Wait, hold on. Can I...
It's very logical. It's very logical. If you're 93 million miles away from something and you're measuring a fixed amount of time, then that fixed amount of time says the same place must be facing the same place every single time you measure it.
No.
Arbitrary to what you call it, 24 hours, 23 hours. You can call it anything you like if it's fixed.
Hold on.
As our clocks are. It has to be at a different spot relative to the sun.
No, you're actually right a little bit. You're actually a little bit right there.
No, I'm dead right a lot.
Yeah, like the analemma, like that's the solar analemma is the sun isn't always in the exact same position. It's actually slightly different. So yeah, like why is that?
The analemma.
Yeah.
That's because as it spirals up, it appears to get further away, and then that changes as I explained earlier, when you consider the firmament, it makes it appear to be in a different position. And, it goes in a figure 8. If we were on a ball going around the sun, it wouldn't make an analemma at all. It would actually make a sine wave. It would keep on going in a straight sine wave because we're going in a single motion in one direction. But because the sun is spiraling up and above us and returns again, it makes
No. You're misunderstanding my argument. The analemma is like proof that the on a globe, like where 24 hours is to point at the sun again, right? And it's not always quite in the exact same place.
The analemma takes 1 year.
Yeah, but it's not always quite in the exact same. It's not in the exact same place, but if you compound 24 hours, it's roughly in the same place. So yeah, like the analemma disproves your argument. No.
Hang on, I'm just uploading an image for you to prove that to show that it does prove my argument. Because the sun spirals around.
No. You're jumping like ahead 1,000. You're jumping ahead 1,000 steps to the point where you're in a different argument. Like I'm talking about the sun. I'm talking about 24 hours being the time that it takes for the Earth to point at the sun again, right? If the Earth,
But that's how it works. The sun goes around above us. It's very straightforward. We don't have to point at the sun. The sun just moves around above us, and this is exactly how we see it. And if you look at that analemma image I just uploaded at the moment, you can see that both those sides of the analemma are actually the exact same size. Only one appears a lot bigger because when the sun's nearer to us, it obviously being closer, it will appear.
Yeah, you're like 1,000 you've jumped 1,000. You're trying to outsmart. Like, here's the thing, Jesus. You're trying to outsmart everyone, and because of that, you're switching arguments. You're not understanding the argument that I'm trying to put forward to
You're
you.
the one who brought up the analemma. So
Yeah, like I'm bringing up the and that's called when you jump like 1,000 steps into the past the argument to a point where you're on a. It's like if you're racing and you're like, and then you step into like and you're like, oh, I know the shortcut, and you just try and cut through the field. Like, that's just not the way that it works. You'd be disqualified from the race. The argument that I'm making is about the sun, right? It takes 24 hours.
That's what makes the analemma.
It takes 24 hours to for the Earth to be pointing in the globe model.
Back overhead again at midday. Yes, I know that.
Yeah, it takes 24 hours again, right? That's in the globe model, and because the sun, because it's not pointing in the exact same direction after 24 hours, the sun does move in the sun isn't quite directly overhead each day. It forms an analemma. Like, this is.
Yeah, well, that's because you don't understand what overhead actually means, and that's exactly why we have seasons on the flat Earth. It's because it's not exactly overhead. It seems to move north and south as it gets higher and lower.
So
and that's what creates that analemma, which is that eternal figure eight.
So then we can agree that on the point that I was making, that 24 hours. We can agree on the point that in the globe model. That after 6 months, the Earth would, the same side of the Earth would still be pointing at the sun at noon, right? At noon, like the.
No, because your clock proves that entirely wrong. Because your clock is fixed. How many times I have to say the word fixed? Your clock is fixed at 24 hours per day. You cannot adjust a globe going around something on the inside of it without adjusting your clock to make the time match what you observe from the sun. It would have to adjust. If you just use time sundials, you wouldn't have a problem, because that's not fixed. It will adjust for every day we look at the sun from a slightly different angle. Because we use a fixed clock, it proves we're not going around the sun.
But we based mechanical clocks off of sundials. We based it to basically follow the same pattern that sundials follow.
Exactly. So therefore, it proves the sun is moving around above us, not us going around the sun.
No, it doesn't.
As simple as that.
No, it doesn't, because we based
it.
No,
That's the end of the discussion.
No, it
if
doesn't.
If intelligence understands the concept, then it does. It ends it.
No, it doesn't, because we based it off of the fact we based it off of sundials. Like that's it's just as simple as that. We looked at a sundial and realized, okay, we use sundials for keeping time. Let's base a clock off a sundial.
Yeah.
Right. Guys, I'm going to drop out a second.
A sundial is natural. And so if a clock represents something that's happening naturally, and the clock is fixed at exactly 24 hours every day of the year, we don't have to adjust it that 4 minutes difference as we would expect the sundial might account for, then we can determine that it is not us going around the sun whatsoever. It's the sun moving around above us. It is that simple. I'm sorry you can't understand that. Stop living in denial. It's a yes.
Yes. Like, it's your argument doesn't follow. Like, if we base sundials are based on the time that it takes for the sun to be overhead again. When it comes to clocks, we base them on the sundial. I'm going to bring an arm to maybe, because like this is I might actually become a flat earther soon, because my brain is melting. My brain may end up melting because and then I'll become a flat earther. So I'm going to get deal with this for a bit.
Okay, so this has been paining me for the last however long this discussion is going.
I've been
so
losing
it's Ross,
brain
right?
cells.
Okay, Ross. Would you concede that in any given day, the sun will have a highest point in the sky?
It will have an apparent highest point in the sky, but it's actually the same height the entire.
Okay, but there is a point at which the sun stops looking like it's going up and starts looking like it's going down, right? On any given day.
Due to perspective, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so if you measure the apparent height of the sun, say today, and then the sun goes down and comes up again, and you measure the point at which the sun is also at its highest point on the next day. Okay? You've got... So you've got...
I see where you're coming from, but I don't think what you're talking about is realistic.
How much time has passed since your first measurement to your second?
It would be 24 hours.
Exactly. Now, how would you measure that time so that you can plan things based around a couple of days from now?
Clock.
You would create a device that would be able to predict or estimate where the sun is relative to you at any given point of the day. So you could make, say, a clock, and that clock, every time the hour hand and the minute hand is pointing at 12, we would, let's say it's a 24-hour clock. Every time it's pointing at 24, the sun is at its highest point.
More or less, yeah.
So we would create devices so that every time the sun is at its highest point, both the hands of the clock would be at their highest point as well.
That's right.
And then 12-hour clocks, it's like pointing at 12 at noon at midnight.
Yeah.
So this arbitrary span of time, which we have arbitrarily dubbed 24 hours, is how long it takes the sun to be at its highest point to the next time it is at its highest point.
Keep going.
We don't need to adjust for that, because that time will always be relatively the same.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter if you measure the time.
Then if that time is a fixed amount of time, then
24 hours.
That 24-hour hand pointing upwards at 12 o'clock midday is always going to be pointing in the same place every day. And so as you drift around the sun, it's still going to be pointing in the same direction, which means the sun is pointing
that direction. That direction is at the sun.
No,
that direction. Yes, it's because that's what we built the measurement to measure.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're measuring it 2 days away.
But
it
doesn't do some sort of simple experiment. I don't know how you're going to do it, but
I mean, it would take a year to do so. But sure, I could.
Anything rotating around a center point with another thing going around it in a much bigger circle, moving at a fixed speed, a fixed measured speed, which is 24 hours, arbitrarily, or 20 hours. Doesn't matter what you call it, it's still a fixed amount. Every single time, the hour hand of 12 is pointing up. Okay, that moves around in that circle, that upwards direction is always pointing upwards, where the part pointing towards the circle is different. And that's why you would have to adjust your amount according to globe calculations by 4 minutes every single day to keep the sun ahead at midday.
Why? Does the sun does the day get longer by 4 minutes every day?
No.
So why would you have to adjust it?
The Earth rotates.
Why would you have to adjust it?
On its axis.
Okay, so you've discovered seasons. Congratulations. What does that have to do with the day?
I just told you. You're going around the sun.
Yeah.
If you're going around the sun that's 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
Then you're going to have to adjust your clocks by that little 4 minutes, 1 degree every single day to keep the sun overhead at midday. Otherwise, the clock would not work. It would not work. It's physically impossible because it's a fixed amount of time. Whether you call it 24 hours or 23 hours, 56 minutes, I don't care. It's still fixed.
So we adjust our arbitrary measurement of 24 hours to be the same length of time as 24 hours and 4 minutes. Okay, so 24 and 4 minutes is now 24 hours. What's wrong with that?
Well, it actually goes backwards, but...
Okay, so it's 23 hours and 56 minutes.
But it is fixed. That 4 minutes changes every single day. Every single day it changes.
Why?
Because you're going around the sun.
Yeah, and the sun is overhead once every 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. We agree on that.
But if you're going around it, then a fixed measuring device will have to adjust for that little angle of difference that you're going around it. Which is all about it.
Here is an experiment that you can do in your room right now. Take an object and put it in the middle of a room. I'm assuming that you've got some space to walk around. You probably don't if you're anything like me. So stand in the middle of the room and look at this object. Take one step to your right and turn 360 degrees so that you're looking at the object again. That is 24 hours. Take another step and turn 360 degrees until you're facing that object again. And then repeat that. And every time you take a step to the right, you turn around and look at the object.
Bang,
At what point do you have to adjust and turn more or less, because otherwise you wouldn't be looking at the sun?
If you're going around it and it's a long distance from you, you'd have to adjust the degree every single time with the step.
Okay, so if you take a 1 degree step to the right, you would have to rotate 359 degrees clockwise or 361 degrees counterclockwise, whichever direction it is that you're traveling. And then each time you take a step, you return back to looking at the object, no matter how much that rotation is.
Okay, well, hold a clock in your hands while you're doing this. Yeah, it might take a long time to do it. But if you always kept the 12 pointing towards 12, and as you went around the object, the 12 is always still pointing to 12, but it's not pointing towards the object anymore, is it?
No, you set 12 to the sun. Point it to... Okay, if you have a clock and you point... You put 12... You put 12 at the object. And you take 24 hours or 12 hours or whatever to take one step. And 12 is pointing at the object. Yeah. However long that period of time is for the clocks to go around the clock, when they reach 12, they will be pointing at the object, because 12 is the direction of the object.
Oh, so you're taking a step not in the true direction, you're still wanting to look towards the object.
Every time you take a step...
So your clock is moving around. So you've adjusted your clock by those very 4 minutes that I keep saying that you have to do.
Thank you. But no, there is no 4 minutes to account for, because we built that into the clock.
You did not.
It takes 24 hours.
It takes 24 hours every day.
Oh my god, yes. Yes, it does. And one day takes 24 hours.
Yeah.
Not 24 hours less 4 minutes.
Again, that's arbitrary.
24 hours.
It's a fixed amount of time. Fixed amount. How many times do I have to say the word fixed?
Yeah, how many times do I have to get...
So if one thing rotates at a fixed amount of time and it goes around a central object, then if it doesn't adjust its time accordingly, then the same part facing it at one point will not be facing the same part again at another time. Like 6 months later.
Unless you account for the fact that the measurement of time is the
sun, you're facing directly away from the sun.
We are basing the measurement of time on how long it takes between you are looking at the object to you have turned around and you are looking at the object again.
That's
that
fine.
period of time is 24 hours. No matter what day you're on. It doesn't shrink
if you're
or expand
going
by
around
4 minutes. Yeah.
If you're going around it and you're using the exact same measurement of time for each rotation, it will throw you out of reckoning. It's as simple as that.
I think
Because otherwise it would have.
And I'm sick of arguing it, because if you're too stupid to understand it, there's no point trying to keep going on.
Pearl,
Right.
what were you saying was the issue?
Okay. Does Flat Earth Aussie Jesus realise that a 24-hour cycle is not a 360-degree rotation?
I don't think he does.
That's something that you just have to manufacture into your head to try and describe the way why the sun stays overhead every day. But if you look at a clock and it's a 24-hour clock, then 24 hours is a 360-degree rotation.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
because that's
not
how we
what the
built it
planet
into
is
our
doing.
systems.
The planet is rotating 369 degrees in that 24-hour period. If it's rotating
case, that would throw our clock
369 degrees, it will be constantly facing towards the sun.
You already conceded when I joined this call that at any given day, there is a highest point of the sun. You've already conceded that. And
Not really.
on the
I
next,
just agreed that it will appear highest because I know that it's always parallel to the
yeah.
ground.
So
No matter
regardless
high
of whether it
appears
actually
to us.
is or whether it looks that way, we can measure that appearance. So it is at a highest point on Monday, and then on Tuesday it is at its highest point again. The period of time between the highest point on Monday and the highest point on Tuesday is what we call 24 hours. That is what we have built our timepieces to measure. We have not built it to measure a 360-degree rotation of Earth. We have not built our time measurements to measure the rotation of the stars around Earth or whatever. We have measured the highest point of the sun to the next highest point of the sun. That period of time is 24 hours.
To build a model, if this is what you really believe, build a model where you've got a clock circling around the center of a sun.
We're not
So,
talking
in
about a
other words,
clock, we're talking about a planet. We're not talking about a clock.
Well, we are, because that's how we measure time, is according to the planet that you believe in. And so if that planet is going 24 hours every day,
A
just
clock
show
does
me
not dictate the
an
length of a
example.
day.
Oh, for fuck.
A clock is
That's
built
how
to
we
measure the
measure
length
a
of a
day.
day.
There's 365 and a quarter of them in a year. That's how we measure a day. That's what we use a clock for. So you're living in denial of your own model now to try and say that a clock doesn't measure a day. It's, oh, for fuck's sake. It's,
No, a clock
argument's
measures
going-
a day. It does not set the length of a day.
And it also doesn't measure 360 degrees.
It does not measure the 360-degree rotation of Earth. We have built a clock to represent a 360-degree rotation around its central pivot point so that we can actually look at something and read it. I cannot hear anyone. Oh.
No. I, on the other hand, know what a clock does. And I understand the mechanics of a globe planet because I used to believe in it as strongly as you guys do. And I know how it should work if we were going around the sun.
Okay, so how do you measure time on a flat Earth?
You use the sun. The sun goes around us and it takes exactly 24 hours to make one rotation.
Yeah, we agree on that.
It goes around above us, around the equator.
I disagree on that.
How I measure time.
Okay,
The
I
stars
disagree
take
on your
23
premise, but I
hours.
agree it takes 24 hours per day. So how do you measure time on a flat Earth?
The stars take 23 hours, 56 minutes. They move in the sidereal day. and it takes them an entire year to come back around. So that way, because the sun is in a fixed motion, that
We're
way,
not talking about a
every
sidereal
30 days, it will appear to go through a different. Well, I am, because I'm measuring time. I'm talking about a year. Sidereal year.
We're measuring a solar day.
For the stars to come back around.
A clock does not
Solar
measure.
day is the sun to go around as well. 24 hours.
The clock that we use. The clock we use to plan each and every day.
A day now. We're moving into months and years. But you can't.
A month is also an arbitrary factor made up by the Romans like 1,000 years ago or something. 2,000 years. A month doesn't really actually exist. No more than a week does.
The moon. It takes 24 hours and 50 minutes to go around each day. That's why it takes 29.4 days to come around from one full moon to the next full moon, or new moon to new moon, whichever way you want to measure it. Doesn't matter.
A month is not the measurement of the moon.
It absolutely is, you idiot. What the hell?
Why do you have two full moons in 1 month?
Just because the Gregorian calendar has changed things.
Hold up.
Full moon to full moon is a month, or new moon to new moon is a month. It's a moon. That's where the term comes from. There's 13 of them in a year. If you multiply 13 by 28, it reaches about 364 off my head. It's very close.
Would I be able to share my screen?
Gregorians in like 13 months a year. Made it 12.
Yeah, you can share your screen. I'll.
The first thing about your calendar, you would know that December actually has 10 months.
No, when you're talking about a calendar, you're talking like January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, right?
That's the one we currently use, but it's totally whack with nature.
Yeah, it is totally whack because it's made up. Months are not a set measurement of time. It's just an arbitrary. It's like, okay, these days we're going to call January. These days we're going to call June.
A natural flat earther like myself says a month is 1 moon to the next moon. That's a month.
So you base your calendar off a lunar month. Cool.
Yeah.
The rest of the world doesn't make their plans according to a lunar month, unless you're like a fisherman or something. Unless you're like a fisherman or a farmer, most people don't care about a lunar month.
Yeah. Well,
because that's not the way that society has set up.
I hate mowing the lawn. So I do it on a waning moon and infertile time. But most people know nothing about the science. You know, the sun takes a month to go from one sign to another. The moon goes through all of them in a month.
Yeah, but sometimes it can have 2 full moons in a month.
In a calendar month, yeah.
Okay, when was the last blue moon?
30 days.
Do you know what a blue moon is?
Yeah, that's when they get 2 full moons in a calendar month.
Yeah.
And
so a calendar month is completely arbitrary.
Days, no, it's completely relevant to the fact that a blue moon means each full moon comes 29.4 days apart. So if you have a calendar month with 31 days in it, you might get a blue moon, which means a full moon in the same calendar month.
Yeah, which means that the standard calendar that most of the world plans their day around, the months on that are completely arbitrary. They are not based on anything.
Well, they sort of are. They're based on the solar year.
Well, they're based within a solar year, but they're not based on it, because otherwise there'd be a set period of time for each month, and they're not.
Well, there is a set period of time for each month, and different for each
a lunar month, maybe. But like every other month is 30 days, every other month is 31, and then you get February, which is either 28 or 29, depending on if it's a leap year. It's completely arbitrary.
Yeah, but that's not a month. That's a calendar month.
Yeah, which is what we're actually discussing, because that's what the world runs on, and that calendar month is completely arbitrary.
Well, arbitrary? What do you mean? Like, arbitrary to nature, yes, but it's how we live our lives. It's how everybody lives their lives according to the calendars in the months. and all the rest.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah,
the
because
days
that's the
and
way that it
weeks,
was
you
set
know,
up.
7 days, all named after your wandering stars, you know, your lesser gods, and everything revolves around the sun because your whole religion is heliocentrism. And then you got your 13 months of the year, which you didn't like 13, so you divided it to 12, and then you made some months longer than they should be, and some less.
Yeah,
You know,
which is stupid. It should be
heliocentrism is
13.
nothing more than sun worship, and it's an ancient religious belief. And you guys are still suffering from it. You just don't even know it. Once
No,
you
we do know
understand
it,
the
which is why I keep
flat
saying
Earth,
it's
you realise
arbitrary and stupid.
What was that?
We do know it, which is why I keep saying it's arbitrary and stupid.
Okay, so you believe in lunar months as opposed to calendar months?
I believe they exist, but that's not what society runs on. At least not the majority of society.
That society is arbitrary and stupid, so make up your mind.
Calendar months are arbitrary and stupid.
Okay, so society is arbitrary and stupid.
Yes.
I agree. Good.
Anyway, we have gone massively off topic, but
Well, no, it's all part of it, because everything to do with flat Earth is to do with the realization of how we measure time, how we measure our years, how we live our lives from day to day. And that's the biggest thing that most globalists refuse to understand, is like, holy shit, yeah, we're living here on a natural, beautiful planar Earth, but we've so twisted our beliefs into thinking that we go around the sun because we love the sun, the giver of life, the light of the world, is that, oh, we're just going to worship it and ignore anything that flies in the face of that religious belief.
I mean, we
Just
can
as
talk
a
about.
disclaimer, I love myself, not the sun.
I actually hate the sun because it looks at me and I just turn to a crisp. But
I hate myself and the sun.
I actually love the sun. I'm a big fan of the sun, but I don't think
Okay,
it's
so-
like,
What about the giants,
so
though,
you
Ross?
we have to worship.
Going back on topic with the measurement of time. What do you use to measure time on your flat Earth?
Well, I just use a clock, which matches the sun, because it's a fixed amount of time to go around us every single day.
I agree. A clock is designed to measure the one cycle of the sun going up and down.
Going around us every day.
The sun looks at its highest point. 24 hours later, it is at its highest point again for that particular day.
Yeah, but do you understand how perspective? Like, you realize, like, if you stood at the
Okay,
foot of the building,
don't you
look up
fucking
above.
dare bring perspective into this.
I
Because the one
absolutely
thing that shut up and let me talk.
No.
The one thing that every single flat Earth that I have ever encountered, the one thing you all fail to comprehend is perspective. And I'm not talking about vanishing points. I'm talking about your point of reference and scale. Not a single one of you can get it through your thick skulls. The exact concept. Like, you just can't
Well, that's where
understand
we'll
it.
have to agree to disagree, because I think it's you glowcards who don't ever understand perspective. Just about to give you a very quick example. You stood at the foot of a very tall building. You have to crane your neck to look up to the very top of it, and you'll never see the top story because obviously you might just see a glimpse of the edge of it. But you only have to walk a couple of blocks away and see how much lower it appears, and now you can see the entire building in its entirety because you have moved across a few flat blocks to see it. And it's the same with the sun. The sun only appears to be higher when it's right above us, but when it's moved away several blocks or several 1,000 meters, it will appear lower, but it's still the same height the whole time. So when you bring in the sun, then I definitely have to mention perspective and your ability to understand height.
Okay, so why does the sun not get smaller as it sets?
Because the apparition of it made in the firmament is still more or less the same distance away the whole entire time. It's like expecting, when you see something on the horizon, like a big ship, it can move like, 5 kilometers or something, and will not appear to change size whatsoever because it's already so sufficiently
it will,
far
though.
enough away. Okay. No, it won't.
You
Not
can
if it's moving across the line of sight along the horizon. It just doesn't change size at all.
if it's moving away from you, it will. If it's moving towards you or away from you, it'll get smaller the further away it gets.
The sun is not moving away from you. It's actually moving across the sky.
It is if you're on the equator.
The origin of it is a hotspot made in something that's pretty much the same distance away from you the whole time. The overall percentage of difference is not relevant enough to make it a big change size.
No, because it's 96 million miles away.
Or 60 miles away.
By the way, I have been working on a bit of an animation here in Blender, which does describe my point. So as you can see, there's this thing here that's spinning around, and you can set north, or you can set the 12 to be whatever you want. But if you're basing it on the sun, every time it's pointing towards the sun, it takes the exact same amount of time. And the sun is this big ball in the center here. It takes the exact same amount of time to point at the sun each time. So why can't we? If you were living on this ball, why wouldn't you just base time off the time it takes to point at the sun again? It rotates. By the way, it does 12. I believe it does 12 rotations to point at the sun and 13 rotations to point. This way. To point in the exact same direction. So.
I'm going to hazard a guess that each time it points at the sun is 369.6 degrees.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, it takes... well, I could scale this up, but then it would take ages for it to do anything, because, I mean, this is scaled to the point where we can actually observe it in a stream, and it actually... You know, like, it's... And this is very easy to model, and... There's a little cone there which may be too small for Ross to see, but everyone on stream should be able to view it. I don't know if... Is Ross still here?
He's muted.
Okay. Yeah. But that was just something that I was doing in the background.
This what I don't understand is we've such easy access to tools like this. How can you not kind of, see how stuff works?
Yeah, it's... by the way,
I've been working...
Oh. Go on,
I've been working on an actual scale model of something like this, with the exact scale of the sun, the Earth, and the Moon. I haven't put in the other planets yet, and I haven't put in Earth's rotation because it's like I've set the current animation to 1 frame per day, so rotation would be irrelevant. But yeah, that is a ongoing project.
Yeah, I could also, if I really want to, I could also go. What? Oh. Texture. Oh yeah, there we go. Texture, and we see that we can see. Although this, I have had to place things in different places because I mean, if I wanted, I don't know if I can turn. How do I turn shadows off? Because I'd really love to be able to turn shadows off here.
If this was Maya, I could help.
This is Blender, unfortunately.
I really need to learn Blender again.
Yeah, maybe it would be under Object, and we could go Display. Because if I set the lamp to be z to be 0. I'm guessing it's not going to... Oh, no, it does. Okay, don't worry. So yeah, we have...
So you don't understand that if that thing was rotating at a fixed amount of time, each rotation, as it went around that middle point, then that fixed point would always be pointing at a different spot.
Well, the thing is, it is rotating at a fixed amount of time. It's no matter where you set its point of origin to be, it's rotating at a fixed amount of time. The difference is...
So that's why that thing is in nighttime at one point and in daytime at another point. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that if you were to say, because it takes the same amount of time for it to point, like if we take the origin to be just this green line, right? It takes the exact same amount of time to point in the same direction as the green line each time, right? But then it also...
Well, it should be pointing at the dotted line. At the same amount of time.
But it also does that. It also takes the same amount of time for it to point at the dotted line. But the time it takes for it to point at the green line and the dotted line, so it would take... If we say the dotted line is 24 hours, then the green line would be 20... something like 22 hours or something like that. It just depends on what you're doing. But if you were on there, you'd go, okay, well, I'm going to set it pointed at the dotted line to be 24 hours. And that's actually what this is based off. It actually bases the 24 hours off the dotted line. That's why whenever it's on one of these, whenever this gets to any of these lines, it's pointing directly at the dotted line.
Well, that's very curious.
Yeah.
I don't believe you, but it's curious. Because the same amount of time would mean it's at the same place of the ball. Say it's at the top of the ball at one point. It would always be at the top of the ball at the same amount of time every time.
Well, it's like, so on Earth, right, it takes 23 hours and 56 minutes for Earth to point in the same direction, right? And that's, we can say that is a fixed amount of time, right, for it to point in the exact same direction. But to point at the sun, it takes 24 hours. And it takes 24 hours each time. That's also a fixed amount of time. It's just two different amounts of time.
And the clock measures one of them.
Yeah.
And the sun proves the other.
No, the clock measures the 24 hours.
I think it's still just not getting the understanding that 360 degrees on a clock is the same measurement as 369 degrees of Earth rotation.
Yeah, I definitely don't get that because the clock is fixed. So if it's 369 degrees per day, then that's adding an extra 9 degrees every single day, which the clock never accounts for.
It's built to account for it.
Yeah, I mean, I could stand here and turn 180 degrees in a 24-hour period. That won't change the clock, but it still measures the same thing.
Anyway, it's a very convenient excuse, which works far easier when your fellow Occam's razor to say that it's the sun moving around above us.
Not really, like...
Well,
it takes a lot of
the thing with
to say that.
The thing with building a clock, though, is they work. And they work whether it's on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Yeah.
Because you said yourself, you use a clock to base your time. Right?
But I can use a clock then to debunk the globe Earth. The globe is going around the centre. And so therefore the clock will always be pointing in the same direction.
Relative to what?
But the globe itself will not be. Relative,
pointing the same direction relative to what?
Relative to the Earth. It's always going
Relative
to
to
be
the surface of the Earth,
at
yeah.
the 12 o'clock position, pointing upwards. It's always going to be pointing upwards. Whereas
Yeah.
midday is always pointing towards the center of the sun, which has nothing to do with the clock.
Depending on what. If you put a 24-hour clock on the North Pole, the hour, and you set the hour hand to be pointing at the sun, yes, no matter what time you set it to, the hour hand will be pointing at the sun. But that doesn't matter where 12 is pointing at that point.
You've lost me there. But I can only go off, somewhat simple logical experiments. And the simple part is, if you have a clock and the hour hand is pointing upwards towards 12, I can't picture myself going to the North Pole or any of those.
Pointing the clock upwards relative to
I'm
what?
just going to do something in my house, upwards to the ground. So down is 6 o'clock, up is 12 o'clock. We turn that into a 24-hour clock, then 00 is 24 and 12 is at the bottom. That's a 24-hour clock. And that's always going to be oriented that direction. So as it goes around something in the middle, that 12 is always going to be oriented the same way, or 24, sorry, or both. Everything is always going to be oriented the same way, and it's taking the exact same amount of time to go around itself once. Meanwhile, it's going around something in the center, and that is what throws it out of reckoning with the globe.
It doesn't, though.
We know it doesn't because we're not on a globe, and the sun is moving around above us, around the equator, and we can measure it exactly at 24 hours.
Yeah,
it's the only way
as you could on a globe anyway.
No, it wouldn't work on a globe. It wouldn't.
It would. Why wouldn't it?
I just explained why it wouldn't, because 12 is still pointing upwards or downwards. But you're going around
relative to the surface of the Earth, yeah. And we measure time based on the surface of the Earth looking at the sun.
Yeah, and that surface, measured by a fixed amount of time, is never adjusting to match what part of the Earth is actually facing the sun.
Why wouldn't it? The rotation, the speed of rotation doesn't change. The speed of rotation doesn't change. Whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, it doesn't matter. 24 hours is the time it takes for a full day. Whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, and a clock is built to account for that.
Well, no, that you can't say that. You can't globe beliefs on the back of the flat Earth, which is what you've done all this time anyway. But you simply can't do that because the globe does not work that way. As I keep explaining to you, it cannot possibly work that way. It only can work on the flat Earth.
I'm still trying to understand your argument as to why it couldn't work on a flat Earth, on a globe Earth.
Are you watching the diagram that's going around and around here?
Yeah.
Okay. The top of that ball at all times is
top relative to what? Top relative to what?
Just relative to our observation of the ball.
Okay, so we're at an external perspective.
12 midday. That was 12 midday. But now, 12 midday is coming around to like 6 a.m. or something. Now, the top of it is now dark. It's night. Oh, now it's midnight as it comes around to the top again. The top of it is now in midnight.
Top relative to what?
To the ball.
Relative to what?
Relative to the ball that's going around the sun.
How many days?
Okay, so the top is relative. The top to me on that ball. The top is the closest point to the camera.
9 a.m. is midday.
The top.
There we go.
Of
Back
the
on.
ball,
Now 12 p.m. is becoming midday. That's 12 p.m. It's the only time you'll get midday in the middle of the day, according to a clock, because 12 o'clock is always at the top of that ball.
Yeah, but the clock is also on the ball.
Doesn't matter. we're looking at it as though it is the clock.
We're looking at it from an external perspective, which again, going back to my you don't understand perspective as in point of view. We are watching this from an external perspective. If you stuck the camera that we're watching this from on that globe, on that ball that's spinning around, and it will always be looking at the sun.
Stuck what camera? We didn't even talk. I'm not even talking about a camera. We're just talking about an external observation here of the global mechanics of what you understand it to be. So, of course, we're looking at it from an outside perspective. And that is why, whenever we look at that ball, the top of it is always going to be midday. No matter what. It's always going to be because you measure it with a fixed fuck. So stop obfuscating and saying some other bullshit about, the clock is on the Earth. No. This is our of the sky clock, as you guys believe it. So wherever the Earth is facing towards the sun is obviously the actual, but measured midday according to the clock is always at 12 o'clock, upright position.
All right, could I jump in with a simple experiment, if possible?
Sure.
Right, Planner Walk, would you be able to show my pretty face on camera, please?
Yep. Let me just.
I'm sorry for what everyone's about to see.
Yeah, let me just see if I can.
Sounds bad.
Let me just pop this out. All right. There we go. Now we can see pearlfish here. And see, I've got. Yep, you're up.
By far less ugly than the phone.
Alright, cool. Okay, this here, I don't know if you can see that, Ross, but that's a 9-axis gyroscope. Now, if I sit this on the ground for a 24-hour period, it won't measure a 360-degree rotation. It will measure a 369.2 degrees rotation. That's in a 24-hour period. Using that, it will mean that the same space will always be facing towards the sun. It's not as accurate as Bob's £20,000 gyroscope, but you can pick one of those up for a couple of quid, connect it up to a microcontroller, and there you go.
There's some things in your face, dude. I guess that meant to be good.
Alrighty. I also decided to do another thing. If this actually works, I'm just gonna go 5. This should. This if I hit play. I just need to go 0. No, that didn't work. We're just gonna hit 0 there and bring the camera out a little bit more. There we go. Now if I hit 5 and then 0 and then I hit play. Oh, perfect. There we go. Do you see what's going on here, Ross?
Looking. There's some graphics, a black circle passing by. Is that the black hole sun?
Yeah. Black hole sun.
Oh, keep going.
If I were to... I'm just going to go Blender... Turn... Off grid. There we go. And then... Okay, those. Yeah. I'm just gonna.
I've whipped up a similar setup in Maya.
Oh, here we go. I can turn off the. I go to property.
This is going to take too long.
No,
I might have to go do this.
Yeah, display. There we go. All right, and we're gonna go. Okay, I can't. I don't know if I can turn off that. But anyway, turn off axis.
I do find it interesting how you do all this stuff on graphics and whatnot. I take all my observations out in the real world. That's how I see it.
Well, this is.
I see the full moon only ever rising at sunset, and that's how it works. The phases work according to the 50 minutes extra longer it takes to come up every day. You know,
The problem.
days
The
get
problem.
longer up until today, and then as of tomorrow, they start getting shorter again.
The problem with the problem with using actual live real world observations is it would take like a year to demonstrate what we're trying to accomplish within like an hour or two.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I mean, if you're making a point here, that's all good. But yeah, this sort of stuff doesn't really do much for me.
But like, as you can see here, like, if we take 24 hours for the sun to be in the middle of the view here, then it takes 24 hours each time, regardless of what the regardless of the fact that in here there are two things of motion. There's the spinning, there's the camera spinning, and then there is also the.
Well, the way I see it, if I may intervene for just a second, the way I'm seeing this is about 9/10 of the day you've been darkness because you can't see the sun.
Well, no, that's because the sun, like, there is. You do realize that the sun isn't always in the. You do realize that the sun isn't always in the center of the screen, there, right?
50%, an average of 50%. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, if I zoom out of this, right, like, this increases my field of view so that the sun is
you get an hour of daylight a day. Great.
It's because there's a field of view. Like, I can't have it's very hard to have 180 degrees of view on a flat screen. So
I'll agree with you on that.
yeah,
I agree that scale is very, very hard to show on anything.
yeah. But anyway, I do want to see, like, I don't know if the Jord is still around, or if because I'll be able to. I do want to get a bit of a break from debating before the next debate that I have. So got to refuel in a bit. Refuel for a bit.
I just thought Jordan was really keen to get me on here because he had so much to tell me and prove me wrong, and he honestly sort of like had nothing. And the few little things that I came up with ended up dominating the topic.
Yeah.
I didn't really think that was necessary. So I'd much rather hear his beliefs the way he thinks we live on a spinning ball and be fun there.
But anyway, I'm gonna take a look at what the chats. What the people in the chat says. Craig Westenberg says, I remember back in the day when Planner Walk did a live stream for 24 hours. Yes, that was a thing that is no longer able to be on my channel because YouTube processing doesn't allow me to have live streams that go for longer than... Like, they don't allow you to keep the VODs of live streams that go for longer than 12 hours, so...
What about those ones that go 24/7, like Globebusters too?
To be fair...
watch them for like days, or have it in the background.
To be fair, when it comes to the Globebusters 2 live stream, the reason why that goes for 24/7 is because they basically got a computer hooked up always live streaming, and they're not always talking. And I feel like just playing a video... Yeah, all that work is lost, Craig. So... Yeah, I would like
to...
to
just uploading other people's videos.
Yeah, like, I prefer
Some
it...
of them are better than that.
I prefer it to be all original content, because why else would you stay for a live stream?
That's fair enough.
But, like, if... I do think I'm going to be able to get... I don't know
I'm
if...
still struggling to see how this sun is lighting up half the Earth for 20 days. 12 hours of the 24-hour day. So.
Well, basically, I have a frame... I think the easy way to explain it is I have a frame thing here. And if I set the frames to be 0, right? And then I play and pause it. How many times... I didn't want to... Takes... Alright, so it takes... between 83 and 84 frames to get back in for it to be noon, right? So if we add 80, so if we go 83 times.
This isn't the sun; it's the Earth, is it?
Oh no, that ball that you see is the sun, right? So if I go 166, it's going to be in the center. If I go 83 times 3. We go, that's 249, but we'll add another frame to account, so it's 250. Sun's in the center again, right? And so that 83 frames, or 84, between 83 and 84 frames, that is 24 hours. And every time you've got 24 hours, that sun is in the center. And also, it accounts for the motion around the sun as well, but the motion around the sun is completely irrelevant because 24 hours is the amount of time it takes for the sun to be in the center of the screen here. But don't look at the sun, Ross. I feel like that would be bad for your eyesight.
My brain is melting from looking at this sun. Wait, seriously? This is really what you're trying to use to describe away your heliocentric model? When a much more simplistic model shows moving around the
I'm just going to ask Jord if he's still around.
I just got to scoop up part of my brain off the ground.
Don't worry, I feel like I've lost a lot of brain cells from listening to you, Ross, so... and I don't know, like, if you've got any remaining brain, but... I don't think it's this that's causing it to melt, so...
I'm skipping it off the floor with a teaspoon and just putting it back up my nose.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how many times you've had to do that. That may explain a few things, so... hey, at least you're open-minded. You're so open-minded that your brain fell out.
No, I didn't actually fall backwards off my chair. It just dribbled out my ears and nose.
I feel like that's happened a couple
After
times.
watching that explanation. That was like the worst incident I've ever seen.
I feel like
you tried.
Yeah, I feel like that's happened a couple of times. So, so yeah, one of the things that I was working on for a little bit is.
Hey, look! I almost saw some bendy water for a second. My bad.
As I've been working on this, I don't know if is it coming up on the screen. I think it is. There we go. Live. Yeah, there we go. I'm trying to work out what I need to put in here. Actually, no, I don't need to put... I just need to go index. That should work. Right. I feel like that will work. But I feel like I'm also going to have issues. Alright, testing time. Let's hope that this works. This is one of them things where I often... I often feel like it's not going to work because it hardly ever works. But hey, if it works, then that's good.
Well, nothing about the globe works.
Oh, this is something completely different. If you're looking at screen, you'll see that there's some code. Like, one line of code should make everything work. And I love when that happens. But
when in the history of coding has anything worked on the first try?
that's why I'm worried. I'm always worried that when I run the code, I'm going to have to do so much bug fixing. But if this works like first try, then I'm going to be glad. So let's hit continue. Let's go P. Let's go abilities. Let's go to here. Let's go item. And let's click that.
Wah, 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 wah.
So the reason why it didn't work was because of something completely off in some other area of the code, which has no relation. It has a little bit of relation, but it has no relation to exactly what I was doing here. So fun times. Oh, Nerth and Termpson got it right. 99 bugs in the code, 99 bugs. Take one down, patch it around. 127 bugs in the code.
Only 127? Lucky.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I did patch things up here, but it caused things to break in other areas. It caused worse bugs as well. Like, if I comment that line out, everything works perfectly fine. It doesn't crash. If I put that line in, it gets closer to what I'm intending, but it crashes. But problem is I don't intend for it to crash, and crashing is way worse than it actually working. even if it's not how I intend. Like I can, all I have to do is go to. And the problem is that line where it works. Okay, so PhD Tony, if you want to come on, you can. I'd love to bring you on. Love to have a bit of a chat about coding and stuff, because it's nice to work on things whilst also talking to people. But the thing is, like, this whole draw sprite thing, that's not where it's breaking. It's actually breaking, well, that's not where I need to fix it, because that's working as intended. It's just that there's another point where I haven't done something, and it's right here, I think. I think it's right here. We've got okay, yeah, we've got things here. Yep. All right. We got. So here we've got item, and we. All right. I know what I need to do. I just have to copy that, paste it a couple times, and go item potion. This should literally fix it. If it doesn't, then yeah. If this doesn't work, then we'll have problems beyond this. Hopefully it doesn't break everything again. So continue P items, or no, abilities, here item, that one there. Okay, hey, it works.
Well, it didn't crash this time.
Yeah. So yeah, and now here's the moment of truth. I'm gonna press 2, and I should expect to see a 20 appear. V. V. No, nothing's. Tony, join the general dining room, then I'll be able to drag you in. So obviously there's a problem somewhere else in the code. Oh, Jesus. I wonder what... So I've got, like, comments from... Okay, I'm going to drag PhD Tony in. Alright, so we've got... Someone saying, this is Sparta, got it. The Aborigines were originally from Sparta. They took the Homeric Greek with them and kept changing the shape of pies. Yes! That's exactly what happened. Even though Nicola Redmond probably won't see this. That's exactly... Oh! I just realized something. Someone I've got to thank. Let's go to patreon.com. I probably should... I'll flick them a message saying... Alright. I'll flick the person on Patreon a message saying... Because, yeah, I just got a new $10 Patreon, so that's always fun. So I do thank them, but I don't know if they want their name to be what it is on Patreon. And why is this taking ages? Speed test. I should probably... Yeah, we've got 10 megabits of download, so this shouldn't be taking ages. Message. There we go. Okay, let me send them a message. Because this is during a stream, and I want to thank them on stream. But only... Although they could... do you want to be called... let's just copy this last name because... Do you want to be called that? There we go. Boom. Alright, there we go, and... Oh, by the way, PhD Tony, how you doing?
I'm reasonably well. Jessica G gave me a headache.
How so?
She pointed out that I was looking quite chubby on the stream last night and suggested I should do some exercise. So...
I can...
Anyway!
I mean... I feel like I do too much exercise. That's why I'm skinny.
Well, I'm deeply envious because I'm just a chubby bastard. That's me.
I do want. I'm actually going to pop up the video because I just noticed the cup that Pearlfish has.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. He's up there on merch.
Yeah, I do have some merch that I've got to complete. Like I want to get. There's 2 shirts that I want to put out at the same time, right?
Right.
Nice. So yeah, there's 2 bits of merch that I want to put out at the same time, and there's I've got one of them completed. And then there's the other one which I've just got to finish, like with fonts and all that, getting the right fonts and making sure I've got everything that I want on there. But that one both of them will be available sometime, and one of them will have a mug. One of them won't be available on a mug. One of them will. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not going to say what they are because I don't want people to take my idea before I get them to finish. So, but it will be worth it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I want to say congratulations, 10,000 subscribers. That's incredible. Well done, you.
Yeah, thank you. I've been wanting to reach that for a while, and I finally reached it. So,
well done, and I mean, sort of richly deserved. I think sort of there's a variety of approaches in the debunking community, and one of the things that I particularly like about the way that you approach it is sort of your temperament. You have a very even temperament when you come in. You don't lose your crap the way I do, or fight the flat Earth, or you're very even tempered, and you just lay out the facts in a logical, systematic order. So I think success doesn't just happen randomly; it's well earned. So just well done.
Essentially, the way that I take on things is I find that there's a couple of ways you can go about it. There is the you just yell at them, try and shut them up, and there's that way. There's also the way that Simon Dan does it, which is a very calm manner, and it is. I would say that I'm similar to Simon Dan, but the difference between me and Simon Dan is I don't give a fuck about swearing.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I actually think that sort of expletives are an underrated way of expressing succinctly what's going on. So I don't shy away from them. People may have noticed, but the key thing is, I try and start out respectful with the people that I'm talking to, up until the point that I think that the intellectual dishonesty gets to a point where I can't do what I'm there for. Because what I try and do is not so much educate the flat earther in the conversation, but educate the audience in the conversation.
Yeah.
And once the flat earther sort of realizes that that's the tactic, they will try and disrupt it. And once they start doing that, I lose patience with them.
Yeah.
Kind of what I did earlier.
Yeah, like I do have to. I do have to say that sometimes when it comes to me, I will lose my patience a little bit, especially when they think some really stupid things. Yeah,
they do, and I mean, but you look at say Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, who has chosen to join us here today, and I'm deeply conflicted about Ross, because at one sense it's sad. Right, it's really, really sad that he's just the degree of intellectual debility there is quite striking, and it's really a little
saying that, but you've never actually proven it. Like you've never once.
Not to you, no. But then again, I can't prove anything to you because of your intellectual debility. So that's a circular argument.
See what I mean? If you say words, they mean this.
Just because
your intellectual debility means you cannot overcome me, and therefore you have to.
I'm not trying. I am not trying to overcome you. You misunderstand this point. You are not. I am diagnosing you. That's not overcoming you. I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm not
so
trying
you're
to
superior
insult you.
to me, therefore you can diagnose me. I don't think so, mate.
Yes.
I'm far superior to you.
In
Superior. So you don't get to diagnose me, mate. I can diagnose
Ross, we don't need any Ross supremacy, like any of that.
So I mean that. So the central issue is, Ross, you misunderstand this situation. I'm not sledging you. And it's not even a personal criticism, right? I didn't choose my intellectual ability. I didn't deserve it. I haven't earned it, right? It's just random happenstance. Now, you are claiming access to intellectual superiority, and fine, go ahead and demonstrate it. Go and do something that the world acknowledges is superior to my achievements, and I'll sit back and acknowledge it too. Because I don't claim that I'm...
What are your achievements?
My achievements, I've published scientific articles, I've written, I've developed numerical procedures to...
That blow our minds to say, oh, look at this great new scientific discovery? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say? You're just what you're claiming. Your superiority to the rest of us is
I'm not saying... actually, you're...
Let's not brush this off. I want to see your scientific claims that you claim has changed the world.
Sorry, I'm not clearing you very clearly, Ross. Can you repeat that?
You're saying you've published scientific claims which have changed the world, and that what makes you so superior.
No, that's not what I said at all.
It is. You said you're intellectually superior because you have published scientific papers, and I would like to see some links to some of these scientific papers which show how superior you are intellectually to everybody else here in this discussion.
You asked what his achievements were.
Okay, so you'd like to see a link to one of my papers. Okay,
that'd be great. That'd be super.
Yep.
Well, here in the real world.
So, do you know what my name is? Do you know what my name is?
I assume it's Anthony.
Can you Google?
Google? Never heard of it.
So, okay. Well, then you're kind of screwed.
I was being a smart ass, mate. Come on.
Well, no, you're not. You're being an ass. The smart part doesn't come into it.
Google.
Yeah.
I've just opened up on my phone and I'm putting in Anthony. What do I do?
Okay, Anthony Purcell, Purcell.
Purcell. Okay. Googling. You look like a black dude. CEO and founder, High Expectations? Yeah. No. ANU Research School of Perth. Bachelor of
Monash
Science
University?
1990. Monash University.
I'm not at Monash.
No. Hudson? Find a grave? Yeah, no, you don't exist. Sorry.
Okay. Well, Jessica G can find me. Why are you so...
Dr.
Why
Anthony
are you not
Purcell, ANU Research School of Earth Sciences?
How hard is it to just pop a link up on the chat?
There seems to be quite a few Anthony Purcells in the scientific community.
There are quite a few. Yeah.
One of them's a gravestone. Yeah, it's dead.
Because the two top ones that come up is the Monash University, the ANU Research School of Earth Sciences is the one that I'd guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm a geophysicist, right? So, which one would you guess it is?
So we'll put rocks in the head.
Tony, can you turn on your camera?
Sure, just give me a second.
'Cause if I...
That's an old photo. It has to be said, and my camera is particularly low at the moment, but
Dr. Anthony J. Purcell?
no.
No, you don't exist.
I'm gonna just...
Okay, well then you're an idiot.
I mean, it is kind of typical of flat earthers, like, can't find something, therefore it doesn't exist.
Okay, there you go.
For fuck's sake, you see through the humour.
Alright, so...
I researched myself on Google and I don't exist. Doesn't exist.
let me see. I'm gonna bring up the camera. Hopefully...
Okay, my camera is very low, and people complain about looking up my nostrils, and that was a very old photo.
Can you smile?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah, it looks the same. Like, I'm mostly going off the top of the head. Like, that's how I managed to distinguish. That's how I know that baldy cats and baldy cats, conspiracy cats, and the creaky blind are all the same person.
Yep. Okay, camera's going back off now because nobody needs to see my ugly mug.
Well, I can still keep your photo up if I wanted.
Yep, that's true. So, there are plenty of scientific papers there. My assessment of the I6G glacial isostatic adjustment model is the paper I'm most proud of. I'm working on a new paper on the history of the Antarctic ice sheet at the moment. I'm working on 2 papers on that. We're about to publish an analysis of satellite gravimetry data that I worked heavily with.
We know satellites don't exist.
Define we.
Humming and ahhing.
Define we.
The rest of the world who sees through all your
the rest of the world apart from whom? So if I ask the people in the chat if they know that satellites don't exist, do you think the people in the chat are uniformly going to say yes, we know that satellites don't exist?
I'm sure they're probably equally indoctrinated into the belief that satellites.
So when you say the rest of the world, you mean you and a handful of other delusional, intellectually stunted ignoramuses.
Okay, so how fast are you saying that the Earth moves around the sun every day again? I just want to hear it from your mouth.
About 1 degree.
Okay. Yeah, so it moves about a degree around.
So about 1,600,000 miles every day.
Yep.
Yes,
and
you agree.
Yeah,
you agree to that. It moves 1,600,000 miles every day.
I think actually. So what is it? It's approximately the tangential velocity is approximately 27 kilometers a second, something like that.
Okay, so you want to reduce it into something into small terms, like 27 kilometers a second, which I couldn't even do 20 kilometers in about 5 hours. So that's cool. That's cool. So you actually believe it and you admit to it, and so now you're telling me that a satellite, just in freefall motion, is able to keep up with that as the Earth is moving in a tangential direction. But it's going around the Earth without having to accelerate or slow down in any way whatsoever.
Well, gravity accelerates it.
The satellite is being acted on by the Earth's gravity, and that is accelerating the satellite to maintain a trajectory with respect to the Earth. So your claim that there is no acceleration being applied to the satellite is false. Your assertion that that we are claiming that the satellite is free floating, independent of Earth, is also false. So yes, the way you state it, it would be ridiculous, but the way you state it is just completely incorrect.
But
It's
the
no
way
wonder
you try and handwave dismiss that, you're just trying to say it's on a tether. It's on a tether. Is it on a piece of string or a long piece of rope? That's the only way that could possibly work.
No, all that is required
if gravity
is a
is
force.
accelerating it, then what stops it from flying off in another tangential direction in the opposite direction, but rather wraps back around the other side of the Earth again?
Because gravity acts towards the center of mass of the Earth.
Right. So it's like a cord, a solid string. It just holds
it's in no sense like a solid string. Please don't say anything so idiotic.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your description.
No, I have already
hurtling through space 1.6 million miles a day.
No, you're not trying to understand anything. You're shooting off at the mouth, trying to sound incredulous. Yes, I've told you all there is to know about the system.
You have not.
What is so confusing about this?
1.6 million miles per day through space. What is holding the satellite?
Use SI. I just said gravity.
Ross, you remember what I was saying about how flat earthers fail to understand the concept of scale? This is a perfect example of you not comprehending just how huge the solar system is.
Perfect understanding of actual scale and your inability to explain it to me in a rational way that I could then turn around and explain to, say, my children.
Okay, so do you think
1.6 million miles a day is not that fast relative to the size of the solar system?
Yeah, it's huge. Relative to the size of the solar system. I'm talking about relative to the size of the fucking satellite. And how does this fucking satellite keep up with that massive
because
speed?
Already going that fast.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. So the satellite started out on Earth, so it had that speed to start with.
Yeah, and it would keep on going in that same speed in a straight direction. It's got no reason to keep coming back.
No, it doesn't.
Accelerating and go back around us and keep on doing the same thing every fucking day.
Ross, do you think I could explain the principles of gravitation to a 6-month-old baby?
You could, but it would probably just look at you.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly what explaining satellites is like with you.
It's not.
The fact.
I can understand satellites, mate. I understand.
No, you don't. 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 No, you don't.
You're a wanker.
Ross, your only premise on denying the existence of satellites is also based on your assertion that gravity doesn't exist. As soon as you hand wave away gravity, a lot of things don't make sense. But the fact that gravity does exist allows satellites to essentially stick within Earth's orbit.
Then motion must exist. And something moving in motion, 1.6 million miles per day, must have, if something's going to go around it and keep on going around it, it must be able to accelerate to get back around it and slow down to come back around the other side. It's as simple as that.
Yes.
I understand.
And what do you think gravity does?
So, so don't tell me I don't understand gravity. I don't understand.
So it's being acted. It's being
all your bullshit theories inside and out. And the more you bullshit about them, makes me more
it's
to just overtalk you and say
it's being acted upon by a force. By definition, a force is accelerating the satellite. You know, there were also forces that there were also
on the end of a string. You can hold that weight on the end of a string and it will keep on orbiting you. But if you let go of that string, that tether, it's just going to fly off in a straight line. And if you're going
there's no
1.6 million miles a day in the opposite direction from it, you're never going to see it again. That's it. End of story.
That's
If gravity
Yes.
suddenly ceased to exist,
Yes,
it
if
would fly
gravity-
up into space.
Fine.
Yes, if gravity stopped, this is why your tether analogy is nonsensical, right? There is, in fact, no
tether is
physical.
gravity. The tether is your
No,
gravity.
it isn't.
God.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
is.
Look, you
100%.
cannot. No,
it's
it
a
isn't.
function. It's a functional metaphor. It's a functional metaphor. It does act as if it would be tethered, but it's not an actual physical tether that you can just cut without
Okay.
removing Earth.
It would fly off in the opposite direction as the Earth.
No,
If gravity was to suddenly stop acting on a satellite, yes, it would fly off into space. But gravity is acting on it, pulling it back to Earth as it's spinning around, and it stays in orbit. That's what an orbit is.
Spinning on its axis, but it's going 1.6 million miles a day around the sun just to go 1 degree around it.
Yeah, so is the Earth.
Amount that the satellite must accelerate to get back around the other side of the Earth.
It doesn't have to accelerate to 1.6 million kilometers a
Why not?
day because it's already traveling that when it leaves Earth. At
Yeah,
what
but
point
it's going around the Earth. It's going back in
Yeah.
front, behind,
Yeah.
and then back and in front. And it's going
Okay.
around. That's what an orbit means.
orbital speed of a
Can you-
satellite?
No,
The orbital
let's,
speed of a
let's,
satellite, where's that?
that
The
depends
only way
on
it
the
can possibly
altitude.
work is
That
if we live
depends
on
on
a
the altitude of the
stationary planet
space.
Earth. We send them up on a helium balloon, and they get above the stratosphere where the winds don't affect them, and then they can stay geostationary. It's
Low Earth
the only way
orbit is
it's
about
possible.
7.8 kilometers a
It's going to
second.
happen in physics.
Hey Ross.
No, so Ross, tell me what the force is for centrifugal. What the force is for centrifugal acceleration? What is the mathematical form for centrifugal acceleration?
Well, I don't know that there's a general rule for that. The longer the string on the end of your bucket, then the greater the force would be pushing that stuff outwards. And so if you're out at the edge of a satellite, that force that's pushing it outwards is going to keep it further going outwards rather than allow the gravity to pull it back in and leave it attached to a physical string.
Please listen to the question. The question was not, can you prattle meaninglessly for 30 seconds? The question was, what is the mathematical form for centrifugal acceleration?
Sorry, I had to laugh at a comment in the chat. Is Ross there? Or is Ross alive?
I'm just waiting to hear a meaningful question, because that's just a meaningless question. I just told you, the longer the tether, the greater the force is going to be.
You are making
force or centrifugal force outwards.
You are making. Actually, no, it isn't.
No, don't tell me no. I know what I'm talking
yes,
about.
acceleration.
PhD, Tony.
Centrifugal acceleration has the form r omega dot squared, right?
Ooh. Yeah, well, that's something I just know off the top of my head. Yeah.
Well, the fact that you don't know it and don't even know what it means.
Your fucking version of wizardry, because I speak in plain common language.
Yes, which makes you an average citizen. Fine.
That's fine.
The average
I'm happy
person.
to accept that I'm an average citizen because I'm not.
Then stop pronouncing. Then stop.
Wizardry, which makes you think you're better than me.
I thought you were intellectually superior to the rest of the human race because you know the Earth is flat.
I do that because I
am not superior to you because of
wizardry and this schools of indoctrination and the brotherhood who think that they're better than us. Of course, I could be.
I am not better than you. I am not better than.
I don't look in books and schools and churches and all that sort of thing.
Yes, that much. No, you don't, Ross. You live in an alcohol-induced haze, and you come on the streams where you publicly humiliate yourself because it's the only way you can get the attention you deeply crave. And that's why you double down on. Then why are you here?
I feel bad that I occasionally drink and make a fool of myself.
No, you don't.
I have
no, you
wisdom
don't.
to
Because
share
if you
with people.
if you did feel bad about it, you'd stop doing it.
I've stopped occasionally.
You've stopped occasionally. How much alcohol have you consumed this morning?
Couple.
Okay, what time is it where you are?
12:30.
Okay. Does that seem normal to you?
No, because I didn't get called into work today. So, when I sit at home without much else to do, I'll get on the debates like this and maybe have a.
Okay, so perhaps it would be healthier for you if you didn't drink.
It would. And that's what happens when I get called into work if I don't. So it's all good.
Okay.
Balance.
So, but here's the thing, Ross. I've heard you launch into anti-Semitic arguments. I've heard you launch into sexist arguments. I have.
You have not. Stop lying. You were lying, man. When? People tell lies about me. And
I've seen you do it, Ross. I've seen you do it on FTFE's channel. I've seen you do it on your own Facebook channel.
You have not. Just because I don't believe the Holocaust actually happened, and I believe that a certain race of people have been oppressing me and my people for hundreds of years, doesn't mean I'm anti-Semitic.
I'm
allowed to have pride in my own race, just as I expect anybody should be able to have pride in their own race.
Define my people.
Define my people? Well, I've got blonde hair and blue eyes. Does that make me racist because I have blonde hair and blue eyes and I'm allowed?
No, I want to know. I want to know what it.
You're being racist. You racist.
No. No, I'm asking you to define what your people are. You are saying I'm allowed to defend my people. Define who your people are. Define who your people are.
My genetic inheritance.
Your genetic inheritance.
So people have been oppressing you and your immediate family.
Everybody to be freely able to defend their own genetic inheritance. I've got no problem with that. If I was against them defending their own, that would make me racist. But for me defending my own does not make me racist. Fuck you.
So you do understand that you sound very much like a Holocaust apologist, right?
Holocaust denier?
No, an apologist.
You do. I do have to agree with Tony here.
I deny the Holocaust even happened. I know what happened is that after the Americans were brought in to save these people from the camps where they were tried to be kept alive, is that they went and rounded up 1.7 million German people who were of the Aryan race, and they kept them. They exposed them into open air prison camps. And then because the stench of all their dead bodies was so bad that they rebuilt the crematoriums and blamed that on the Germans.
So you're accusing my grandfather of genocide. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck. So, I'm going to...
no, well, fuck the Americans then. You know,
does Tony have any... Does Tony have...
What the evidence proves.
My
grandfather was Scottish and he was at the opening of Bergen
I'll stand behind the truth.
I'm going to just mute Ross for a second. Tony, do you have anything else that you want to say to Ross? Or do you want to...
Ross? No, not really. Not that he needs to be here for. I have plenty of stuff to say about Ross. But, this is... I don't think that because I'm smarter, I am more worthwhile than anybody else. And I'm only smarter than some people. I'm not smarter than all people. But Ross's problem is not just that he's dumb, right? Not just that he's pathetically ignorant. Ross's problem is that he is thoroughly objectionable human being. And I have no problem saying that I'm better than Ross because I am not an unrepentantly horrible person in the way Ross is. That's all I have to say.
Okay. In that case, he is going out. I'm going to unmute him, and then, yeah. All right, there we go. Because he's being very offensive to people, and sometimes it's okay to just yeet people because I'd like to bring the mood up before the next debate that we have.
Yeah, I think that's that's entirely fine. Freedom of speech is not a freedom to be an absolute ass.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech is not freedom to platform, nor is it freedom from consequences. It just means you can't be arrested for talking.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and in particular, you're allowed to. I do like it. The sort of the temerity of it. You've never heard me say anything anti-Semitic. I just deny that the Holocaust exists, and I think that Jews have been oppressing everybody for thousands of years. And you just go, okay. So what would anti-Semitism consist of at that point? Anyway, he can be a funny dude. He can be sort of personable, but he is pretty much just a complete dick. I have no problem just deciding my life is better off without complete dicks in it. It's yes. Also, I do want to. It has been brought up in chat, and I do want to mention this. The term Aryan actually refers to a race that originates in India. It was misappropriated by a particular political party in the 1930s. It technically has no relationship to what Roscoe was trying to assert, and it's basically a rewriting of history. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Egyptian race controversy.
No.
So there's a theory that actually the pharaohs were white. Based on artistic depictions of them, and racist historians will then extrapolate the Vedic from Vedic records that the Aryans, the superior the sort of superior people were white as well, because there's the term light or radiance is used about them or something like that. It's all very tenuous stuff drawn from willful misinterpretation of a bunch of historical sources to construct sort of a vaguely plausible narrative. This was done in the late 19th century, basically suggesting that it was the role of white people to be in charge all the time. Racists to this day still spouting the same out-of-date nonsense, despite the fact that they're demonstrably wrong on all of it.
Fair enough. I do want to say a few things. Firstly, I've noticed what Pearlfish is doing. Yeah, I've got this up on screen. It's the 10,000 congrats planner walk.
Nice work.
Yeah, I'd have to give props to that. Although I do feel like the comma is in the wrong place right there. I feel like it's supposed to be a comma, not a apostrophe.
Yeah, that's a. There's also no apostrophe in congrats, but yeah.
Fair enough. Like, people get things wrong. But second point is that people may have. Wait, where did that go? People may have noticed that I got something in the wrong order, and I was trying to work out what was wrong, and I realized I just did everything in the wrong order. How was I so stupid that I got it in the wrong order? How did I mean, at least I figured it out.
I'm glad that I looked to the stream at the exact moment that showed you realizing.
Yeah. And then I've got a comment in the code there, and I can actually remove that. All right, there we go. What else is there? There's actually this thing which I need to change because this is actually currently when you use items in combat, it actually uses MP instead. I do need to fix that, but I also need to make it so that it actually displays the amount of items that you have. But I can fix that. If I go... I think I have some code here that can... That gets the amount of items I have. Do I add item? Is there any... Let's remove item. Do I not have a get item? No, it doesn't look like I do. Julian Weiner, it says, can we have a nice civil debate on tabs versus spaces? Tabs. Anyone disagree here?
Huh?
Does anyone disagree on that tabs are better than spaces?
In what context?
Programming.
In terms of coding,
okay.
hell yes, tab is amazing.
Yeah.
In several programs I use, tab just puts in like a bunch of spaces anyway.
True. So
I have to say, I use spaces, but I'm a troglodyte. Yeah, I'm a luddite. You know, working in Fortran 77. So Fortran. 2007, I guess, is the latest. But it's it's a matter of personal preference. And I think anybody working in a modern programming language that was designed in the last 50 years as opposed to earlier should use tabs. There you go.
I also have to read out some super chats and okay. So I just realised that Nerthan has donated is donating $10 a month on Patreon. So yeah. So I've got B Ball for Life says congratulations for $5 US. Thank you, B Ball for Life. Bella charge for $2 New Zealand says the IS went up and it hasn't, or the ISS went up and it hasn't come down. True. So not everything that goes up comes down.
Not to mention Voyager 1.
Yep.
Voyager 1. The Venera probes.
Yep. RM Skillen for $5 dues says, "Hoi hoi Planet Walk, can you please buy Ross a copy of the Junior Encyclopedia of Space?" I think he needs it. Yeah, he does definitely need it. He might be able to... whether he can understand it or not is a different matter, though, because may have some bit... I mean, I don't know if he can understand encyclopedia, let alone space.
Well, hopefully it will have pictures in it.
Oh yeah, like it does. Like if I go back to Firefox, it does look like it has pictures, right?
I mean, it does have a few big words, so I'm not sure it'll be able to understand them.
Yeah, I mean, it says encyclopedia here, so that's a big word that you might not be able to understand. And
that is a very big word.
look, let's be honest. Space is a big word that Ross doesn't understand.
True.
Where you're setting the bar so incredible. A, he has to be literate. B, he has to remember where he put the book the last time he was, using it to prop up a table or whatever the hell it was. And C, he has to retain what he reads. None of this is plausible. None of this is even remotely realistic. You guys are living in a fantasy world.
True.
And the amount of projection of denial is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a but it's Ross. Like I say, this is what I started out saying. Is that people like Ross? On the one hand, it's kind of sad. Like the level of intellectual debility that Ross suffers from is really kind of I really feel a great amount of sympathy over because a lot of it he doesn't have control over. But that doesn't excuse him for being just a thoroughly objectionable.
Correct.
Well, I was going to go with a chunk of excrement, but it's the same difference. Actually, it isn't. I think on it now. My prick is not made out of shit, so that was a bad thing to say. But anyway, my central point being that you sort of there is a lot to be sympathetic with some of these people about, and then they go and they open their mouths and talk about their political views and their theories of race and that sort of thing, and you just go,
yikes!
Nah, that isn't. There's no. You just basically abdicated your right to sort of be carefully helped out of the pit of ignorance that you've buried yourself in. You can rot there.
But by the way, I am going to just say thank you to Graham Price, and then I'm going to go toilet, and I hope that PhD Tony and 36 will be able to keep Chad entertained while I'm gone. But yeah, great. Thank you for becoming a new member, Graham Price. How many members do I have? Usually it's hovering around about 6-ish. So let me just check that, and then I will go toilet, because the person that I'm having on should be on within the next 12-ish minutes. So
okay.
PhD Tony, do you want to moderate when they come on?
Sure, I can moderate for you. The Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe said that he said something very coarse against. Though of course he misspelled coarse. That's quite funny. And then he's amazed that it didn't get past the Google moderators or the actual mods. So yes, Ross, you can't just say anything that comes into your mind. There are controls. But has any, and I'm sure everybody, just how widely this applies. Like you get Nathan Thompson onto the going on about YouTube and all of these other just obnoxiously racist comments, and you're just going, is this like compulsory? Is this part of Flat Earth 101? Like, do they all go through the same school? It's just weird. And Anthony Riley and his COVID denial celebrity.
Yeah, I'm just going to go real quick to toilet, and I'll be back. So keep everyone here. PhD Tony, 36 and Pearlfish, it's on you to keep everyone entertained. All right.
I mean, I could carry on my rant about flat earthers not understanding perspective.
Sure.
Yeah, please do continue. Though I have to say, you're being overly specific. Flat Earthers not understanding. Fill in the blank is probably more specific, but let's pretend.
You're right.
Yeah.
You are right. Although there are some flat earthers that do understand some aspects of things and some that don't, but every single one of them has failed to understand, more specifically, scale. The whole point about things disappearing over the horizon and all that, they're not understanding just how close they are to the ground. Like, even if you go 1,000 feet in the air, relative to the size of the Earth, you're still basically face planting it. You're still very, very close relatively. That and the sheer scale of the distance to the sun, like, I accept the truth of it's 96 million miles away or whatever the number is, and that is a mind-bogglingly huge number for me to comprehend because, like, I'm not even 2 meters tall, and this is like 96 million times that. So that's a long way.
It is a long way. I mean, it's it's a vast distance, and as soon as you try and reduce it, you start running into problems. So we can tell from the spectral lines, the spectral absorption lines, that the sun is, and the radiation byproducts, that the sun is producing its energy from fusion of hydrogen and helium within its interior. So if the sun were small, it would be losing mass at an extremely high rate, right? It would vanish. I need to do the calculation on how much mass the sun is losing every second, but it's not inconsiderable. The other thing is that if the sun were local, surely air temperature would increase as you rose in altitude, which is the opposite of what we see happening. There's no sense in which this hypothesis makes any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, because it's the thing to do with intensity. Like, if it was only like 6 kilometers up or 6,000 kilometers or whatever, the difference in measured intensity would be vastly different to what we actually experience if it was much closer, even if it was proportionately smaller.
Yeah. It's sorry, go on.
I'd finished.
Somebody else was about to speak. You finished.
I didn't have much to say on that. I didn't have much to say on that. Everything that I have to say is on a completely different topic.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I just realised I have a merch shelf on my channel now. So yeah, I've connected my Teespring, and so yeah, that should be showing up sometime soon. It may take a few days for things to show up, but yeah, that's something that I got. It's because I reached 10,000 subscribers, so the benefits of having 10,000 subscribers are great.
Nice.
And I noticed that Pearlfishers seems to be doing something there with... I'm not sure.
He's setting up a 3D printer by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like that.
That's exactly what's happening.
Okay.
He's got elaborately decorated hands. I'm going to observe that.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just going to check my listings, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to unlist one thing, right? So
okay.
So I'm just going to go to listings, and I should be able to go to settings for this, and visibility for, because one thing I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to I'll set that to unlisted. I mean, I'll let people get it if they still have the link, but and we'll just go to settings for the Flat Earth News one and that's still public, and the settings for the egg one should be unlisted as well. Yep, cool. All right, yeah, because essentially I've got a few things on Teespring that you'll be able to see soon, and like when it comes to the Planet Walk Games one, I'm going to be rebranding my game to be Ahoy Hoy Games. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Nice.
But that's when it's something that I'm working on, and once I finish working on that's when it's going to have the rebrand to Ahoy Hoy Games rather than Planet Walk Games. So, yeah. And I should be getting the 9/11 person on in about 4-ish minutes, hopefully.
So this is a debate about the reality of 9/11.
Yeah.
Is that the... okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say.
And what format are you planning to do the debate in? So...
probably just a conversational format.
Okay.
Because I can. Because there are some arguments that I don't know the answer to, right? And I'll probably just say if I don't know the answer to, I'll just say I don't know. But then there are some arguments where it's just this is a bad argument, like the jet fuel argument.
There's a the physics of it are quite interesting, and actually sort of I remember when it happened. I went to university the next day, and of course everybody was talking about it, and I was and I said to one of my friends, I was astonished by the collapse. And my friend was an engineer, and he said, "Well, I was waiting for it. It was inevitable. The heat's going to weaken the structural integrity of the internal structure. It's going to fall." And I'd just been unaware. I'd just been unaware that that you could hit a building high up, and this would completely destroy the structural integrity of it. So it is something that does strike you as unusual, but you need to have some faith that if an engineer goes, "Well, it was completely predictable once the plane hit," you need to sort of have some reason for not believing them when they say that. Beyond, I don't want to. Anyway.
What I find a lot of conspiracy theorists do, right, is they will say, well, look at these thousands of engineers that all say that it was an inside job, and it's like, well, I don't, like, what exactly are they saying? Like, I'm not debating these engineers, I'm debating you, I guess that would be my response.
Yeah. Well, there's an element, as there are multiple ways to approach that. Like, one of the things is, there's this petition signed by thousands of people with actual PhDs saying that evolution isn't real, because they're PhDs with deep religious convictions. There's an even more famous petition saying that climate science isn't valid. Most of the signatories for that, all of the people there claim to have some science qualifications. Most of them are medicos of some sort or another. And just because there are people who claim to have some sort of expertise and put their name to something, it doesn't mean that that they're coming from an intellectually honest place.
Yeah, I suppose it's one of them things where it's I suppose it's just one of them things where it's like, okay, what exactly are they saying? Like, what are their arguments, rather than it being, rather than just going, okay, yeah, I accept that, because a lot of people will accept things without question. And it's like, well, I actually want to know what their arguments. Why are they saying that? Why are they saying this, or what evidence do they actually have? And then there's also the case of, could it be possible that there are people that are engineers saying that it's not an inside job and that they knew that it was going to come down, right?
Yeah.
And,
so yeah, I mean, this is part of the point. You get into this. I have friends who say this, I have friends who say that. These people over here on the internet claim that there's, a million engineers who said it wasn't. With the internet, you can get us more information, more misinformation than you can possibly swallow.
Yeah. It could always be that there are 20 billion engineers that say...
You'd have to listen to them then. That many engineers, it would be impossible to ignore.
20 billion engineers, that's quite a few engineers.
Sheer weight of numbers, you can't. Numbers don't.
I mean, that's
20 billion.
20 billion engineers, would literally have to not only double the population. Also,
triple.
Yeah, triple the population, and nearly everybody on Earth would have to be an engineer.
Well, yes, but that many engineers you'd have to listen to. I mean, you're caught up in the irrelevant technical detail of whether or not this claim is physically plausible, as opposed to how convincing it is.
Well, it's more of the case of if someone came up to you and said, Tony, if someone came up to you and said, there are 20 billion engineers that have signed this thing saying that 9/11 was an inside job, would you call bullshit on that?
I would call bullshit on that. I am merely presenting the with a straight face the counter argument that it's that numbers like that can't be argued with. And there is a tendency to sort of just say that they don't look critically at their own sources. They're extremely critical of any evidence that you bring in, and they hold it to a ridiculously high standard, but they don't apply any criticism whatsoever. And if you bring any criticism, like, for instance, well, that seems to be more engineers than there are people on the face of the planet, they'll brush it away as merely superficial detail. The central point is that all of these engineers said that it, said blah. It's the conspiracy theory mindset. They hold your evidence to whatever, to just absurd levels. Did you do the experiment yourself? I want a film of the satellite, I want a continuous film from another spacecraft of the satellite being inserted into orbit. Blah, 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 blah. They want stuff, and it'll never be enough. Shifting the goalposts. But if they bring forward a claim that's the anti-evolutionists saying that because Piltdown Man is a fraud, therefore there's no evolutionary evidence, there's no fossil evidence of evolution. They don't they don't examine their logic in that they don't examine their the flow of evidence. Their evidence gets accepted at face value. Like a pig slapper, or as I in my head, he's hillbilly hobo. I was walking him through, the angular elevation of Polaris or any other celestial body, varying as a function of latitudinal distance from the point directly below the body. And he's gone, well, if angles work for you, surely they work for crepuscular rays. And I've gone, well, okay, can you navigate using crepuscular rays? Show me how you navigate with them. And he's gone, well, that's not the point. The point is that these angles work for us, except that they don't work at all. You haven't demonstrated that they work. And it's just, but for him, that was a convincing counter-argument. Sure, I had, the fact that the angular elevation of celestial objects had been used for hundreds of years to successfully navigate. But for him, a simple photo of crepuscular rays with no empirical validation or numerical or numerical assessment, that was enough to counter my argument. Yeah. Weird.
One of the things I want to bring up, someone says, who else wants to play that planner game? There is actually a version of it available on Discord, although that version is way out of date. Like, this one that I'm working on has currently got all nifty things. But secondly, I find that a lot of flat earthers, what they do is and I've mentioned this many times, ironically, they will believe a lie, right? And that lie is that up until 400 years ago, everybody thought that the Earth was flat, right?
Yes.
And that is a lie, and that was actually designed to try and discredit religion. And they also say that they also try and say, they're hiding God or something. They lie about the shape of the Earth in order to hide God, right?
Yes, that's the claim. Yes, in order to discredit religion and to hide God.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a very common claim.
Completely ignoring all of the religious people that do accept that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Yes. I was deeply religious for the first 35 years of my life, and not all of them, but for the vast majority of those. At no stage did I doubt that the Earth was spherical or that evolution was the way that humans arrived on the face of the planet, because religion is not an excuse to overturn scientific evidence. And if God wants to create, my reasoning was, if God wanted to create humans via evolution, he's the very man for the job. There's nothing stopping him from doing that, and all the evidence suggests that's how he did it. The contents of the Book of Genesis are not actually a cosmological textbook.
Yeah.
They are not a reliable summary of the process of the creation of the world.
All right, so I'm going to have to kick everyone out except for PhD Tony, who's going to be moderating this, because I'm going to get Edward Amos in.
Time for my own bathroom break.
Oh, by the way, Planar Walk, I was religious for the first 20 years of my life, too. And I still believe the Earth is round. I know the Earth is round. So it didn't affect my religion.
Yeah.
I have not been religious for all 26 years of my life. But yeah, thanks for having me on. Adios. And congrats on 10K.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So I'll actually, before I kick everyone else, I'll wait for him to actually be able to be brought in.
Right,
extraordinary
well,
how
before I
they.
get kicked or anything, I'll say thank you for having me on, and if you check back in about an hour and a half's time, this print should be finished for you.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Hopefully it
What
looks...
are you printing?
If you bear with me just a second, I'll put it up on screen what I'm printing. It should be loading up now.
Oh. Oh, a 10,000 play button. Okay. That's kind of cool.
So it's just taking its time to render.
We probably get everything but the kitchen sink running at the same time.
This is true. But yeah, that would be my little piece to say congratulations to Planner Walk on hitting 10k.
I neglected to say greetings, Glass Monster. I'm sorry, I didn't see you arrive. Or I heard a bong being in the background. I just thought it was the guy Planar is debating.
Well, I just didn't happen to say anything. I just let you chat.
Well, yes, you were quiet as a mouse. But yeah, hi. I hope that you're well. Everything that life is treating you nicely.
Yeah. Electronics are still working. Raspberry Pi still kept me online on here and growing nicely. Bob the Science Guy. You should enjoy it sometime.
Okay. Sorry, you did. You cut out a little bit before Bob the Science Guy. What about him? Sorry.
Enjoy Bob the Science Guy's server sometime. It's
okay.
growing nicely.
Okay. All right.
You might not be. At least try his.
I'll see. I'll see what I can manage. I haven't been invited to Bob the Science Guy's server, in fact. So anyway, we can talk about that anon.
There, problem solved. You've been invited.
Thank you.
I just realised that I had my mic muted. One of the... I forgot what I was gonna say. But I did realise what I was going to do. I was going to create a new image, but I'm going to base it off another image, which I'd forgotten where I've put. Oh, there we go. We're going to go duplicate, and then I'm going to open from files. That's why I don't have the game screen. Oh, there we go. Alright. Glass Monster and Pearlfish will be kicked out, and bring Edward Amos in.
Okie dokie, catch you later, all.
Right,
catch you later.
Oh.
Ahoy hoy!
Hi!
How's
it? How you doing?
I'm doing good, yourself?
Great, this is Jordan, isn't it?
No, I'm not Jordan. Jordan is a friend of mine.
Oh, okay, sorry, what's your name? Or does it not matter?
I go by Planner Walk.
Planner Walk, it's nice to meet you. I'll just be going by Edwards.
Okay.
So, me and Jordan, we were going to have a little debate about 9/11, whether it was an inside job or not.
Yeah. What's that?
No, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I believe that's the debate that we're having right now, or going to be having in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So hi Ed, my name's Tony.
Hi Tony, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Planet Walk has asked me to sort of moderate the discussion. Is that okay with you?
Of course.
Okay. So yeah, it's just going to be a general discussion sort of thing. From what I gather, is that so? I'll try and keep my interventions to a minimum.
Yep.
Okay, sure. So how long did you guys want to go for?
Well, how many hours do I have left in the stream? Currently it's 3:16, and how long have... Hold on, might be better to see how long I've been going for then. So I've been going for 6 hours and 14 minutes, so I don't mind going for about an hour and a half if you want. How long do you have?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, about that. That should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, so... I guess we'll start with, why do you believe that 9/11 was an inside job? Like, we'll start with the first... We'll go point by point. So what's the first point that you'd like to bring up?
Okay, well, for a start, there was molten steel found in the rubble of the trade centres. And the counter-argument is usually, oh, fires weaken the steel, and this is why it buckled, this is why it collapsed. But no, there was, in fact, molten steel found. And so what caused molten steel? Because nothing could have melted it. It said was there. So we know there was molten steel. James Glantz, he's a science writer for the New York Times. He admitted there was molten steel. So the only conclusion really is that there was some sort of foul play going on. And also the NIST, they were confronted about molten steel. They were shown evidence. Firefighters and scientists confronted them about it, and they just denied it. They didn't mention it in their report. So what we've got here is just evidence that's been brought up, and it's just been ignored and hasn't been addressed.
So my question would be, what's the actual evidence for this? Because this is actually a claim that I've never heard before. So I haven't seen any evidence either way for this.
Well, yes, you can find many firefighters who worked at the disaster zone who said they could see molten steel. They described it like it was running down like a foundry. As I said, James Glantz, he wrote articles about how there was molten steel in New York Times. He describes the molten steel like the steel beams looking like drip candles. And I mean, you can find many interviews of like emergency responders who described molten steel. So, I mean, it's definitely there. There's I can't remember his name, but there is at least one professor as well who said he found molten steel at the trade centers.
So you do realize that people can have like bad when it comes to people seeing things like these firefighters, them just saying, oh, this looks a bit like molten steel, doesn't necessarily mean that it was molten steel. Memory can be... Sometimes people have bad memory.
Oh, well. Hey, I mean, what are you going to believe? Are you going to just believe something maybe suits your narrative, or are you going to listen to the people who are on the site? I mean, as I said, this guy, James Glantz, I mean, you can't just write an article lying about it. I mean, look him up. Glantz, Glanz.
The reason why I say that is because when it comes to these things, it's like I'd rather listen to someone that has a clear head when looking at these the evidence and stuff.
Fair enough. As I said, like James Glantz, I would definitely say he was reliable. And I mean, if you go on YouTube, you can find videos of people confronting members of the NIST about it. So I'd say check that out. There's also many pictures of like melted. No, well, the thing was there were pictures of like melted beams or beams fused together, but then I looked into that and they actually said during the construction they did that. But we can find twisted steel beams, many pictures of twisted steel beams.
So I have a question. Do you accept that in a high stress situation, people who aren't necessarily that familiar with what molten steel might look like could be mistaken about what they saw?
Oh, it's possible. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you need to look into the evidence.
Okay, so
James Glass, I don't believe he wasn't in a stressful situation.
Okay, this leads to the next question that I have for you. So, if this is an inside job, in what sense are you alleging it's an inside job? Are you suggesting it's an inside job in the sense that the 9/11 terrorists were allowed to destroy the building, or that the building was set up to be hit by planes and then destroyed by some other mechanism? That there was a mechanism other than the impact of the planes that destroyed the structural integrity of the building? And if so, do you have any idea what that mechanism was?
Yes, it was demolished using nanothermite. Niels Harrit, he was a professor at the University of Copenhagen. He studied the dust samples and he found nanothermite. He published it in a scientific journal, and it's been pretty much just silent on his findings. People just try and laugh it off. No one addresses it. Actually, someone did try to address it. They said thermite, things from the building can resemble thermite, but it's just nonsense because nanothermite is completely distinguishable from thermite. Nanothermite is a military weapon that burns at incredibly high temperatures when ignited.
So I have heard the thermite argument. I can't remember the exact argument that that uses that, but I do want to actually go back to here because you cited James Glanz. Now I looked him up, and I think I've found the article that you're actually citing, and it says here, finally, an unexplained cascade of molten metal from the northeast corner of the South Tower just before it collapsed might have started when a floor carrying pieces of one of the jetliners began to sag and fail. Is that the thing about the molten steel that you're talking about, or?
There are a few things, but what you should see is put in James Glanz molten steel drip candle.
Yeah, this is this is an article that I believe is written by James Glanz. It says here the metal was probably molten. He just spells aluminium wrong. The metal was probably molten aluminium from the plane and could have come through the top of an 80th floor window. So, like, when it comes to this, like, it could be that it's just molten aluminium, not molten steel. And yeah, this is by James Glanz, written December 3rd, 2003.
Okay, that's a different article. In 2001, November the 15th, he wrote in the New York Times, he described, hang on. Okay, so he said a 3-foot stalagmite of steel, which looks for all the world like a drip candle, sits next to one of these immense steel columns that held up the north face of the tower.
Then,
what's up?
Can I ask how he confirmed that it was steel?
Oh, he's a reporter.
Yes, and so I understand. And here's the thing: I will concede that as a reporter, he has an obligation to not publish stories that cannot be independently fact-checked. My question is, what mechanisms were used to identify that molten stalagmite of stalactite, of molten metal found on that member?
Well, I'm afraid you'd have to take it up with James Glanz, but
Okay, all right.
I couldn't say.
Yep,
I mean,
that's a fair response. That's a fair response. So I'm going to turn to Planer now. So so there's been an allegation in this discussion of malfeasance. Do you consider this to be plausible and practicable? Do you think that it is physically impossible or implausible from a logistical sense for this to occur?
I think that it's it is always possible. I just think that it's unlikely. It's one of them things where it's more of a thing that there'd have to be a lot of people in on this. There'd have to be a lot of if 9/11 was an inside job, there would have to be a lot of people in on it, or at least a substantial number of people in on it, and there's not enough motive really for it to be an inside job.
May I jump in?
Yeah, please do. I was about to challenge him on that statement. Please do.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say, yes, people often bring this up, but I'm afraid these aren't facts or evidence. This is just your opinion. And actually, a number of things have been covered up. The NSA was covered up for years. Bohemian Grove. Have you guys even heard of Bohemian Grove?
Yes, I have.
Like all these billion. Yeah. I'm just saying. Well, that's never in the media. So, I mean, all sorts of things are covered up. Of course, the Gulf of Tonkin, which launched the entire Vietnam War, is now admitted to be a work of fiction. And I mean, you don't need as many people in on it as you might think. I mean, it is possible, but what we've got to look at is the evidence. And at the end of the day, if you look at the evidence, the only conclusion is that it was an inside job, I'm afraid. Anyway, sorry, I kind of interrupted someone. Sorry about that.
No. I feel like you can continue speaking.
Yeah, I mean, Tony's just a moderator here.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that was my point.
Okay.
I
feel like you're.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I feel like a good thing to talk about would be what would be the motive of the US government to bring down the buildings?
They wanted to start a war in the Middle East, and they needed the support of the American public. Also, I mean, they did actually make a lot of money taking down the trade centers. Loads of people lost money that day. I personally know someone who lost $500,000, and it just vanished into thin air when the trade centers collapsed. So, I don't believe that money went nowhere.
With the starting a war in the Middle East, you do realize that it was a bad way to start a war in the Middle East. Like where were the terrorists from again? Saudi Arabia, and they started a war in what? Was it Iran or Iraq or one of those two countries?
It was Iraq. Yeah,
Iraq. So why wouldn't they just get terrorists from Iraq if they wanted to start a war with Iraq?
Well, if I may insert something. So the George W. Bush, the younger Bush, obviously the son of George Herbert Walker Bush. George Herbert Walker Bush was president during the first during the first Iraq War, and that Iraq War didn't end up with a regime change in Iraq, and it always seemed, in retrospect, like George W. Bush was looking for an excuse to, was looking for an excuse to effect a regime change in Iraq. Does that seem a reasonable? Sorry, perhaps I'm overstepping my.
No, like
that.
What I mean, like, is the hijackers from the September 11 attacks were 19 men affiliated with Al Qaeda. They hailed from 4 countries. 15 of them were citizens of Saudi Arabia. 2 were from United Arab Emirates. 1 was from Lebanon, and the last was from Egypt. Like, if you want to get people to up in arms to start a war with Iraq, wouldn't you just get terrorists from Iraq rather than from Saudi Arabia?
Why attack Iraq if people from Saudi Arabia are attacking us? I mean, 9/11 had absolutely nothing to do with Iraq. This is one of the suspicious things.
Like, well, the irrationality of the decision making definitive either way. The fact was that ultimately the U.S. government did use this as an excuse to launch, what seemed like a personal vendetta on the part of the president against the regime of Iraq. And as faulty as the logic might be, it worked. It convinced everybody. He convinced everybody, sort of the international community, to go along with him.
Well, there was also a lot of pushback as well. There was like a large protest because a lot of people were against it. If they wanted more people to be on board with it, you'd think that they would have gotten, instead of getting hijackers from Saudi Arabia, they'd get hijackers from Iraq to fly the planes into the towers. That would get a lot more people on board.
They've got connections with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is very strongly allied with the US. There have also been articles about how Saudi Arabia knew about the 9/11 attacks in advance. You'd have to look that up. I think it was from the New York Post. So why didn't we attack Saudi Arabia? I mean, none of it made any sense. We didn't even think Osama bin Laden was in Iraq. It was just complete nonsense.
Yeah, like there are things that don't make any sense, like why did they attack Iraq? And it was probably they probably did. I do have to agree, they probably did use this as an excuse to go on ahead and invade Iraq. Like, I'm not going to deny that, but I think it's more that they just used it as an excuse, or the government of the time used it as an excuse, rather than it being they set it all up.
Can I just ask a quick question that might help sort of explain the context for the personal context for both of this? Ed, would you mind saying approximately how old you were when the 9/11 attacks occurred?
Oh, crikey. Well, I'm 29, so it was 19 years ago.
Okay, so you were 10. Planner walk?
Oh, I would have been 5.
Okay, so both very young. I think that's useful for sort of just putting in context your awareness of the public discourse that was going on at the time. But just carry on.
Okay. So yeah, do you have any point that you want to bring up, Edward?
Yeah, so are you aware of General Wesley Clark and how he exposed how we take out 7 countries in 5 years? And he got this memo shortly after the 9/11 attacks, and then he's on record saying we'd go into all these countries, finishing with Iran. And his prediction has been very unsettling. It has unfolded, and we've had all this intervention. So, I mean, the argument is that we we plan all these wars way in advance, and it's really to clear up the old Soviet countries, and it's actually a chess game against Russia and China.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find. So, yeah, I haven't seen much about this. So it says General Wesley Clark tells and writes about a classified memo stating that the US plan to take out 7 countries in 5 years: Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. Has the claim been? And well, yeah, like when was this written? Like,
I think it was shortly after the 9/11 attacks. Like he went on record and he said we go into all these countries, and we've had pretty much at least proxy campaigns in all the countries. I mean, the ultimate plan is that they want to start a war with Iran. And Iran could lead to World War III, I'm afraid. I mean, Iraq is a joke compared to Iran.
Yeah, but obviously the plan, whatever this was, the plan failed, obviously. Like, because, if it's a 5-year campaign plan, started in 2003,
but into those countries. Still have been into those countries. Yes, they're behind on the plan. Definitely, but
years behind.
Well, I'm happy they are years behind. In all honesty, I mean, we can see they do want to attack Iran. I mean, if you look at the Israeli politicians, they're dying to start a war with Iran. So are those neo-hawks in America.
Yeah, and also another thing, Clark regards the 2003 invasion of Iraq as a huge mistake.
Yeah.
So
you may say mistake. I say it was planned years in advance.
Okay, I mean, so can I just? Well, I just want to make a point. For me, a lot of this was actually personal experience lived through. And at the time, I disagreed with many of my contemporaries because I thought that Saddam Hussein, was an extremely bad man. And it didn't much matter whether he had weapons of mass destruction or not. A regime change in Iraq would have been a good thing to effect under one condition. There was only one condition that needed to make it a good idea, and that was to establish effective infrastructure that worked for the benefit of the Iraqi people. And instead of that happening, what happened instead was that the entire Iraq invasion got turned into a get-rich-quick scheme for the shareholders of various private Halliburton and various other private corporations that siphoned trillions of dollars out of the American public purse. And we have testimony from reporters who were in the room when these decisions were being made, and the guy, the general who came up with the invasion plan, said specifically to President Bush in a meeting that this journalist was present at, I'm really busy doing the invasion plan. I am not able to do an occupation plan. I have no plan in place for the occupation. And President Bush's response was, okay. And the journalist records sitting there going, so what does that mean? Does that mean that there is no plan for the occupation? Does that mean that they'll assign somebody else? Because the meeting just ended and everybody walked off. And there was apparently, George W. Bush seems not to have understood that he needed an occupation plan. And so it's a little bit difficult to make the argument that the invasion was planned years ahead of time, because we have press who were present at meetings where the invasion plans were being drawn, where reports on the invasion plan were being drawn up, and pointing out that there was no occupation plan, and it's the occupation that was the gigantic failure. The invasion was actually extremely successful. Does that make sense? Does that make any logical sense, or did I ramble for too long?
That made sense to me.
So, what you think we should have gone into Iraq? Is that correct?
Well, if we were going to do it right, in the way it turned out that basically we overthrew a stable government and we ended up destabilizing the Middle East. If we had replaced the regime of Saddam Hussein, if the West, I say we, Australia participated in that invasion, and I'm Australian, so I take responsibility for what we did. But if we had replaced Saddam Hussein's regime with an effective government that was capable of delivering effective infrastructure, then that would have been good. But we didn't do that. Instead, we dismantled the Saddam Hussein regime and we replaced it with basically violent anarchy, while private military corporations got rich.
Exactly.
But the reason that happened, I think, was opportunistic corruption at the upper levels rather than advanced planning on behalf of the American government. The American government doesn't seem to have had an invasion plan there ahead of time, as you claimed earlier, because we have third-party evidence of people seeing the progress reports on the invasion plan. It was a work in progress. It was being developed in response to ongoing situations. What failed was the occupation plan, which seems to have never been well developed.
Well, we can say all these things for failures, but okay, so it led to ISIS, essentially, and there were a number of people who predicted that and who were saying at the time that if we don't sort this out, then something like ISIS is going to come along. And of course, we were actually supporting ISIS at one point against Iran. Turkey was buying their oil. I mean, there've been God, I can't remember the document. I mean, there has been actually a number of evidence that at the very least we helped to cultivate ISIS to destabilize the region, which is atrocious, to be honest. Maybe I can find something.
I think that we do agree that a lot of people can have very short-sighted motives, right? They can think, okay, well, we're going to do this. Never mind that the long-reaching consequences of this. And I think that's how they probably ignored some of the criticisms, like the whole something like ISIS will come up.
I'm sorry, I just don't believe that they just go into Iraq without thinking things through. I don't believe it. Like, if you look at general conducting strategy, they conduct a long-term strategy like in a chess game. I'm pretty convinced that they knew what was going to happen and they just used it as an excuse to weaken Iran, and they helped to encourage ISIS.
If it was long-term strategy, don't you think they would have had an occupation plan?
I think they probably did. I think they knew what was going to happen after, but I don't think they went in to bring freedom to the Iraqi people. I think they just went in to get the oil and to start a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so I have a question. How competent, Ed, do you think the government is?
I think
because it seems like you think that they're very competent. They're very good at their job. They do a lot of advanced planning.
Oh, it's it goes beyond the government. I mean, what we need to realise is the government are just bitches of the oligarchy. We're actually controlled by an oligarchy. If you don't believe that, Noam Chomsky, one of the most cited scholars in the world, will say this.
I'll agree with you on the oligarchy part.
Yeah, I mean, so it's actually this oligarchy who are planning it. These big, oh, if you don't mind my French, I'm going to call them cunts. Like they're complete billionaires, or even trillionaires, and I think they plan this in advance. And I mean, I think there was even some evidence that they planned it from Bohemian Grove. Actually, hang on. Be able to find something.
Like,
carry on. I'll let you know.
I do want to say, I'm pretty sure Bohemian Grove was just like a rich man's party, you know, like where they just go there, like do whatever rich people do, and you know.
I mean, it's quite hard. I mean, we know they're doing a mock. They burn an effigy, and like we know they're doing a load of drugs there. We know there've been a load of gay porn stars as well, which I find funny. We've got all these Christian Republicans hanging out with all these gay porn stars while they criticise homosexuals, which I find very ironic.
Yeah,
what
like.
Was it?
I will admit that a lot of people, like especially Republicans, seem to be very hypocritical.
This thing I was thinking of, yeah, it's about Lucifer, this hacker. It's found emails that Tony Blair was attending a top secret Bohemian Grove gathering, and of course Bohemian Grove, they actually use Bohemian Grove to make the nuclear warheads. I mean, it does have, it's not all just fun and games.
So this is this Lucifer 2.0? Your source here, is that related to Lucifer?
It's a hacker called Lucifer. I mean, this is
RT
News made an article about it.
Okay, so Lucifer was one of the online personas of the Russian intelligence agency, right? You're aware of that? So Lucifer, stuff that was released by Lucifer, I would not regard as necessarily reliable. I don't trust the Russian government. I can understand that there is a general mistrust of governments, but I particularly mistrust anything that Russian or the Russian intelligence decides that the world really needs to hear.
I do. Now, I do have to say, it seems that there's two Lucifers. There's Lucifer and Lucifer 2.0, and it says here, when you go to Lucifer, it says not to be confused with Lucifer 2.0. The original Lucifer seems to be a Romanian hacker.
Okay. The Russians do have a significant presence in Eastern Europe, but he may have been an independent individual. This was why I was trying to get clarification. Because Lucifer 2.0, I would treat as though it were radioactive,
Fair enough. It's a bit of a moot point that I brought up. I don't even think it's the thing I was thinking of. Sorry about that. But I would just say I do think it's good to get both sides of a story. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't trust Russia 100%.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't trust our government. So I think you do have to look at both sides.
Yeah, like I do understand that. Like as someone said about the moon landings, right? The moon, they say that you can hold the position that the moon landings were real, and also realize that the government isn't always truthful. You know?
Yeah, that's right. So, I have a question for Ed. Okay. What do you think are the logistical requirements to insert nanothermite into the internal structure of both world towers? How much effort and time and manpower does that require, do you think?
Oh, well, a hell of a lot. They're very high towers, aren't they? But I mean, as I said, I believe if this was planned years in advance, so they could have been putting the nanothermite in for years. I mean, they could have just been sending around cleaning crews or painters to do it. Skies, who knows? But I mean, the whole thing is why would he just lie? Why would Niles Harriott? And I mean, there are thousands of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth who back this up as well. They've got a website. But why would he lie? Like,
there's a distinction between somebody lying and somebody being mistaken. Okay. So just because somebody has an opinion that is mistaken doesn't make them a liar. Do you accept the distinction there?
I accept that, but he published it in a scientific journal, so anyone could argue with his findings.
Well, it depends on, yes, and people have argued with his findings, haven't they?
Not really, not properly. They've just tried to call him a nutcase. I haven't actually seen a good, proper, coherent argument against his evidence.
What's this person's name again?
Niles Harriott.
Niles
from the University of Copenhagen. Put Niles Harriott nanothermite.
How do you spell his last name?
Oh, Harrit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So what you're suggesting then is, so you're suggesting that this must have been planned years in advance.
Oh yes, I mean I believe.
Okay.
It was.
How many years in advance? Because I mean, it's a significant effort to, if it's say 9 years in advance, then you're kind of 9 or 10 years in advance, and then you're kind of before the first Gulf War. America was already at war with Iraq. Did they start planning for this then?
Oh, possibly, if they knew how that was going to end. I mean, I can't say for sure. I can't say exactly how many years, but it must have been years.
Okay, so it's all down to this molten metal. Is this so that the molten metal seems to carry a lot of weight, and you're fairly certain that it isn't like aluminium or any other metal with lower melting point. That's just sort of dripped onto the.
No, do the research. As I said, there's a website, thousands of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. They've got plenty of stuff about molten steel. And I mean, this isn't even all of my argument. This is just a fraction of my argument. I mean, I'm happy to bring up more reasons if you want.
Well, I mean, this gets very difficult to debate on a technical point, in that you're saying that there are thousands of architects, and I've looked up the people that you say, and there are a few, but there aren't thousands.
No, there are thousands. That's incorrect. There are thousands.
It's hundreds. It's hundreds.
It's thousands. It's thousands of architects, engineers, and professors.
They don't. They've
got a website. I suggest you put in thousands of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth.
Okay. But there have been reanalyses. There have been chemical analyses of the remains of the the ash and the remains, and there's no trace of the thermite that you claim was there, that should be there if your claim is true.
It's not a claim. It's Niles Harriet. I'm not lying, am I? Niles Harriet.
No. I'm not and nor am I necessarily accusing Niles Harriet of lying. But you are making a claim, and that claim can be independently validated. Do you accept that? Right? Like you claim that you are repeating. Let me be more specific. You are repeating Niles Harriet's claim that there was nanothermite in the structure of the World Trade Center. If that's true, then we should find chemical residuals of thermite, thermite combustion in the debris, right?
Right, and so
okay. Is there so?
Didn't he? And Stephen Jones did as well.
Okay, so can you? Well, Stephen Jones, it is worth pointing out that Stephen Jones, the engineering faculty that Stephen Jones belonged to, published a public statement disavowing his work, and he was forced to cease his association with that university within 2 weeks of publishing his results. Also, his results have been publicly refuted by other scientific bodies. I hadn't come across Niles Harriet, but I am familiar with Stephen Jones, and certainly the weight of scientific. Stephen Jones has his opinion. Stephen Jones has published an article, and that's true. But there have been numerous articles published refuting Stephen Jones's findings, and it would be intellectually dishonest not to give those rebuttals any weight, because in the scientific and engineering community, I myself am a professional scientist. I didn't mention that at the beginning of the the debate, but in science, we are that people can publish stuff that is wrong. I've been co-author on papers that got discredited, but at least partially discredited, and we had to publish a correction about acknowledging our mistake, but reestablishing our results, and that's all part and parcel of scientific publishing. We admit when we're wrong and we go forward. Now, Stephen Jones, the preponderance of scientific opinion on Stephen Jones's publications is that they're not correct.
He is backed up by thousands of architects, engineers,
most of whom are retired. If you look into
that's irrelevant, I think.
No, that isn't irrelevant. That's like suggesting that just because somebody is unaware of the latest medical practices, their opinions on the course of a particular operation is as valid with a publishing professional.
Oh, come on! I think you stretched in that one a bit. I don't think much would have changed in that industry. They've still got decades of experience. I'm not gonna write off someone just because they're tired.
So allow me to speak from personal experience. More than being a scientist, I work on a field closely related to climate science, and you get a lot of climate science denialism, particularly from retired academics.
And doesn't that prove how the scientific community can't be trusted?
No, that proves that
there's a massive debate, and
debate about what?
Are corrupted. Well, I'm just saying we can. This is the same thing. This is why scientists are against 9/11 inside job theories. Look how easily scientists are to corrupt over global warming.
I'm sorry, are you accusing me of corruption?
Not you. I'm just saying generally when we look at the global warming debate. Look at all of the corruption.
I am a scientist. I am trained in the theory of climate science, and what you're saying is nonsensical. If scientists were in it for the money, they wouldn't be scientists. They'd be working for oil companies. Because please allow me to finish my thought. Oil companies pay far more lucratively than academia does. Academia is not a way to get rich.
I agree. I do think global warming is real. But look, I'm just saying how scientists have been corrupted. And what I'm suggesting is that a number of scientists have been corrupted over 9/11 truths, such as the NIST. For example, the NIST didn't address nanothermite or molten steel. I mean, we know the scientific community is often corrupted over various things. There's been a book about it called Merchants of Doubt.
Well, I've read Merchants of Doubt by Naomi Oreskes, and her point is not necessarily that the scientific apparatus is corrupted, but that individual scientists can be corrupted. And this is a point worth noting in relation to this particular debate, because the people in the Merchants of Doubt, the people who got onto the gravy train of discrediting climate science were older scientists who were no longer actively associated with research institutions. But they're exactly the sorts of people that you're suggesting are the most reliable, whereas the active scientists who are the most up to date on recent developments hold a differing opinion. I think that you underestimate the importance of being immersed in the ongoing literature. Scientists have to read a lot of papers. They have to read a lot of material in order to stay up to date. And once they're retired, they stop doing that so diligently. They stop having as much access to the information, and it's easy for them to drift on the basis of their just assuming that they already have all of the knowledge that they need to make any future decisions. So I would suggest that you're accusing an entire organization, NIST, of being corrupt, and I would hesitate. I would really hesitate. I think you need much more rigorous logical structures in place. For instance, you would need to find chemical residue of thermite in the wreckage. Do you have any findings that?
Well, Niles Harriott. I mean, Niles Harriott. He did the findings. He produced a scientific journal. I mean, I would suggest you read his journal.
Okay, but fair enough. That's a fair point. I'll look up Niles Harriott. I've been talking for a long time. Please stop me. Plan a walk.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Did anyone else have anything to add?
Okay. I don't know much about these people that you're talking about. To be fair, I will give you props on being being better than a lot of people that just come in and yell, jet fuel can't melt steel beams or something like that. Definitely better than those.
Yeah.
Than those people.
I'm afraid we don't have a very good reputation, conspiracy theorists. Sadly, there are a lot of idiots among us who believe in flat Earth, etc., and it drives me up the wall. But yeah, I'm afraid I can talk about 9/11. I mean, I could talk about it for days. I go into some different evidence, guys, or
yeah, if you want to.
Sure, feel free.
Okay, so one of the biggest things for me is that the Pentagon, there's no footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon. We're not talking about a liquor store here. We're talking about the Pentagon, one of the most secure, it has like one of the highest security systems in the world. And I just want to give you guys a bit of color about 9/11 conspiracy believers. I mean, do you know Chris Langan? He has the highest IQ in the USA, and he says 9/11 was an inside job. Dario Fo, he won a Nobel Prize, and he has a documentary called Zero in an Investigation, and he said 9/11 was an inside job. Also, Albert Stubblebine, the head of all US military intelligence, said 9/11 was an inside job. Well, Dario Fo, in his documentary, oh, sorry, let me just finish this point. It'll be quick. Dario Fo, in his documentary, just going back to the footage around the Pentagon, Dario Fo actually explains how the FBI or people in the FBI confiscated surrounding footage of the Pentagon. Now, why aren't we allowed to see something hit the Pentagon? It seems completely mad. I mean, the videos are all over the news of the towers going down.
So, the first thing I want to say is when it comes to when it comes to people with high IQs believing 9/11, I don't think that necessarily means that they're right. Because, I mean, there are people that at least claim to have high IQs that believe that the Earth is flat. Now, they might actually have high IQs. That doesn't mean that they're right about the Earth being flat. So, I disagree with you there. And it makes sense why the Pentagon would want to collect the footage, because they don't want to... because, you know, I mean, the Pentagon is something to do with, has quite a bit to do with the US Department of Defense. So, you know, they don't want anyone knowing, sure, there is a question of what would people be able to find out about when it comes to the footage about the US Department of Defense. But, I mean, why would they take that risk?
If they release,
can I make a general? There is a general maxim of observational science that a lot of people tend to overlook, and that is that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Okay.
Evidence of cover up.
That is a please allow me to finish my thought. If you take that view, but you're creating a self-winding clock. If you say that the absence of evidence is evidence of a conspiracy, okay, well, what if there was no conspiracy? Does the fact that there's no evidence of the conspiracy suddenly turn into there being evidence of conspiracy? How can you can't have evidence that a conspiracy doesn't exist by definition, right? You can't prove that something doesn't exist. Because you'd have to and demonstrate that it isn't evidence of what you want, and you can't do that. So you need to be careful about that line of reasoning, and you also need to be logically rigorous, I think, in how you apply this. Just because we haven't seen tapes from the Pentagon doesn't mean that they can't exist. And as for Planner Walk's point about what can people tell about this footage, well, they can tell what the camera dispositions are. They also might give internal structure. Yeah, they might give information about the internal structure of the external perimeter. There's no percentage in the Pentagon publicizing this material. There's absolutely no, it doesn't seem like a worthwhile thing for the Pentagon to do. It's all risk and there's no payoff. And you don't believe that 9/11 was real. I can tell you that there was a gaping hole with plane wreckage outside the Pentagon later on that day because I saw that footage. And you were 10 and Planet Walk was 5 when it happened. Perhaps you don't remember the news coverage, but it seems it seems very tenuous to argue that just because you haven't seen a particular set of footage, therefore that footage doesn't exist or it's a conspiracy. That's logically tenuous. Would you at least concede that?
Well, this is what I'll say to you. If you watch Dario Fo's documentary for a start, he actually addresses that, and there were flybys of the Pentagon. Albert Stubblebine says this as well, and the hole was very small. It was smaller than a plane, and people flew by it right after. Well, it was actually a missile that hit it. It wasn't a plane. And they said there was no wreckage. And Dario Fo explains how there was edited footage to show wreckage. And I think wasn't it photos you actually saw? I don't think you did actually see any videos of plane wreckage. So I'd definitely say to you to check out Dario Fo's evidence on that. Also, what I want to say is actually it has been 19 years, and if the Pentagon did release footage of a plane hitting it, it would immediately shut up about 50% of 9/11 troopers. And one more thing, they did actually release something. They took the frames out of the moment of impact. And if you look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can see a small tip of something appear just before the explosion. And I'm telling you, too small of a tip to be a Boeing. It was, and it can't have been its wing because it can't have turned that quickly. So what I'm going to say is that it was a missile.
A missile. One of the advantages of one of the things that is routinely done in security cameras is that they have quite low frame rates because they're not actually interested in complete detail, and in order to get say 24 frames a second or whatever would require so much physical storage that the system gets overloaded or they can't store that much. So I think that the Skippy footage, because I'm looking at security video of plane hitting Pentagon released from 2015. That's on YouTube. They've got multiple still images. You can clearly see, and to say that that's too small for a plane, I suggest that you watch the television show Air Crash Investigations.
What comes in on the side, the right hand of the screen? Look at. Can you see what comes? Look at the right hand side of the screen.
Absolutely.
You can see something white comes in. You can.
Wait. Hold on. Why would they shoot a missile? Wouldn't they just use the thermite or whatnot?
Okay, so I'll just say this as well. Going back to your point, I mean, you said they wouldn't want to release the footage. I mean, there was more than just one camera. There were probably about 60 odd cameras at least. I think there were 80 something. So clearly they were willing to release something. So if they're going to show the moment it blows up, why don't you just show the plane hitting it? And
argument. No, so my suggestion is that you actually go back and do your own web search on this, because I'm just doing a web search of 9/11 Pentagon plane crash, and a lot of the stuff you're saying does not gel with the images that I'm seeing, nor the images that I recall seeing at the point. When you say that the hole was too small for a plane, there are multiple holes in the external structure. One where the plane went in and one where its nose came out, you can see the one where it went in. It's basically removed a section of the building. There's no question about that being too small for a plane to pass through. Yes, the hole on the other side where just the nose butted through the internal wall, because if you've seen aerial photos of the Pentagon, you'll see that not only is it 5-sided, but I think there are something like 7 rows of buildings, and each row is separated by a narrow courtyard. So the plane seems to have crashed into the side of the outermost building, and the nose seems to have pushed through the inside of the inner building. And you can tell because it's thrown a bunch of junk through the hole. There's been a bunch of office equipment that has gone through the hole, with the nose of the plane. So the claims here don't seem consistent with the evidence that I can bring up on a web search. Again, I'm talking too much. Plan a walk. Sorry.
That's all right. Sometimes it is good to get clarification on these things.
I do want to echo Planner Walk's earlier statement, though, Ed, that you are a pleasure to talk to, and this has been a remarkably civil and pleasant exchange. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it's been. I don't know if you caught when Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was on before, but that was far more of a dumpster fire.
Oh god, flat earthers, they're mad. They don't want to hear it. I mean, it's a joke. You can fly up in a MiG and you can see the earth curve. They don't care about logic, honestly. You might as well just say, like, okay, buddy. Just pat them on the shoulder sometimes. No, that's a bit harsh. I don't think it's that harsh. I also want to say that about the negative impact of having super wealthy individuals and or corporations, and the fact that corporations are willing to act quite maliciously in order to maximize their profits. The problem I have with the 9/11 issue is that I don't think actually government is that good at being organized. Government inefficiency sort of stops them from being that super organized, and they basically blunder about blindly for most of the things. So I just don't think the government can be organized enough to do this. But so I think we could have a number of the things you said before about the evils of oligarchies and that sort of stuff. I think we could have some really constructive conversations about, because I agree with you quite a bit about the evils of corporatization and privatization. They're arseholes. We need money for renewables. Forget oil. It's a joke.
I was just gonna say, like, there's something that I said earlier that's been a meme that I've seen, and that is we need to move past capitalism and instead utilize super capitalism. and don't tell anyone, but super capitalism is just socialism.
Well, the thing is that private enterprise can work in some market situations. Private enterprise works fine. All of the incentives are in place, and everybody acts perfectly, and the system works. And the government should recognize that and just go, okay, you guys are having fun. This is all working. No need to interfere. But there are other markets, and healthcare is one of them, that don't work without government interference. And so in that case, the government has to step in and go, okay, privatizing this is not a good thing. We need a public option. And so it's the government's job. It's not so much that one side or the other is right. It's actually a middle road where you pick the right tool for each situation, for each market. And I think that's the way to go. But unbridled corporatization is just bad. Anyway, I'm derailing the conversation. Co-commie rhetoric. Planner Walk, please rescue me.
That was fun.
I just wanted to lay on the line with many of the sentiments that Ed has put forward, and I think he's a very pleasant chap to talk to.
Absolutely.
And he should be proud, I think, because a lot of people get very obnoxious if they're challenged even moderately. But Ed, you've maintained your cool really well, so thank you for that.
Oh, you're very welcome. No, I'm always up for a nice civil debate. It's been a pleasure as well. You've done a good job, guys. So what did you guys want to talk about now?
Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up, or?
Well, I would definitely say watch Dario Fo's documentary Zero Investigation. There is a lot of bullshit out there
How do you
about
how do you spell his last
Zero.
name? No, how do you spell his last name?
Dario Fo. It's just F-O.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he can do a better job than I can. He did win a Nobel Prize. It was in literature, but way he does his documentary, he brings on experts, and he addresses the logic behind everything.
Sorry, just got to mute myself.
What I do want to say though is like false flag attacks are a very real thing. There was Operation Gladio, there was Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin. That was a false flag. Of course, the Nazis used false flags. So false flags aren't such a crazy concept. And so there's very good reason for people to believe in false flags. And the thing about 9/11 is while there's so much secrecy and everything that came from it is just so dodgy. And I mean, as I said, I'm 100% convinced 9/11 was an inside job. One other thing I did want to talk to you guys about was
hold on. One thing I just want to address your your false flag things. Like, have you heard of these people called auto hoaxers?
Oh,
auto hoaxers.
Can't say I have.
Okay, so basically, it's from what I can tell, it's the idea that whenever there's something like a shooting, like I think, you know, things like Sandy Hook, things like what happened in Christchurch a few years ago, their first thing is to say that it's a hoax and that it's a false flag operation or whatnot. And I find that sometimes you can enter into rather bad areas, and I also will admit that there will definitely have been false flag operations in the past. Like, I think that it's best to look at them individually rather than saying they exist, therefore this is a false flag. So
absolutely, I agree. I mean, conspiracy theorists, we do have a bad reputation, and part of the reason is because people don't trust anything, and then the imagination takes over. But I mean, in all fairness, just going to go off on a bit of a tangent here. Like, I also think JFK was assassinated by the CIA. There was a deathbed confession, and there was actually a study by the University of Texas Press that proves that conspiracy believers have been attacked using disinformation and misinformation and smear campaigns by the CIA since the Warren Commission. So there is a lot of nonsense and bullshit around conspiracies.
I would just on the JFK thing, please, you should look into the to the actions of Lee Harvey Oswald in the weeks leading up to the JFK assassination, because he took a pot shot at a judge, amongst other things in the lead up. He was clearly quite unstable, and the simple reality is that he I want to say I was listening to this conversation even while I was sort of on the phone there, and apologies for that. And I do agree. There are indeed conspiracy theories. There are indeed black flag operations, most famously undertaken by the current Russian government, if I'm being honest. But we need to be a little bit discriminate. And one of the things about the JFK assassination was that it was kind of a kick in the nuts for America. It was a blow to their psyche. And a lot of people have had a lot of trouble reconciling it and have come up with sort of alternative reasons than it was some random nut bar. But Lee Harvey Oswald seems to have been that random nut bar. Just the stuff that they've been able to piece together about his timeline ahead of time is really quite convincing. He was really a dangerously unstable individual.
Oh, I agree. But did you know, leading up to his death, he actually had a CIA handler called George de Monteshield?
It wouldn't surprise me if he did, because he had undertaken trips to the USSR, as it was then known, and the CIA might have assigned somebody to talk with him about those trips and to see what he could. Just to give you a hint, I met somebody. I met a Cambridge mathematician who, and this is not Clive Wells. So anybody who thinks this is Clive Wells, it isn't Clive Wells. This is a different Cambridge mathematician who went to a conference in China. And as he was re-entering the country, he got put aside. He got pulled aside and asked if he'd be willing to, work with the government the next time he was traveling in China. And his answer was an emphatic no. But it wouldn't surprise me if the CIA decided to try and make an outreach to Lee Harvey Oswald in sort of a similar way.
Okay, maybe we could have a debate about this another time. I mean, maybe we should just stay on 9/11 for now. It's a very big topic. I would say the best thing I've seen on it. Have you heard of Jesse Ventura? He was a governor.
Yes, I have.
He's got a good episode on it, and I mean, he does bring up some very good points, Jesse Ventura. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to bring up another point about 9/11.
Okay.
That is, I'll just quickly, one last thing about the Pentagon, that actually an accounting department was blown up on that day, and 2.3 trillion went missing.
That's sorry, Ufid. I don't know if you can see the YouTube chat at all. I'm sorry about this, but I have to give a shout out here.
Go ahead.
There's a young lady in the chat called Jessica G, and she messaged me with a detailed explanation. Like the original conspiracy was about the missing was about an IRS investigation into the missing $2.3 trillion in the defense budget, and she shared with me a bunch of information, and it is just sort of I just find it funny that you went into exactly the position that Jessica G kind of anticipated that you would do. You don't know the Flat Earth community. She is well known for being a pretty savage wit in the Flat Earth community, but she's also incredibly well informed. And she kind of sent me a bunch of articles about this. So yeah, so yes, I am aware of the $2.3 trillion. And the the relevant claims about that, but I don't. Even so, I do not consider this to be particularly persuasive in the fashion. Can I tell you what my interpretation of these events is that actually this was real, and you don't need nanothermite to bring down a building. Like, I remember being stunned. I'm going to be honest here. I didn't understand when I watched the footage, and the first tower went over, collapsed. I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked, and I thought, well, how did that happen? Why did that happen? And I went into university today, talked to an engineering friend of mine, and he said, well, it was always going to happen. I mean, they're only stable as long as they're intact and they're not heat stressed. Neither of those conditions was the case, so it was obviously going to collapse. And this was a random engineering student I happened to be friends with, who just announced it, ahead of time, that it was always going to happen. So I kind of think that the thermite argument, it's a little bit tenuous. You don't need thermite to collapse the building. The presence of the molten metal, we're still undecided. I still yet to see firm evidence on what that metal was. And there have been a couple of studies of the residue after that by Harrett. So Harrett published his paper in 2010, and you're right, it did get past peer review. But a chemical analysis of the debris in 2012 found no indications whatsoever of any thermite residue. So Harrett's results seem to be disputed at best, and so it's weird either way, right? Because you can either look at that and argue, well, obviously trying to suppress Harrett's findings, or you can look at that and say, you can say, well, Harrett is the sort of person who sees shadows. So it's a matter of which side of the fence you're already on. Do you see what I'm saying?
But why would Niles Harrett lie? I mean,
it's not a matter. Nobody is suggesting. Okay, nobody is suggesting. And that's a distinction that I want to make clear. Okay.
Okay.
People can be mistaken. People can be mistaken. People can have a psychological predisposition to see what they want to see, right? They can take evidence and they can interpret it in a way that they prefer it to be. It's a very grave risk. It's called positive confirmation bias. You see something and you see it as confirming something that you want confirmed. You interpret it in that way, and if there's it's a really weird aspect of science, because science is at its heart, when you come up with a hypothesis, as soon as you've come up with a hypothesis to explain something, you're kind of the father of that hypothesis, and you become on some level protective of it, and in some level you're emotionally invested in it. And as a scientist that you shouldn't be. As a scientist that you should be dispassionate, but you're only human. So there's a possibility, and I'm not saying that it's necessarily the case, but you always have to ask yourself the question, was Harrett being completely dispassionate in his analysis? Is there
why would he want 9/11 to be an inside job? I never wanted 9/11 to be an inside job. I was devastated when I figured out 9/11 was a job.
There are multiple possible motivations. One, it could have just been notoriety. Two, it could have been that he is himself a conspiracy theorist. Three, he feels that the US government wronged him in some particular fashion, particularly the Department of Defense. Or four, he may not have any predisposition at all. He may just have misinterpreted his chemical evidence. It may not be the case that it was positive confirmation bias. It may just be that he misinterpreted his physical evidence. That's always a possibility too.
I would just say to people, just read
Mm-hmm.
his work and make up your own minds.
Fair enough. At the same time, I would suggest there have been other articles published that suggest that this isn't the case, that there is no residue. Would you be open to reading them and seeing whether or not they're persuasive to you?
Well, I would have to. I'd rather read someone dispute Niles Harriot's evidence. I mean, I don't think there was actually was a scientific argument against what he presented.
So there was a study actually in.
Wasn't that years later?
Well, it was a couple of years after Harriot's in 2012. An organisation called MVA, published a study.
That's fine, but it doesn't disprove Niles Harriot, and I'd have to say Niles Harriot would be more reliable. I believe he took the dust straight after it happened. What I've
heard. Okay. Well, I mean, you need to compare the methodologies. I would suggest, however, that there is a risk associated with a layman trying to interpret the scientific validity of two scientific studies, because you can a lot of the science that's involved here is naturally beyond the understanding of the layman. So it becomes a case of, well, this person says one thing and this person says another thing. And so it kind of has to be assessed by multiple scientists who actually know the discipline and understand the arguments being made. And then they have to come to a conclusion about which was the more valid study. And I can see the argument that that's an untrustworthy process. And there's some merit to that. It just happens to be the best process we have, is sort of scientific consensus, is getting multiple people who know what they're doing when they're talking about a particular topic and getting their opinions on the relative merits of the studies. Does that sound valid?
Yeah, sure. Have you been on the website Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth? It says here over 3,000 architects and engineers support this website. Okay. If you look up nanothermite, there's a number of things you can read about it. But yeah, if it's all right with you, I'd like to bring up a different piece of evidence, unless you got anything else to say.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so recently a university in Alaska actually concluded World Trade Center number 7 collapsed due to fires. And so World Trade number 7, I'll just have a minute on this. So basically, not many people know that World Trade Center number 7 collapsed. It's actually a third tower. It wasn't reported much in the news. Well, good. And this is true. There is something very, very strange, and actually a BBC reporter reported that World Trade Center number 7 collapsed before it collapsed, and you can see World Trade Center number 7 in the background as she's reporting it collapsed. And it wasn't a slip of the tongue, because she actually referred to it as the Solomon Brothers building. So when we look at this and when we realize a plane didn't hit and World Trade Center number 7, and when we realize that no other building in the history of the world has ever collapsed like that due to fires, and now we see that this university in Alaska had this computer modeling study and it said World Trade Center number 7 didn't collapse due to fires. So the question is, what the bloody hell collapsed World Trade Center number 7?
Okay. So this is one of my favorite ones when it comes to 9/11, because I know all about this one. So the first thing that you got to consider when it comes to the BBC is when it comes to news networks, you want to be as quick when it comes to different stories, right? You want to be as quick as possible. So the first people to be reporting on something usually get the clicks. And when it comes to World Trade Center number 7, there were people that were saying this is going to collapse. Now, it could be that the BBC, they heard that it's going to collapse and maybe misinterpreted it as, oh, it has collapsed, right? And that's how they got things mixed up. How things... Because otherwise we're going into conspiracy theory where there's a lot of people in on it that don't need to be in on it. Well, like, why would BBC need to be in on the conspiracy? Especially if you're trying to keep it to as little people as possible. Right?
Well, the BBC can't be trusted, I'm afraid. I mean, look how they covered up Jimmy Savile for years. I mean, all the paedophilia those twats were involved in. I wouldn't trust the BBC with a broken spoon. I'm sorry.
Can I make a general observation? What you say is correct. They did fail to uncover Jimmy Savile's grotesque improprieties, but does an individual failure necessarily mean that they aren't that they are systematically able to be discounted? Because I
cover up.
Okay.
It was.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's different from a cover up. Sort of various people deciding that these vile rumors about Jimmy Savile, this wonderful charitable person that I happen to know personally. God damn it, he was in the studio just the other day. This can't be true. I happen to know. This is a difficult topic to discuss, but I would have. There was an individual I knew. I would have been a character reference for. I would have stood up for this individual in any court in the land and said that they were a wonderful person, and it turned out that he was a serial child predator, and I mean that in the most accurate fashion. I'm not being. This is a euphemism. For what he actually was. And it turned out that 2 of his victims were my brothers. I've never been more stunned. You just don't. I had no inkling. I had no grasp whatsoever. And it's easy to look back in retrospect and say, well, they should have seen it. But one of the things these people rely on is that you just don't expect to meet one, right? You don't expect to know one. You don't expect them to be right there beside you. And they exploit that. And you're right. They should have listened to Sid Vicious. They should have listened to the rumors that were swirling about him. And they should have taken it all more seriously. But I've been in the experience. I have had the personal experience of being right next to a child predator and having absolutely no idea, and being willing to be a character reference for them. And I was absolutely stunned. I absolutely gobsmacked by it.
Let me bring up another point then. All right, let's look at Israel, because Israel is an apartheid. Stephen Hawking boycotted Israel for being an apartheid. Noam Chomsky, one of the most cited scholars in the world, has said Israel's an apartheid. And look at the media silence. Look at the BBC silence over Israeli apartheid. Haaretz, one of the most respected newspapers in Israel, has said it's an apartheid. But it's all silent in the rest of the Western media. I mean, Israel's committing war crimes, it's abusing human rights in the settlements, and yet there's complete silence over this. This is a cover-up. I mean, it is clearly involved in some conspiracies.
I would dispute that. I don't think that the BBC is silent. I would have to look into it, but sort of all I know about, the undisputable Israeli human rights violations in the occupied Palestinian territories comes from mainstream media. It doesn't come from alternative media sources. And I'm certain that BBC was equally frank in its coverage of the various crimes that Israeli security forces undertook. It's one of the issues. Yes, is sort of the. There has been a tendency historically to sort of say, well, Israel is defending itself from this Arabic aggression, etc. So you can understand why they're over exuberant, but that turns into just empowerment of abusive behaviour by the Israeli government and the Israeli security services. And there's a point where we need to, it's well beyond the point where we need to sort of hold them to account for the way that they behave. Sorry, I was cutting you.
Oh, sorry. You need to look into that more. I mean, I'm just got a article, Israel National News right now. It's about how the BBC cut comments by Nigel Kennedy about apartheid in Israel. The BBC is involved in covering up Israeli apartheid. I strongly suggest you look into it more.
Okay. Well, I do want to say that it's not necessarily easy being a media organisation in the current environment, and I would just suggest, but this is all very, very weird and beside the point. Planet Walk's initial point was, why does the reporter have advance notice of the time frame and the details of the event? My question to you would be, actually, if this tower was not going to be hit by a plane and could not physically have been felled by fire, why did the conspiracy decide to destroy it?
Oh, why did they decide to destroy it? Oh, I think there were actually some intelligence or some data that got destroyed, but I mean, we would need to look more into that.
But do you see the inherent contradiction here, right? So this is all meticulously planned. This is all thought out ahead of time. But nobody thought, well, if we need Tower 7 destroyed, perhaps we could crash a plane into it. It just seems like, well, so now they're so incompetent that they have buildings falling over for no reason. Or the University of Alaska doesn't have the best engineering faculty in the world. Which is the more plausible?
Sure, but the University of Alaska conducted an experiment for years. It was computer modeling it, and I mean, no other building has ever collapsed due to fires. And we've got to remember, it didn't actually. You look other skyscrapers; they burn for ages and ages. World Trade Center number 7, it collapsed at free full speed. It just doesn't really make much sense.
Okay, so when it comes to that, you do know how. So there is the way that World Trade Center number 7 collapsed, and they've actually computer modeled it. So what happened is the interior of it collapsed first, right? The interior of the building collapsed before the exterior of the building, and that made it look as though the building was collapsing at free full speed. And there is ways that, like NIST did a computer simulation of what you'd expect to see if it collapsed from fire, which I've actually got. If you click on the little live button next to me, you should be able to see my screen. Let me know when you can. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Wolfie, yeah. Watch stream. So I've never used this before.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Watch stream.
So yeah, here we've got.
Got it.
All right. So here's the computer model created by the NIST, showing how the building collapsed. Right, and as you can see, the building collapsed with the interior first. Right, and when you do a side-by-side comparison, you'll actually notice that the penthouse structure here collapsed before the rest of the building. So if we play, you'll see, there we go, penthouse structures go. There's daylight visible here, and it's, as you see, it's not all instantly collapsing. It's the interior is collapsing first.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't trust the NIST. Maybe if they addressed the facts that there was molten steel, I'd trust them more. They were actually, if you put in NIST confronted about molten steel into YouTube, they were also confronted about high temperatures provided by NASA, I think, and they didn't address them. So, I mean, if you do believe it was an inside job, you got to believe the NIST were prepared for all of this.
Well,
So I have a question. If the NISTC were prepared, why didn't the NISTC just instead of using nanothermite, why didn't they use rocket fuel? Because all you need to do is heat up the metal, right? In order to get it to weaken. You don't need molten metal. So given that there was going to be lots and lots of rocket fuel involved in this incident, aircraft fuel, why not just use lots and lots of aircraft fuel? Why use nanothermite, which is completely different in chemical composition? It's utterly detectable, and it's and it's traceable. It's a controlled substance. So why go with that route rather than just using jet fuel?
I imagine it was the practicality of installing the nanothermite. Well, wouldn't it be quite hard to? You couldn't just paint jet fuel on, could you? Wouldn't it?
Well, you wouldn't be able to paint nanothermite on either. You need it to be. You need access to structural members here. It's not enough to just paint it on the outside. You need to get access to the actual skeleton of the building for this conspiracy to work. It's not enough to just set fire to the inside of the building. You need to be heat weakening the actual framework of the building. So you need access to that. So you need to be removing wall panels. You need to be basically you need to evacuate the bottom few. You need to evacuate the bottom few floors and apply the thermite there. But it just seems really difficult to do either way.
Yeah, well, I don't have an answer for sure. I mean, economics is actually my specialty, not science, but I do know a little bit. But I would imagine, maybe nanothermite, maybe they just worked out that it burns for longer or something, and maybe it was just easier practically to have nanothermite.
It might have been, but the sort of again we get back to now we've got two scientific studies. One does suggest that there was thermite residue there, and the other one suggests that there wasn't. And so it seems a bit like it seems like you have to have made up your mind that the inside job theory is tenable, rather than look at the evidence and get to the inside job theory.
Sure. Well, you need to make. I do. Well, basically, it does come down. You need to make a call. You need to ask, who do you trust more? And one of the reasons I trust Niles Harriott more is it's not just that one thing, is it? It's the molten steel. It's the ludicrous footage around the Pentagon. And as I said, if you watch Dario Fo's documentary, it explains how all the footage is confiscated and how there wasn't any proper wreckage around the whole Pentagon. So no wing marks as well on that hole. I mean, it's so when you combine all this evidence together, I mean, you've got to say, okay, Niles Harriott, he produced this, and so I'm gonna believe him. He was the first person there. He got the rubble, and everything else falls into place, and it makes more sense. People trying to cover it up.
Can I make 2 points there? One, there is you don't dispute that there was a plane full of people that is unaccounted for then, right? So you're suggesting that there was a plane that went missing, but that the Pentagon got hit by a missile. So what did they do? What did they do with that missing plane now, and the people on it? Where is that plane?
Oh, they probably blew it up, or they sunk it into the ocean.
Okay, why not crash it into the building?
Oh, that is a good question. I'd imagine they need it to be more precise, but I mean, as I said, I know it sounds ludicrous, but when you look at the evidence surrounding it, it's the conclusion that
So you want no, it isn't the conclusion you have to come to, because allow me to discuss this. The plane, you understand that the plane impacted the ground before it hit the Pentagon, right? So the plane hit the.
It was hit by a missile, I'm afraid.
Okay, so so isn't that a circular argument? You believe that it was a missile because there's no evidence of wing damage. Therefore, I can't explain why there wasn't any wing damage because it was hit by a missile. The official narrative is that the plane hit the ground before it hit the Pentagon. That impact with the ground dislodged the wings. Therefore, it was only the main chassis of the plane that impacted the outer building of the Pentagon. This is why there is no plane wreckage. There's no wing damage on the Pentagon, because planes are not solid blocks of metal. They fall apart once they start taking significant kinetic energy damage. You're also overlooking the fact, how does a missile, which is a large explosive device, produce the small hole on the inside? Because of the way the missile explosions work, the physics are that the further you get away from the missile strike, the larger the shock wave. It expands in a spherical pattern, so you wouldn't get a small hole on the inside. You get a large hole in the inside. It wouldn't be incredibly localized the way that it is. That suggests to me that something material has impacted that inner wall of the building. And again, you're back to, well, okay, they faked it, but they released this footage from the car park camera that was unconvincing. Well, if they faked it, why didn't they have convincing video footage? It would have been easier. It would have been a lot easier for them to actually. There is a plane that's missing that had a lot of people on it. Why not crash that into the Pentagon and film it in 1080 in high resolution, and then have that all over the. Why do it this way? It can't be the case that this is an incredibly well organized an incredibly well-organized, carefully thought-out conspiracy, but they are so fucking stupid that they can't get their evidence right. Both of those don't make sense. And it seems to be that I have to believe both in order to get to the conspiracy side.
Okay,
Fuck
for
me,
a start,
Planet Walk. I am sorry. I just want to say to Planet Walk, I am the
All
worst
right,
moderator ever. I am the worst moderator ever. Why did you have me on?
It's been fun though. Yeah, I've been able to sort of just listen and go, oh, that's interesting, and also be able to like do a bit of programming in the background, because quite often, this is going a little bit off topic, but quite often what I'll do is I'll just be programming and have something on in the background, like maybe modern day debates or maybe Team Skeptic After Dark, there's those kinds of things. And I'll just be working away on my game here and have that on in the background. And I'll just be like, that's interesting. It's been great. It's sort of this is sort of like my average day, but in a YouTube stream.
You're right. Well, I should shut up. I keep on saying that, and I keep on failing. So I'm sorry, Ed.
That's all right.
Don't worry about it.
But you were going to make a point.
Yeah, I was going to make a point. Oh,
sorry.
You go make your point first, Edward.
All right, sure. I mean, as I said, in this documentary, Zero, an Investigation, they show that there weren't actually any wings. If the wings had come off the plane, I mean, we'd be able to see photos or evidence of the wings, and there were flybys of the area after, and the pilot said they couldn't see any wings, they couldn't see any wreckage. But why would they use a missile? I mean, the conclusion is that they wanted to blow up this accounting department, and they didn't trust a hijacker. Remember, whoever was flying the plane would have to be wanting to kill themselves, and they weren't technically capable enough of blowing that up. And I'm afraid, I know I keep mentioning the cameras, but it would really shut me up, wouldn't it, if they just released the footage? And it seems, why would they want to drag their reputation through the mud over something so little as just releasing some bloody footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon? We know they've got the footage.
Well,
I mean,
I'll let Tony go, because Tony probably has a bit more better of an idea.
No, off you go.
Okay. All right, so I'd say that firstly, the reason why. So the first one would be first claim I'd deal with is the flyby thing, and that is, I don't know how quickly they cleaned up everything, and maybe they could clean it up rather quick. And it can also be that the people that did the flybys were mistaken about what they saw. Like, I don't know. Like, if they took video, that would be better. But I do understand that back then, not everyone had a mobile phone to take videos and all that. So, I guess all we have to go off is their word, is their testimony. But is their testimony really all that reliable? Sometimes testimony can be, people may not see things correctly and all that kind of stuff. Secondly, I do have to agree with Tony when he says, why would they fake this? Why wouldn't they? Because, why would that plane be flying over the Pentagon, in the first place? Now, I don't know the exact flight that it was doing, but, if someone at least hijacked it to and to go near the Pentagon, they're probably well aware that their life is going to be at risk. So, you know, why wouldn't they fly it into the Pentagon anyway? You got that question. And I feel like a plane would probably be more... like, even if it was an inside job, like, I feel like a plane would be a bit more controlled than a missile.
Well, you can precision control missiles. But the issue is that missiles have a very specific explosion configuration, whereas planes have a very different explosion configuration. Planes, of course, inflict most of their damage by kinetic energy before the jet fuel goes up, whereas missiles achieve most of theirs through just a sheer detonation of explosion that causes a spherical ball of concussive force to radiate out from the source of the explosion. So they're a very different sort of concept.
Yeah. So so my point, I guess, would be like when it comes to the plane hitting it, like because firstly, like missile, it's an explosion, and a plane you could probably like just crash it in there and not have too much of an issue with getting places that you don't want to hit. But like either way, like why would you got the question of why would they want to blow up the Pentagon, right? Because didn't one of the planes crash into like a cornfield because the people on it, the people on it decide to basically go, okay, well let's stop this plane from being crashed into wherever it's going to be crashed into. Like
maybe that's what went wrong. Maybe the plane was supposed to crash into that bit of the Pentagon, and then the people fought back, so they had to improvise and they had to just launch a missile at the Pentagon to blow up the accounting department.
Why would they want?
Can you tell me why a serviceman with access to a missile would fire it at the Pentagon? Because that's an illegal. That's an illegal order, right? This is a criminal act. You can a serviceman a serviceman has no obligation to obey a criminal order.
Sure, but there's many weapons, and it might not have had to have been done by a serviceman. If you do believe that we are controlled by this oligarchy who's got this kind of black ops network dotted throughout the government and power systems, they could have pulled one of their strings and got a missile launch there.
Well, you say that as though it's an easy thing to achieve, and
they've got trillions, and
they may have trillions of dollars, but it's sort of you need somebody with severe technical competence. You want to hit a particular portion of this building, and you want to inflict some very specific damage according to your conspiracy theory. So you don't just want anybody doing it. You want a very skilled technician, and you need to give them access to an appropriate missile system, and you need that missile system to be in position to inflict the shot that you want to inflict on it. Your suggestion is now that this is all impromptu.
Maybe it can just be done with computers. It's a stationary target. Might have just been able to lock onto the area and launch it. And they could corrupt someone if they wanted to. If you do believe in this conspiracy, you've got to believe members of the military are in on it. You look at the Australian, New Zealand, the UK military. I believe the royal family, they attend the Bilderberg group after all, and of course they were involved with Jeffrey Epstein. They control the military, so there are members of the military who are in on this stuff. And I just want to say, Jeffrey Epstein, he actually had a painting of George Bush playing with paper aeroplanes, knocking down Jenga towers.
Well, that doesn't seem as, if I'm going to come up with this conspiracy, the last thing I'm going to do is have myself photographed, doing the reenactment with paper planes. So I regard. Well, I don't. I don't regard sort of artistic licenses as evidentiary in any sense.
There's a bit of colour though.
But you have also added a bunch of aircraft into your experience. Basically every air traffic controller on the East Coast needs to now be on the conspiracy. Would you care to address that?
Yeah, sure. NORAD was actually asked to step down.
But they're not air traffic controllers. Air traffic controllers are they work at individual airfields, right? They have access to the transponder signals and the radar signals, and you're suggesting that they're all in on it.
I'm not suggesting all the air traffic controllers are in on it.
They're tracking the motion of the aircraft. The aircraft that the Pentagon actually went somewhere else and crashed there.
There are ways to disrupt that, and as I said, they might have just been improvising the plane that was going to hit the Pentagon. Might have went down, so they had to launch a missile.
Okay, when you suggest that, you make it sound like a plane is something that's easy to hide.
They have the technology. I mean, we're talking about the oligarchy. They've got access to everything, all the high technology, and they can disrupt it.
But do they really? I mean, this is can you historically point to a case where a plane crashed on land without anybody, or even near land, without anybody having any idea where that happened?
Oh, I can't, but I think that's irrelevant. And else I will say as well is the black boxes were never found for the planes that did actually hit the trade centers, but they did manage to find fingernails to identify the victims. Do you not think that seems a bit peculiar?
I would need to have that verified for me.
Okay, sure. Jesse Ventura.
Jesse Ventura is not a journalist, nor is he an investigator.
He was a governor, and he was a Navy SEAL, and he does provide evidence. So, I mean, you can watch his stuff. I mean, what
Jesse Ventura is prone to paranoid fantasies. Are you now willing to commit to backing up every claim Jesse Ventura has ever made?
Oh, but it's not a claim because he has a documentary.
So
he interviews people who worked at the sites.
But you just asserted that something is true because Jesse Ventura said it was true.
I asserted it because he has a documentary episode about it called Conspiracy Theory.
So can you okay, let's look at 2001. All right. Yep. So American Airlines Boeing 767-223R, neither flight recorder ever found. Same for United Airlines 767-222. That's fair enough. Okay. Pentagon flight recorder was recovered. Cockpit voice recorder too badly damaged by fire to provide any information. So the one black box that they did get back was from the Pentagon.
I mean, sure, but I mean, this is the tricky thing.
It
was planted or not.
Well, I mean, so let me get this right. The conspiracy now planted flight data recorder at the Pentagon, but they didn't take the trouble to plant fake flight data recorders at the World Trade Center. Do you not see the cognitive dissonance there?
All right.
If they're going to plant fake flight recorders at one site, they're going to do it at all of the sites, and there are going to be fake flight recorders everywhere. You can't use the fact that that flight recorders were not recovered at one site as evidence of conspiracy, and then the fact that a flight recorder was found at another site as evidence of a conspiracy. That way, everything is evidence of a conspiracy.
Been fine. I mean, but it doesn't prove that it is the mainstream narrative by any stretch just because a flight recorder was found at the Pentagon. I'm actually unaware of this flight recorder that was found at the Pentagon, but why? I mean, and if you watch Jesse Ventura's episodes on 9/11, he actually says that people did see the black boxes, but they refused to release what was inside them. The tower.
Again, so now you're suggesting the NTSB is in on the conspiracy, and the first responders are in on the conspiracy. The first responders who eventually ended up suffering incredibly adverse physical and psychological damage as a result of the duties they were required to undertake. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it again. You can't have it that they were never found, and then they were found, but people weren't allowed to touch them. It's got to be one or the other.
Other people could have found them before. People who had they could have sent in people from the CIA or whatever that could have found the black boxes before any of them, because then they have tracking, they've got GPS on the black boxes, and they could have put the emergency responders to it. I'm definitely not suggesting it was actually an emergency responder who brought this issue up with Jesse Ventura.
And in fact, no, the flight data recorders do not have internal GPS transceivers. Their data recording devices, they don't have transponders. I don't think. Actually, they do have battery transmission for a while. I think they have pings that they send out. I know that, but the batteries have limited power. And if and I'm not sure if you've ever seen a black box for an accident, they can just be completely lost. If you've got hundreds of tons, you make it sound like a black box should be able to be found. If you've got hundreds of tons of metal debris, your black box is going to be an ashen piece of metal. It's just going to look like everything else, and the quite high probability is that the battery just got destroyed and there was no transponder activity inside it.
Sure, but I mean, we can keep talking about this, but all I'd say is look at what Jesse Ventura has to say about it. Make up your own conclusions. I mean, it might all be irrelevant, to be honest, even if they did recover them. But I mean, at the end of the day,
but weren't they on radar? like weren't they on radar up until they hit the so the planes were on radar, right? We have the radar records of the planes from 9/11 hitting the World Trade Center. Their flight tracks. So what would be the point of hiding the flight data recorders?
In all honesty, I don't know. So yeah, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, I mean, there are all these other little bits of evidence you can find in, and yeah, people can interpret them differently. There's like other things like the passports of the hijackers were recovered out of the rubble of the trade centers, amazingly, but yeah, they couldn't find the black boxes in the trade centers. Yeah, I kind of feel that dancing around a bit. Like, if I'm really honest, I've had many discussions about 9/11 being an inside job, and I do think the most important things to look at is I've already said them. It's like, why is there no footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon? Why not just release it? Why was there molten steel found? The NIST didn't address it, and I mean, this whole thing with nanothermite, we can keep having a back and forth, but I have read Niles Harriot's work, and I mean, yeah, sure, I'm not a scientist, but I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, the guy was a professor at the University of Copenhagen. I can't take that away from him. And
but if other professors come up and say, well, we tested it and we didn't find anything, why do you believe Harriot over them?
Harriot got there first. And I don't think
Harriot published his results in 2010, right?
Got the rubble.
That was okay. So, well, then why did it take him 9 years to complete his analysis and publish?
All right. If yeah, but then you'd have to. Why do you really believe he would make such a mistake? Why would you risk your reputation on that?
I cannot. Again, there are multiple reasons he could have made an honest mistake. Actually, there have been cases where there's been laboratory contamination. The lab has ended up contaminated with explosive residue, and they were finding false positives anywhere. So it could be a lab issue. It could be one of his lab technicians messed up. It could be that he has a propensity for conspiracy theories. It could be that he has a particular psychological condition. It could be that he's just not a very good scientist. It could be that he's right. That there are one of the explanations is, of course, that he's right and the other people are wrong. That is a possible explanation. But given the other preponderance of evidence, it just seems extremely difficult. One of the things about secrets is that they're very, very difficult to keep. And one of the very few conspiracies last for any length of time before somebody decides, well, I'm going to blow the whistle on this.
Someone did Albert Stubblebine.
Sorry?
Albert Stubblebine, he was the head of US military intelligence. He blew the whistle on this. He said he analysed the photos and everything.
Could you spell his surname for me? Stubble.
Stubblebine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. And he said what? That he had direct knowledge of being ordered to participate in this conspiracy?
No, he didn't. But okay, so he worked up high, and he said it was an inside job. I mean, there are people who worked around who have said it doesn't make sense. But yeah, just because someone who wasn't involved in the conspiracy directly hasn't come forward, it doesn't mean that it wasn't a conspiracy.
All right. So I mean, it's a that's true too. I mean, that's logically valid. But this doesn't generally refute my point that the number of personnel and the number of individuals who were involved in this conspiracy seems to be quite large, and it seems unusual that you can maintain operational security over a group that is that large. Because normally one person or another, for whatever reason, reconsiders or decides that they can make a book or that they can make money out of it or whatever, or they regret their involvement in something that they regard as evil, and generally you'll get some form of confession down the line. So the larger and the more intricate the conspiracy involved, the more likely that somebody is going to change their mind and spill the beans on it. It would seem to me, and that hasn't happened. So that leads me to an initial skepticism coming in that such a conspiracy was enacted. Now, the identity of the molten metal remains to me unconfirmed. People saw molten metal on steel beams and they concluded that the metal was steel, but that doesn't necessarily follow. Molten aluminium or molten whatever could have dripped down onto a steel beam. That doesn't seem conclusive to my way of thinking, and I will always go with absence of evidence doesn't mean evidence of absence. Just because the Pentagon has chosen not to release, because as soon as you go that route, there you can believe anything pretty much. There's no evidence.
Okay, so I'll just say this: if you go on, so there's a website. It's called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, with over 3,000 architects and engineers that confirm this. So if you put in, there's a search bar at the top. If you put in molten steel at the top, they actually they have a whole video of how there was molten steel found at the trade centers. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, can you? So it's a bit difficult. Can you tell me the basis on which they conclude that it is molten steel? Did they sample it? Did they obtain a physical sample of it, and did they suggest that that's steel?
Sorry, it's not. It's just all the video. They definitely did tests, and they confronted John Gross, the head of NIST. They do have pictures, witnesses, professors say there was molten steel. Let's see. So there's one, got quite a few. Robert Kim Ireland, he's a chemical engineer. He seems to say it. Yeah, I'm not watching it. I'm kind of just clicking through this video trying to find people. Yeah, I could send you the link. Interested?
Whilst you're getting that, there is a super chat that I want to read out from Kickass Dave for £5. Says, one of the first people on site not only found many parts of the plane, but found body parts and pieces of crew uniform. This conspiracy is moronic. I think he's referring to the plane outside of the plane outside of the Pentagon, or the plane that hit the Pentagon, should I say?
Well, sure. As I said, though, I would watch Dario Fo's argument on that piece of evidence. Won the Nobel Prize. See what he has to say on it, and make up your mind from there.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean, this is something that I would suggest. This is advice that I would sort of redound on you a little bit, I would suggest that there is other evidence out there than the evidence that you are quite attached to, that might put this in a different perspective. And so you've encouraged me to sort of look up a lot of this stuff. There have been numerous analyses of these. It's not like this has been dismissed out of hand. There have been, people have taken these claims seriously and have looked into them. So I'd suggest that you look at some of the refutations for them, because there's
silence. There's silence. For example, molten steel. People just deny that there was molten steel, but clearly there was molten steel because I'm looking at pictures of it right now in front of me.
How can you tell that it's steel based on pictures?
Oh, I've told you source. I mean, I can't share a whole.
The source literally said.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say the source literally, like, if I go back to the source, right? The source literally at one point says that it could be molten aluminium from the plains. Yeah, it says actually not only does it says that it could be, it says that the metal was probably molten aluminium from the plane.
That's not true. What source are you looking at?
It's
Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth.
No, it's a source. It's from New York Times and was written by James Glans.
Which is that when he was talking about the drip candle?
It's the one that says that it doesn't say about drip candles, right? But it does say, it does mention does mention unexplained cascade of molten metal from the northeast corner of the South Tower just before it collapsed, and it says
right. That's what I said. I said James Glann molten steel drip candle. But in James Glann molten steel drip candle.
Now I did search that before.
Steel. It looks for all the world like a drip candle. So it's next to one of the immense steel columns that held up the north face of the tower.
Yeah, when I search for that, all I get is conspiracy. All I get is conspiracy websites when I search for that. That's not a good thing. Like,
oh no, if you click it, it should give you a link because he wrote it in the New York Times.
Yeah, I've literally looked for it on Google, and it's all just coming up with conspiracy stuff.
All right. Well, if you put James Glans into the website Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, it will come up, and it comes up with the New York Times link. Everything's sourced on this website, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth.
So, I also want to explore a little bit. Obviously, you've touched on JFK. So an apparatus like a conspiratorial apparatus like this can only exist, should only exist, if the government is routinely implementing conspiracies of this sort. So you would therefore be quite, do you believe that, for instance, the recent viral outbreak is the result of a conspiracy?
I believe COVID is a real virus, but we do know the statistics have been exaggerated. Why they've been exaggerated, I can only theorize if I had to guess. And when you look at the elites, they've made over $1 trillion now out of the virus. So if it is a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy to shift the distribution of wealth. A number of broadcasters like Andrew Neil, he's explained how they've been exaggerating the statistics. if you look at the statistics, like if you're under 60 and you have no pre-existing health conditions, your chances of dying of the virus are nearly next to zero. So yeah, don't have any proof though, to be honest. It's all theorizing. Well, I do have proof. They've exaggerated the statistics.
Yeah, would you care to share that?
Sure.
Which statistics are exaggerated?
Sure. There's a video by JP Sears, if you heard of him.
Okay, so that isn't evidence. All right, I don't accept videos by sort of. So again, I'm a professional scientist.
Well,
if you ask, okay, then tell me what evidence they present. Don't tell me to watch the video. Tell me what evidence they present.
Oh, sure. Well, I wasn't prepared to speak about this, so I'd have to look it up. I can't remember.
All right. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I do want to. I do want to say something because I just found the page for the particular thing when it came to the molten steel stuff. Right. Turns out that the reason why I couldn't find it is because it's been removed by the New York Times. Now, it could be I was going to click on the link because if I go here and I go to the link, it says page not found, and that's probably due to. Because often articles might get removed if they spread misinformation or are being... Sometimes that might be because they're being co-opted against the original intent.
Censorship.
What?
Or censorship.
No, I don't necessarily think that it's censorships.
It could be, couldn't it? Like, you can't really draw any conclusions out of the fact that it's been removed. That's what he said. James Glanz said it. At the end of the day, he saw a steel beam. It looked like a drip candle, and he thought enough about it to publish it in an article for the New York Times. You can make it what you will, but
wasn't it James Glanz reporting on someone else that said it though?
Well, how would you know? You can't read the article.
True. Yeah, so we can't really ascertain much from that article, seeing as it's been removed. So
again, this is actually the point that I was going to get to. When you say evidence, I do not regard a video that somebody made on YouTube as evidence, and I would, there needs to be a much higher standard applied to what is or is not evidence. Now, if the New York Times removed that article for whatever reason, it cannot be relied upon in any sense, and its absence cannot be used as evidence. So you just said, this may be evidence of censorship. Or it could be evidence of good editorial practice, and you're making the decision to interpret it one way or the other. The intellectually honest way to respond to this is to suggest that this article, we should pretend that this article never existed. Because
no, we can't draw anything out of that.
We have to disregard the article entirely.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Because
he wrote it, he said it. No, I'm sorry, but that's not
actually
logical.
From my perspective, what has happened is you've said that an article existed that said something. An attempt to independently verify what that article said and in what context reveals that the article is no longer publicly available.
He said it. He said it.
You can tell me he said it, and you can
did.
But again, this ignores the central fact. how do you know how was the molten metal on those beams identified? Have they been chemically sampled? If so, by whom? Where are the results?
Well, you can look at a steel beam and see if it melted.
No.
No.
You
can't.
Well,
you said it looked like a drip candle. So
No,
you can.
I
You can
reject.
see when steel was melted.
I reject.
Come on, mate.
I reject
Come
your
on.
assertion. So what you're saying is, if I take, please listen to what I'm about to say. You don't know what the length of the beam is ahead of time. I show you a beam that has a lot of molten metal at one end of it that looks kind of like an ice cream cone. You're telling me that you can infallibly tell the difference between whether or not that metal came from the beam or whether or not it was some other molten metal that dripped along the beam from the top. You're telling me that just by looking at it,
you know what a
can
steel
tell the
beam
difference.
looks like, so you can see if it's been distorted and if it's dripped and melted.
Well, show me the photo then.
I can't because the New York Times removed the article.
Okay, so you've got no evidence.
If you look hard enough, James Gland's 100% did say that, and just because the New York Times has taken down the article, doesn't change
now we're back to the fact that James Gland's is a 100% reliable witness that what you say he described he saw is reality.
Oh yeah,
right. That you're claiming that he knows and that he had such a good look at this that he was able to tell it, that he was able to inspect it in sufficient detail to absolutely rule out alternative theories of what happened here.
It's more likely that James Gland's knew what he saw, and that's why he published the article.
According to you, that's more likely. According to me, it isn't.
Oh, well, that's fine. I know it's more likely. He thought enough about it to write an article about it. I mean, it's not like he just said it in passing.
It's not like the publication he stood by the article.
All right, so what about the thousands of architects and engineers? This website, they've provided evidence, and their professors saying that there was molten steel at the site.
So I don't think that they are saying that there's molten steel at the site. What they're saying is that if there is molten steel at the site, it can't be explained, and they're relying on reports from other people about the molten steel being there. If the reports of the molten steel being there, their claim is that if there's molten steel at the site, then it is physically impossible that the heat generated by that came from the combustion of jet fuel. That's what they're saying.
Steel. No, they say there's molten steel.
Based on what evidence? What evidence are they basing that claim?
A witness is evidence, and they've got photos as well.
A witness is evidence provided the basis for their conclusion. What did these people witness?
Okay, but this is one of the problems. I give you these evidence.
That's not evidence. Yes.
I know you haven't watched the video, so yes, I'm telling you they provide evidence.
Even if a YouTube video is not evidence. The reason I don't watch YouTube videos when people come up and say this is because that the best thing that a YouTube video can do is show you particular images and have people talking about those images. They aren't publishing their results. They aren't publishing the results of chemical analyses. They aren't doing a spectroscopic analysis. They aren't doing, I want hard data. I don't want people standing around nattering about stuff. I want to know what the data is. And
professors, they provide their findings.
Yes, Yes, I have a PhD. I'm a professional scientist. I know how science works, and it doesn't work via YouTube. It doesn't work via YouTube presentations.
Sure, but the professors use the science and then they provide it on video.
Yes, and if you can't tell me what they're saying, and this is something that I would also suggest to you. You should make a point of remembering the salient points from the video, because I'm going to ask you what their evidence was, and you're saying, well, they had some. Okay, what was it?
Well, if I tell you the evidence, you won't take me seriously, because I'm not an expert or a scientist, so I need to refer you to someone who's respectable.
Tell me what their evidence was. What form did their evidence take?
They looked at the steel beams and they said it was molten steel.
They visibly inspected something. Did they visibly inspect it in person, or were they basing their interpretation on a?
Sure. Well, there were photos as well, and yeah, some of them did inspect it in person.
Okay. So some of them had physical access to the debris, but they didn't take chemical samples of it. Okay, I'll watch the video.
I don't know about the chemical samples.
But if I want to identify, and I give it to a chemist, and they say what, and I ask them what metal this is. I don't just look at something. I mean, it seems if you talk to Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, you'll see him in the chat, and his mates. They'll say that garnets are made of giant's blood, or some such fatuous.
Not the same though. These are architects, engineers, and professors who say this. They know how to use science.
Because it looks like giant. Because it looks like dry. And because it has the color of dry blood. Yes, I mean but that's based on somebody saying that something looks like something, and I don't accept that as evidence. I don't. Nobody publishes a paper and says it looked like this, and that should be good enough for everybody. That has never, ever been the basis for a scientific result, right? I looked at a photo of it and it looked like this, or I looked at it and it looked like this. Here's the photos. See what I mean? They present a much more. And again, sorry, I'm getting frustrated and realize.
Fair enough.
I can get bad tempered.
People don't want to accept. I know that all of this stuff. You're talking about cognitive bias earlier. Maybe you should ask yourself if you have cognitive bias, because these guys. I mean, they're legit. They confronted the NIST with some of their evidence, and the NIST was silent. I mean, if you really want to shut up people like me, you'd be best off just showing us the evidence and debating. So when the NIST is silent, it's just
the NISTB don't see the need to engage with this, but the one of the issues. Okay. I don't mean to be insulting, but here's something that I notice quite a lot from flat earthers. Is they say, well, scientists should do this and scientists should do that. As a scientist, I go, actually, scientists have better things to do, because we already know the answer to this question, and it's not worth looking at, and it's not worth throwing money at. So if you want that done, you do it yourself on your own dime, because we're finished with this.
We did, and we had. There's not a single respected scientist who backs up flat Earth, but with 9/11, there are thousands. And there are high officials as well. It's not like flat Earth, can't compare it. But yeah, I mean, all these professors, and engineers and architects, they're putting their neck out on the line, and they've said there's molten steel, and they've said look at the temperatures here, and they've confronted the NIST about it, and they're silent. I mean, these aren't just
if I
bullshit YouTube videos.
If I can, so let's have a look at the claim. Niels Harriot's claim that the microscopic spheres of iron found in the World Trade Center dust could only have been formed with thermite. Because they point out that very small particles of steel, very small fragments, splinters, they take much less heat to actually melt and get into a spherical center. The MVA Scientific Duluth, Georgia, did a study using stereomicroscopic and polarized light microscopy to analyze samples in accord with current forensic standards, and they found no evidence any of the residue, any of the aluminium residue that would be expected from a thermite burn. That was published in 2012. I can provide the link for you if you want. So the idea that, your suggestion that there is only silence, that nobody is looking at this, that nobody is producing any scientific results, it's not true. There are people who are doing studies. There are people who are putting out there. I beg your pardon. About the molten steel. Yes. About the spherical iron droplets.
Sure, but it doesn't disprove Niles Harriot's work. I mean,
the fact that there is the fact that
they did another test just because that test didn't come up positive, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, there's not going to be nanothermite throughout all the rubble of the trade fences.
No, but there has to be aluminium. Combustion occurs. Thermite gives off aluminium, so that's going to be everywhere. It's not the case that they tested for the presence of nanothermite. They tested for the presence of combustion products of nanothermite, and they didn't find any, which suggests that there can't have been any nanothermite burning within any reasonable distance of the debris that they sampled. We have to read the individual studies to determine, whether or not their sampling methodology was correct or what have you. In order for it to be a conspiracy, surely in your it seems like it. Sorry, in order for this to be a conspiracy, all of this has to line up in your favor. You need all of these dominoes in place. You seem to certainly be very defensive about any of the dominoes, sort of being taken out of your argument. But I would suggest that actually perhaps you haven't looked for the scientific evidence that might present the counter arguments, because I can certainly find it.
But you haven't read Niles Harriot's journal yourself yet.
I would suggest that it's Niels Harriot, like Niels Bohr. That's
sure, but we'll see.
That's a technical. That's me being finicky, and nothing to do with the validity of your argument. Yeah, I haven't read Niels Harriot's study yet, but I'll go away and I'll make a point of doing so. Yeah. But there exists another study that produces contradictory results. This is not actually uncommon in science, and we need to. Your theory only holds up as Niels is right. That hasn't been demonstrated yet. You need other studies to back him up in order to get him across the line.
Well, there was Stephen Jones. Sure. So This website, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. I mean, if you search nanothermite, just having a read now. Right. There are other people who say it.
I do want, whilst you're going on, I do want to start to bring this debate to a close because we're nearly in the final hour of this. We're getting close to the final hour of the stream. So Kick-Ass Dave for £5 says, when you research any topics, and he puts research in quotes, do you bother to look for genuine truth? You haven't cited a single credible source. Extremely dishonest.
Oh, have. Well, I mean, what do you mean I haven't cited a credible source? As I said, I'm not a scientist. I've told you scientists who have provided this evidence. So yeah, if you don't care what I have to say, then I would say Dario Fo's documentary. He provides proof. And listen to what Albert Stubblebine says. I mean, you got to make a judgment call of who you want to believe. Look at Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. I mean, what would you mean I haven't cited a credible source? It's not like I'm lying about anything. I told you there was molten steel. There is molten steel.
But actually, I would suggest that from a scientific perspective, you haven't presented evidence that there was molten steel. You have not been able to do any chemical analysis that has suggested the presence of the molten metal was iron. And until
I've
do that,
given you the source to look at.
And you are unable to explain to me.
I can play the video if you want. I can tell you. I can give you a list of the professors who say they studied it if you want.
Sure.
And Kick-Ass Day says, is this person just another conspiracy believer? That's not a credible source. And I do want to actually add something to that, because do you, when you find these conspiracies, do you go ahead and look for opposing evidence to the conspiracy?
Yes.
Okay. Because one of the things that I find that a lot of people do is they will just take whatever the conspiracy theory says and just run with it, and like, you know, when it comes to flat earthers, they will not even listen to people that say anything different. Like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus before wasn't listening to anything that said anything different. And you've got to actually listen to both sides.
Well, sure. I mean, I have listened. Well, if we go back to the Pentagon, I mean, we've said all this stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, I know there wasn't any plane wings at the site. I know that doesn't make any sense. I know the hole was too small, and I know they could easily just show footage of a plane hitting it. And why don't they do that? I mean, yeah, maybe I'm stuck in my ways, but I have looked at both sides. It does not make any sense. I mean, your argument about why they wouldn't show footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon, it doesn't make any sense to me, because they did release the video, didn't they? And they released a video and they took the frames out, and there's probably over 100 cameras that could have caught footage. So it's all very suspicious. I mean, then the main argument, I've talked about this guy, Niles Harriott. I mean, sure, you say there's conflicting studies out there, but at the end of the day, the guy, he's a respected scientist. He looked at the dust samples, he published his findings, and no one disputed his personal findings.
I want to correct you there. So I'm just looking up on this. Harriott published his findings in 2000 and sorry, where am I? Yeah, in 2000 in the Open Chemical Physics Journal. This article was published without the consent of the editor. An expert in explosives and nanotechnology who subsequently resigned from the journal. And when asked about the article and how it got passed, she said that she had not approved it for publication. The journal itself has accepted and published nonsense articles generated by computer expert systems that contain zero valid content. So the suggestion that Harriot's paper is necessarily scientifically valid is untrue. I would suggest that that this is a clearly predatory journal with shonky editorial standards that published an article without subjecting it to due peer review, even though they had their main editor was an expert in precisely the field that this was on. So you've made the claim repeatedly about Harriot's work being professionally recognised, and I'm going to suggest to you that you need to look into the background of that particular journal, because it seems to be pretty crappy.
All right, well, you can read it and maybe you can let me know what you think. I mean, at the end of the day, he was a university at Copenhagen. I don't think anyone's actually found anything wrong with his findings. I just dispute what he actually found.
Yes, I've mentioned this. Several.
You said they did a retest. That was a different test, but looking at what he actually did, anyone that actually find anything wrong?
I'm not sure that they had access to the same samples. What are you suggesting here? So he claimed to have. The title is "Active Thermitic Material Discovered in Dust from the 9/11 World Trade Center Catastrophe." Okay. So that suggests that if somebody else samples the dust, they should be able to find active thermitic material. Somebody else sampled the dust and didn't find active thermitic material. That suggests that one or the other of them is wrong.
All right, well, let's look at molten steel then.
So this is getting into the same tactics as and I know I can feel your frustration whenever I bring this up, but it is exactly the same, right? It is exactly the same.
Yeah,
let's talk about gravity. No, let's not talk about gravity. Let's talk about photos. Oh, well, let's not talk about photos. Let's talk about gravity. Let's not talk about gravity.
The guy published it. The guy's a professor at the University
of Copenhagen.
No one found anything wrong with what he said.
That last statement is a lie.
Architects and
okay, we're gonna need to calm down here.
This is good. That's what happened. So just because someone did a test and didn't find the same results, it doesn't disprove Niles Harriot, and that is the fact of the matter.
One of the things that you have to consider
is... Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
Edward,
yes, it does. So,
doing a different test on a different rubble years later is not the same test.
Can I speak? As a professional science, the key distinction between science and non-science is reproducibility. Somebody has to be able to come along and reproduce your results. If your results are not reproducible, they are not scientific. The claim that nobody has found any problems with Niles Harriot's work is false. people have found problems with
as well. So there's sources.
Yes, well, they're co-authors on that paper. So suggesting that they're independent sources is intellectually dishonest. They're on the same paper. They're working
at the same thing.
Yes, who have not published articles. You cannot maintain that you cannot maintain that, well, this is all true because this article was published, and then as soon as I demonstrate that the article is published in a predatory journal and has been refuted by other subsequent findings, then suggest, well, it's still true because all of these other people believe it. No, that's not how science works. That's not scientific. It is. And again, I'm the worst moderator. And it's easy. This is so easy for non-scientists to get caught up in. The open chemical physics journal, for instance, sounds perfectly legitimate. If this were, if this were a valid paper, it would be in some high-impact journal. They didn't go to a high-impact journal because no high-impact journal would touch this with a bar of soap. And the fact that it got published and the editor resigned, tells me that actually this journal has bad editorial practice. They will publish stuff despite the misgivings of their lead editor, who is an expert in this discipline. It's shonky science. It really is incredibly dubious. And to be brutal, if I can be frank, okay, you're not at fault. Okay, you're not at fault for listening to this and going, well, they published it in a journal. It got accepted by the journal, therefore it's valid science. It's not your fault for accepting that narrative, okay? You have no reason to suspect that narrative might be flawed. But I come in and I go, okay, where was it published? What are the editorial standards of that journal? What's its impact factor? What's its history as far as publishing stuff is concerned? Because all of this tells me something about whether or not I can believe what is published. There was there was an article published by a climate denialist a few years ago that suggested that conservation of energy was no longer a thing in order to counter sort of climate science, and it got published. Like, nobody believes it, and the journal shut down a little while later, but it got through the journal's editorial. This bullshit article about conservation of energy, one of the most fundamental physical laws imaginable, somehow doesn't apply to the moon, got published. And so when stuff like that happens, the general public have the right to turn around and look at science in general and go, what the fuck are you clowns doing over there if this sort of stuff makes it past you? And this is another one of this style of article. They found a journal that would, there are journals that will publish anything you want if you pay them a few $1,000s. They don't care. They just want the money, and they'll put it in their journal for you. And this seems to be one of those, if I'm being brutally honest. Perhaps not quite that bad, but certainly not reliable. And so now I'm telling you, this journal article, bodgy journal, bad editorial standards. I wouldn't go to bat with it. And if I had the choice between that and some other scientific finding, I'll go with the other scientific finding, because this is extremely bodgy scientific practice right here. Sorry, Planar.
It's all right. I am going to need to wrap up this part of the stream, though, because we are in the last hour of the stream, in fact. So,
sure.
So,
can I just have some closing words?
Yeah.
I'll be gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Just quickly. I'm not a scientist. I mean, I've got a bachelor's in economics. I know my word doesn't mean that much. at the end of the day, I mean, all these guys, these thousands of architects and engineers, I mean, go on their website, thousands of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. Look what they've got to say about molten steel. Look what they've got to say about nanothermite. Watch Dario Fo's presentation, and I think the whole the whole thing was that 9/11 launched this war that's cost us trillions. It's led to ISIS, and it is serious. So I know if you're skeptical, I know it is a emotional topic, but I've got no interest in believing this. And I mean, it should be these guys here arguing, not me. Be Niall Barrett on your show, in all honesty. But yeah, I mean, I wish I'd prepared a bit better, but thanks for having me on, guys.
I do have one thing to ask before you leave. Are you British?
Yes,
Okay, I'm just a little bit curious why you have such a... Because you do seem to be very passionate about whether 9/11 was an inside job or not. And
it's short. I mean, I think it's... I as I said, I'm convinced it was an inside job, that just so many things don't make sense. And I just think it's disgusting. Like, what an atrocity to lie to our troops, and you know, we're fighting for oil. We don't need fucking oil. I mean, we could have put trillions into hydrogen vehicles or electric vehicles, and it's led to ISIS. I just think it's, you know, it's disgusting, like what has happened, and that I am passionate about it.
okay, so I do want to say, like, I think we can recognize that the US government isn't the best government. I mean, if you're looking at what has happened recently, it's definitely not the best government. And they do shitty things at times. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a conspiracy about 9/11. I think that things can... Because this is what I sometimes dislike about conspiracy theorists, is they'll take something that I might agree with and use it to suit their conspiracy theory, and it'll be something that I agree with, but I don't agree is evidence for their conspiracy theory. Like, for example, after 9/11, America went into Iraq. Right? I don't think that that's evidence for their conspiracy theory, and I agree that it was a bad thing that they went and did that. I just have a different take on the thing that they're using it as evidence for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know if I can. I mean, I do listen to both sides of the debate. It's just why all the cover up? It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it's one of these.
Why? Let's go.
I think it's one of these things where you got to you got to also find explanations for both sides. Like, I used to be on your side. I used to think that 9/11 was definitely a conspiracy, and I did change my mind because I listened to a lot of the opposing evidence, and it was actually because I got into a lot of conspiracy debunking that I thought, hang on, maybe I might be wrong about this conspiracy theory. Like, I used to think that the first moon landing was fake, right? I used to think that 9/11 was an inside job, but then I actually looked into these things and went, hang on, my preconceived notions about these may be wrong. And so, yeah.
All right, well, that's fine. I've been looking into it for 10 years. Well, as I said, the smartest man in America, IQ 210, he says 9/11 was an inside job. So, I mean, I know I'm not stupid, don't I? I don't believe in any of these other shit theories. It's not like I believe in all conspiracy theories. But
yeah, it's not a matter of stupidity, but there can be times where sort of there's a little bit of a logical disconnect that you're willing to step over that I'm not willing to step over. I think that's
sorry.
okay. And that's obviously how it's going to appear. Now, one of us, perhaps one of us. It's not necessarily the case that one of us is, but one of us is likely to be right. And so the question is, who is that likely to be? Now, I would suggest that the preponderance of evidence, validates the mainstream narrative, and I certainly think that I just don't see a government organisation being this well organised and this capable.
Okay, but that's your own opinion. That's still not a fact. But at the end of the day, you've got to look into what I've said, and that is about the molten steel being found at the trade centres. Because if there was molten steel at the trade centres, there's no other reason there'd be molten steel at the trade centres than them using nanothermite. It can't be done. We know that scientifically.
I do want to say that what I suggest to you is because that seems to be what a lot of your belief of this being an inside job relies on, and that's the molten steel.
Yeah.
I would suggest to you to look into how it was verified that it was molten steel. If it was a case,
sure.
If it was a case of it looked like molten steel, so therefore it is molten steel, then I would. That's not good. If it was a case of it's been tested to be molten steel, then yeah, maybe
sure.
Maybe it was. However, I suggest it is a case of just images or just people thinking that it looked like molten steel.
Sure, but don't say that until you've gone and looked at the evidence. Yeah, as I said, I wish I had prepared better for this. But yeah, to be honest, I didn't know what to expect.
So I'm looking at, while it is true that burning jet fuel alone cannot melt steel, a fire that was also fueled by burning furniture, curtains, blinds, chairs, desks, computer equipment, and an enormous amount of paper could have burned hot enough to warp steel. NIST estimates that the fires in the towers reached at least 1,000 degrees in certain pockets. The point at which steel weakens is 593, at which point it would have lost, heated to 1,000 degrees, it loses 90% of its strength. As the steel warped and buckled, the columns and metal beams holding up the towers were no longer able. Blah blah blah. It really doesn't. It really doesn't seem like there's a. I'm astonished by the vehemence with which you sort of cling to this one fact that isn't actually to my mind proven.
Molten steel. Okay. Well, fine. I mean, I've told you the source to go to. Sorry, I don't know how maybe I could. Yeah, I mean, just put in architects, engineers for 9/11 truth. Look up molten steel.
Yeah, I'm not going to go.
I do want to
go there. Why should I take you seriously?
Okay, I do have a really good point on this. I do have a really good point on this because when it comes to the reason why I don't use things like architects for 9/11 truth as a source is because that is very biased. Obviously, it's obviously if I go to a site like flatearth.com, all the evidence there will be supporting flat Earth. When I go to a site,
they provide evidence. They provide the sources on the website. It's not just someone blogging. It's sourced account.
It's still going to be very biased. It's going to. Have you heard of the idea of cherry picking?
I have. Well, you could say that if it was a conspiracy, you'd say the NIST are going to be biased. You'd say the mainstream narrative's going to be biased. You got to look at both sides.
Well, when it comes to particular source, like, because that's the source that you've been referencing time and time again, that is a source that is going to be biased. If I go to sources, it's going to be biased for 9/11. Like, of course,
Mate,
if
you're
I
not going to look at it, I mean, is there any point?
But this gets back to a question. So, if somebody makes a claim that such and such is evidence, are you suggesting that I have to accept their claim that that's evidence?
I'd say you have to look at that video. I'd say you have to look at it before you decide it's evidence.
But if it is true, won't multiple people have looked?
Well, do you want to think for yourself, or do you want to be?
My question comes. My question comes. Okay, so that is a self-defeating argument, right? You're suggesting that the one person you're listening to, you're following, and that's you being an independent thinker. But all of the other people,
I've looked at both sides, and I'm saying that there is molten steel there. If you're not going to go and look at the sources of provided, I'm wasting my time.
Evidently, you haven't looked at both sides, because if you had looked at both sides, you would be aware of the editorial controversy surrounding the journal that Harriet and Jones published in.
About molten
and the resignation.
Now.
Yes. So, but the principle is the same, is it not? You're claiming that you've looked at both sides. Did you look at both sides of the Harriet article? Did you look at the editorial standards of the journal?
Oh, I did, and as I said, no one actually addressed Harriet's findings. They didn't. Well, I didn't look at an independent.
They did.
They didn't look at his personal findings. They did a new experiment. Harriet found nanothermite, and that's just a fact.
Okay. What if Harriet was wrong?
If you're wrong, why? How's he going to be wrong?
Well, I'd consider the fact that I'd consider the fact that that the journal that he was published in, like the editor of the journal stepped down after it was published because he wasn't able to review it or whatever happened there. I'd suggest that would suggest that Harriet could very well be wrong.
So
I don't think you can look at anything into that. I mean, people can criticize his journal. It's out there for people to read. People can criticize what he's written.
Yeah. You know what the sign of crappy science? Zero citation. If nobody ever has cited your work, then your work is basically accepted as being useless. So how many citations does the Harriet paper have?
Oh, well, he conducted the study by himself.
Yes, and how many?
And he tested it for nanothermite. He found nanothermite.
He claims he found.
What do you want me to say?
He claims he found nanothermite, and I don't. And I've got reason to doubt that he was right, and I don't care why he was wrong. The evidence available to me suggests that he was. Now you clearly come up to a different conclusion.
Because no one criticised his paper. It's just all, I don't believe his paper. Like, if he's done something wrong in his experiment, someone explain what he did wrong in his experiment.
How is it, and I mean this, how is it that I am a professional scientist. I analyze scientific. I'd like to be able to finish my thought, if I may. And when I assess this, I say it hasn't been scientifically proven. The evidence is not
article. You haven't read it.
So, again, I'd like to finish my thought, if I may. Is that okay?
Read
because
the
I'm getting quite...
Read the article. You're not looking at the sources I've given you. And no, this can't be true. Then you're ranting on. Just look at the sources. Maybe we can have.
Okay, you're beginning to try my patience, Edward.
I don't care.
No,
you're trying mine.
Shut up, you fuckwit! No,
Dario
yes,
won a Nobel Prize.
You know, you want to look. I am not going to read an article while I am live on a stream, you fuckwit. Right? Because that takes time. Reading an article actually takes some effort. Reviewing an article. How about instead of you claiming that it's valid because you read it in problem, Mr. Degree in fucking economics, while somebody else did an analysis using 5 different techniques on rubble from the World Trade Center, according to the highest forensic standards available at the time, and found no fucking evidence of thermite. But you're insisting that this...
Different study. All right. There was molten
Fuck
steel.
you!
Okay.
Fuck you idiot! No, I'm pissed off.
Okay.
I'm pissed off now.
Okay.
Stick on the one.
Okay.
You don't get to introduce this scientific predatory journal bullshit, and then as soon as it gets described for what it is, say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk about molten steel. You're being an ignorant.
I do want to say about the thing. One person in chat pointed out that he didn't actually find nanothermite. He found components of what could be thermite. And so,
What he said nanothermite, and he said it's distinguishable from thermite.
Well, I'd have to... Well, he said... this is just what someone in chat is saying, that he didn't find nanothermite. He found components of what could be nanothermite. And that there is a big distinction, but I do have to bring the segment to a close because,
All right, Chris Langan, IQ 210. 9/11 was an inside job. Bye, guys.
All right, that was... yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. He just frustrated the living crap out of me towards the end there.
I was gonna. There was one thing that I was gonna say before he left, but he left, and that is like when it comes, because you make a good point when it comes to predatory journals. Like if a paper is published in the Flat Earth Journal, I'm not going to read that because likely it hasn't been peer reviewed. Like, have I read the FE Core what was it? The FE Core salad laser experiment? I mean, I've glanced over it briefly, but I'm not going to say, well, until you've read this journal, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to flat Earth science, because until you've read this article, you don't know, because it's going to be biased. It hasn't been peer reviewed.
Yeah, it's just he just you need to actually have some awareness of of the mechanisms by which valid scientific results get published. this stuff didn't get past peer review. And his insistence that nobody had ever found a problem with it is just a lie. It's just a falsehood. And, it's intellectually dishonest to persist with it. And my apologies to Pearlfish, who apparently was just calming down to sleep.
Speaking of Pearlfish, this is what he created. If you can see that, I'm sure people on stream should be able to see that. If I click to go ahead, so yeah. Thank you for making this Pearlfish. All that's left is for me to put my wooden play button here, and then that's has yet to be created. I'm gonna get I think it's redwood is the type of wood that I'm gonna be putting there, and I think that redwood looks really nice, or will look really nice, because redwood, well, it's red and it's the same color as YouTube, or the actual YouTube play buttons that exist within YouTube itself. So, although it's probably a darker red if I had to guess, although I haven't. Yeah, and apparently it's good for carving, so that means that it'll be good, but I have to get that finished. Don't know when that will be ready. But I will ask Tony whilst I've got him here. Do you want to be in the 10K special reading comments out video?
Sure, I'm happy to be there. Yep.
Okay, cool. I'll find a comment for you to read out. Maybe there might be a comment on this video that you'll be able to respond to.
Probably. Like, God, that guy's...
I do try and get the comments that I think will be more entertaining, and it is rather unfortunate because, when it comes to the comments, some of them are some of the comments that I've already got for this video are more comments that you respond to or that are more serious rather than being joking. So I might find a comment that is nice and joking for you. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Like if someone asks, if 9/11 isn't real, then how do you explain the lizard people, Tony? That kind of.
Yeah, well, that's a good question.
Yeah. So.
Yes. I was doing well for many hours, not losing my temper at all. So I think it's a little bit unfair to judge me on those few minutes, because he eventually got to the point of just interrupting me.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I am going to say one person.
You can.
I'm going to say, is this like what usually happens on the streams with Team Skeptic and FTFE, or are you completely 100% calm there? Cause...
it can happen. I am famous for my shut-ups. It depends on the person that I'm to. As soon as they start getting to the point that he was, and I discussed this earlier. So if we're having a discussion and we can make point, counterpoint, discuss it backwards and forwards and what have you, then I'm fine. I'm very calm because I don't care about convincing him. What I care about is presenting the argument so that the audience can see. But what I do object to is the stops. So I'll start a sentence, I'll start saying something, and then he'll put in a stop.
Yeah.
And as soon as I start getting interrupted like that, there's a relatively short fuse. I don't put up with that for very long. Okay. So So yeah, I have exploded on multiple flurfs and multiple other anti-science people in the past for precisely the point that it's just unfiltered intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah, I do want to. There is something that I do want to respond to in chat if I can find it. I post to Twitter more than I expect. Okay, I'm pretty sure this. Wait, there we go. I thought I'd gone past it. So one person asked, "What does planar walker actually mean?" Now it's a name that came from this particular thing right here. I posted this on Twitter saying, "I hope this answers some questions." And here we have Vastwood Gorger, which is a card in Magic the Gathering. And here it says, "Of known true ferocity and power, those brazen planar walkers have no idea what wild really means." And I got... Now, originally when I was creating my RuneScape account, I was going to go with planar walker, but apparently that I wasn't able to. So I went with planar walk. Wasn't able to do that either. So I went with planar walk 2. And that was... I decided to just use that afterwards because, no one else used it. And whenever I searched planar walk, it came up with... I think this was back when I had my Booksy account or whatnot, or when I was using that. It came up with... It was planar walk. That was what... it was Planar Walk 2, I think, was my Booksy account, but I can't remember. But yeah, essentially, it was just something that I came up with a name and I used it ever since because a lot of people also said that it sounded cool. So yeah, there's that stuff there. One of the other things I was going to say. I can't remember what I was gonna. I'm sure there was something else that I was gonna bring up, but no, I've lost it. But yeah. Let's look at the game. Like in the background, I've been like if I go to. If I bring up display capture in the background, I've been working slightly on this. It hasn't been very fast development, but it has been something which I have added a few things, and it's now looking very nice. There's a few things that I do have to fix, of course. So. I remember what I was going to bring up before. I'll try and keep that in mind. So if I go continue, I can now go to abilities, go to ability slot, go item, and then go potion. Right? Now I need to make it so that when you equip a potion, it just then goes out of it and all that. But now it has potion, and it even tells you how many potions you've got left in your inventory for you. Very, very nifty. Julian Weiner asks, which IDE is that? Don't recognize it. It's Game Maker Studio 2. 2.3 to be exact. Which has structs, which are essentially objects. But if I press 2 on my keyboard and then press V, I restore 20 health. If I press V again, restore another 20 health, even though I'm at full health. I probably should have a thing that stops you from doing that. But if I press V again, can't restore another 20 health because I'm all out of potions. So yeah, that's fun times. But yeah, that's anyway, you're a climate scientist, PhD, Tony. So there's a question that What's that?
Yep, I am. I've just been reading this Niels Harrit paper in the background.
Okay.
And yes, I got into the key, the key sentence. These observations reminded us.
Oh, was that? Oh, you cut out.
It said these observations reminded us.
You cut out.
There you go.
You cut out again.
All right. Okay.
Like maybe try going
I
up.
think my.
Maybe try going right up to the microphone.
Okay. I am going right up to the microphone, but I think my headphones are dying, so I might have to leave. I'm afraid, because I'm losing connection.
I do have to ask you though about Alden's. Alden's. I think it's either Alden's gas or Alden's number. Apparently, it's a staple of climate science these days. So, are you aware of these things?
No, I can't claim that I am. Actually.
Okay. It's a really like Alden's number and Alden's gas are two very important things when it comes to climate science. Nathan Terpson in chat says, yeah, Alden's number, have you read the paper? And it was first coined, I think it was earlier last year or something like that. Might have even been this year. Yeah, people know where that it's from. It's from Vosh. But it's a really good thing in calling up people's bullshit, basically. It's it's basically you go, have you heard of Alden's number? And it'll probably get to the point where everyone has gone, yeah, I know that. But essentially it's one of these things that if someone says, yeah, I've heard of Alden's number, you go, yeah, well, that was made up.
Well, I'm glad I didn't. That then.
Yeah.
That would have been, but yeah.
Yeah. There was a debate on modern day debates, and I'd love to see you on modern day debates, PhD Tony. It would be, be great. And essentially, Vosh was having a debate with a climate change denier. Well, the Alden's number is from before that, but what people were asking in the super chat was, has this person heard of Alden's law of thermodynamics, or Alden's gas, or Alden's number? And it was hilarious. And
Jane, that's actually quite good.
Yeah. So that's a tool for your if you ever want to use it. I think that it'd be very useful to use that on someone like Gleam.
Yes, and you can come up with alternate formulations.
Yeah. I think that with Gleam it would be because he also often, I've heard of him. I'd actually love to have a debate with him because I know that he's bullshitting. In fact, when he talks about his aether flux or whatnot, or the or all that, it sounded like when he talks about virtual particles and something foam, quantum foam. Right, I know that he's bullshitting, and the reason why I know that he's bullshitting is because the day before he was talking about that, I was watching on I think it was on FTFE or Team Skeptic. I was actually watching a video by Veritasium that was explaining these types of things, and I I was like, yeah, I've brushed up. I know that what he's saying is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got some familiarity with sort of the literature and some of the key phrases, but he clearly doesn't understand what it is he thinks. He doesn't have a clear intellectual model.
Yeah.
And so he's got this vague notion of what he's talking about. And when you start trying to pin him down on falsifiable details, it just turns into waffle. And he jumps around. Kind of like Ed earlier today, but
yeah. It's one of the discussion with Ed. Like, I feel like he relied too much on the whole molten metal thing.
Yeah, which you need a physical sample. You don't need a and the whole the whole argument. You need a chemical in order to recognize the stuff on that beam, which could be any one of a number of metals with much lower melting points. And as was pointed out, once you've started an exothermic reaction, you're burning papers, you're burning other things. You can melt all sorts of crap. So it doesn't. The argument doesn't necessarily hold together unless you can produce for me a significant quantity of molten steel, and you can prove that it's steel. At that point, I can believe you. But up until then, you're completely speculating about and suggesting to me that you can infallibly identify metals just by looking at them. I don't believe you. So, yeah.
Okay. I don't know why, but I had like some deja vu of like a previous debate that I've had or something, where I'm like, how did you verify? It might have been something that I said to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, like, how? Because like Flat Earth Aussie Jesus says a lot of things that he. I actually still have my document open. Let's take a look at that real quick whilst we're here. Because Untitled, yeah. So he had these premises of the he said that he logically reasoned the dome into existence or something, and so his first premise was light has to go through a lens to be visible. Now, even if that was true, it still goes through your eyes. So I mean, to be visible. So that's a lens. So that doesn't add to it. Second premise: light cannot exist without the atmosphere. That was just such a weird one. Because basically he meant that. Because I was trying to get him to say, okay, how can we verify this thing? Because the way that to verify it, at least for me, would be that you'd need you would need something that would change with less atmosphere. Because it's not as though as soon as you get rid of all atmosphere, light is just going to go, oh, I guess there's no atmosphere. Bye-bye.
Can't you just shine a light through a laser through a vacuum chamber?
Well, he said about that would be that you can't get a perfect vacuum, so that would still have atmosphere in it. So
well, in that case, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
Right. In that, what we think, space is often described as a vacuum, but there's still material out there. It's not perfect.
Yeah. So premise.
So if he's going to go there, then he's shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah. So premise 2 is unfalsifiable, essentially.
Yeah.
From his, And the premise 3, which was the hilarious one, is things get further from the Earth, they get colder, and that means that there was frozen hydrogen, which creates the dome.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Ironclad, I guess that seals it. I'm not sure that there is such a thing as frozen hydrogen. I guess there must be. At once you get down to millikelvins or whatever. But my big argument about the dome. So you've got this dome that extends for tens of thousands of kilometers to up to whatever height. How does it sustain its own weight? Right. What are the physical properties of this? Have they looked at the stresses in it that would be induced by having this broad an arch? Because building an arch isn't actually easy.
Yeah, I have no idea what their answer to that is, and I think it's probably magic.
Yeah. It gets worse than that because a lot of them maintain there's an ocean on top of it. So not only is it supporting itself, it's supporting the ocean.
Yeah. Did you see the Aaron Ra versus Nathan Thompson dumpster fire?
I saw highlights of it. I didn't see it while it was occurring.
Okay, it was great.
But I saw Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra. I thought about the standard of moderation. Actually, I was told that there would be this stuff. There isn't this stuff. I'm leaving. He did expose Nathan Thompson's logical bankruptcy, but in too cerebral a fashion for Nathan Thompson to actually realize. He basically destroyed Nathan Thompson's complete argument in a way where Nathan Thompson was willing to convince himself that he'd won. And
I actually think that Nathan Thompson isn't genuine in his belief, and the reason why I think this is because he basically has a script, right? He has a script that has all the same arguments, and no matter how many times he's told that his argument of the Coriolis doesn't hold any water, he still brings it up, and what that tells me is that it tells me that he's not actually that all he's worried about, his emo is basically to convince people that the Earth is flat. That's his emo.
Well, I would suggest that he wouldn't be out there yelling with such passionate kids if he wasn't sincere in his belief system. Like, you don't see the other flat earthers out there trying to do that sort of nonsense. But that's just my interpretation. I think he is somewhat genuine, which does raise the question: how does he do it, having been told that this stuff is wrong, and he just has to completely disregard what he's been being told by people, and I think he just does. His mindset is just completely emotional.
Yeah,
he is so invested in flat Earth that he just doesn't care about arguments. They must be wrong because they disagree with him.
Yeah,
and you do hear that argument a lot. Like Spurs Chemo, who I don't think is a sincere believer, but his argument was, well, you must be doing it. His argument against seismic evidence was that you must be doing it wrong because you get a spherical geometry, and that's wrong. You just like, well,
that's circular reasoning.
Yes, that's circular reasoning. But that I think is how Nathan Thompson approaches it. He knows that what you're saying is wrong because it disagrees with what he thinks. So he doesn't need to think about it. He doesn't need to process it. He can just completely disregard it because by definition it's wrong. And I think that's where he's at. He makes no attempt to internalize or what he's being told. If it doesn't agree with his belief system, then it's out of there. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Like, I think that when it comes to these things, like, the biggest problem that flat earthers have is the fact that they don't have any numbers. And I actually they try and turn it around on they tried to turn it around on me, like when I said that I can't do the calculations for the red ball jump off of hand because, you know, I haven't when it comes to the red ball jump, like, I hadn't done all the calculations of how much Coriolis should affect it. Now, what did I do? I later went ahead and did the calculations, but the point that I had to try that I can't remember. Like, Nathan Thompson tried to act. I think, if I remember correctly, Nathan Thompson tried to act offended that I was calling him out for not doing the calculations, and he said that shouldn't I've done the calculations when it was his claim. Like, he should do the calculations so that he doesn't make himself look like an idiot. And it's like, it's one of them things where I later went ahead and did the calculations, and I found that the amount of Coriolis, the distance that should have been that the craft should have been affected, or that the Felix should have been affected by Coriolis, was about 11 kilometers, and to the west, and he landed 50 kilometers to the east. Now, now one of the big things that you'll notice is that 50 kilometers to the east is greater than 10 kilometers to the west.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was something that caused him to land 50 kilometers to the east, and regardless of whether it's a flat Earth or regardless of whether it's a globe Earth, the fact remains that he still landed 50 kilometers to the east. It's not too inconceivable that if he were able to be pushed 50 kilometers to the east, that, you know, wind could have pushed him another 10 kilometers to compensate for the Coriolis.
So in that particular context, they're misunderstanding the concept of Coriolis force. Now, obviously, the balloon that he's jumping from is going to have a velocity. That velocity is going to depend on its relationship to the wind at that altitude and that location. And then he's going to be acted on. But he's not jumping north or south, is he? He's not sort of rocket propelling himself across that. So it's more or less just a difference in crosswinds at different altitudes. That's the effect that he's going to experience.
Well, even then, like, I was.
You bring in Rob Kebab.
What's that?
Bob, with us?
Wait, what? I'm confused.
I wonder why it's echoing.
That's
I just wonder if you'd bring Rob Kebab in with us.
Oh, okay. I'm about to end up.
Yeah,
I'm about to end up soon. Like this, the stream only has 4 minutes left. But anyway, as I was saying, shit, I lost my. As I was saying, I did calculate it, right? And there would be, just from simply going further away from the Earth, there would be some impact, right? Now that impact is small when it comes to the scale of, especially when it comes to the scale of hot air balloons and all that. they try and make it out as though if you jump on the Earth, you'd immediately fly back at 1,000 miles an hour. Spoilers, you don't, because there's the conservation of momentum. But the biggest thing that I've found is that they don't understand that even when you do the calculations, it's still small. They try and... I feel like a lot of them rely on not doing the calculations to try and make it seem like as big of a deal as possible.
Yeah. So it's they don't do the calculations. Well, as we discovered with Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe, he has no idea. Just absolutely no chance that he could do a Coriolis calculation. But it's. But if they did do the calculate, those of them that have any sort of intellectual capacity to do that sort of operation would realize that the use of angular velocity, the angular velocity of the Earth is not that large, and as soon as you do the calculations properly, you're going to get a small effect. They need to be working in terms purely of the tangential velocity with no downward scaling by radius, and it's a nonsense argument at that point. They're fixated with this concept of 1,000 miles an hour at the near the equator, and once you turn that in, once you actually sit down and you do the calculation of angular velocity, then you realize that actually that's really, really tiny. 2 pi radians in 24 hours in 86,400 seconds. It's pi divided by 43,200.
Yeah,
it's not a lot. That's radians per second. It's not a large number, it blows their argument out of the at that point.
Yeah. Speaking of pi, I actually recently made a program to calculate pi.
Right.
Now, to be fair, it's not 100% accurate. There is first off, you have floating point rounding errors. So if I bring this up here, it should come up in recent. I am going to convert it to Python just so that I can do the pi joke.
Okay.
Quantum Degreaser said Planet Walk pi is approximately 2. I've proved it.
Yes.
So I'll just...
Depending on how big your error bars are, sure. I'll accept that.
Yeah, with my calculation, it really depends on how accurate I go. Now, funnily enough, trying to get... If I go beyond an accuracy of about 100... So essentially I input a radius, right? And the most accurate radius I've tested is 100 million, all right? Which takes a couple of seconds. Takes about 10-ish seconds, maybe less, to calculate it based on that radius. But if I go for a radius of 1 billion, which theoretically, if computers were perfect and there were no rounding errors or floating point rounding errors, then yeah, that would actually give me a more accurate result. But it actually, because of floating point rounding errors, it actually gives me a worse result than 100 million. So
yeah, that's one of the problems with computers. You're sort of caught between the two constraints. Yeah, there's still that's that's pretty good. Are you doing it by sort of approximating it with a polygon? You're doing a polygon approximation of pi, or?
I'm actually once it loads, you'll actually be able to see my code, and I do the way that I approximate it is I use it is kind of like polygons. I basically use a whole lot of triangles to calculate it using the Pythagorean theorem. All right, because I didn't want to. I'm not sure, but if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure that using things like sine, cosine, and tangent. I think it's tangent or tan. I'm pretty sure that uses pi to, if you want to try and calculate it, pi through it. So I used an approach which actually uses the Pythagorean theorem using square roots of things. But if I go Control F5, run it, and all right, so give me a number. So, can someone give me a number? Like
6,371.
Okay, 6,371. All right, there we go. All right, so it gives a pi value of 3.14159,207, and after the 2, obviously it's inaccurate, but it gave it accurate to 6 decimal places, right? So the lower the number, the less accurate it is. As I said, the highest number that I've tested the accuracy on is 100 million. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And this takes a few seconds because, there we go. And I get 3.14159,265,358,997. Now, some people say
that should be 987.
No, isn't it 979?
Sorry, well, no, I could be wrong.
Yeah, but yeah, and that is a pretty good approximation, and I was actually surprised at not only how quick it was, but how accurate it was. In fact, I can compare it to my previous attempt to calculate pi, which I did like 6 months ago, before I decided to make a video on someone that thought they had debunked pi, because I like doing fun little things like that. And I'm going to go with one that will calculate. I'm going to go with the 10,000 one, because that will calculate in under a minute. I'll go with 50,000. Right, 50,000. There we go. That way it should calculate within a minute. So already it gives the one that I came up with recently instantly, or virtually instantly. And the second one it gave, and you can already see that it's less accurate, even because it says 2627, and if I go to here, 2653 is what it should be. But this one here gives 2417, so it's more accurate than this one. So that's always a good thing. And this one also relies on the fact that pi r squared is the area of the circle. Basically, this one works out the area of the circle. This one works out the circumference of the circle. But it relies on a quarter circle because, I'm not going to sit here and wait for it to calculate the entire circle when I could just calculate an entire a quarter circle. I mean, why would you?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
But anywho, yeah, 10 hours we've been here, or at least I've been here for 10 hours. So yeah, that brings us to the end of the stream. It's been a fun time. 9/11 debates, all that kind of stuff. Talking about pie at the end. Debating with Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, or should I say, most of the debates were actually dumpster fires or discussions. So discussions about these things, not so much debates, but people like to call them debates because people like debates. It sounds professional when I put it that way.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so leave a like and subscribe if you liked that. And, maybe I'll get to... I would like to reach 20,000 subscribers by the end of 2021. And so, hopefully we can get there. But given the rate of subscriber growth in 2020, I kind of doubt it that I'll get there. But if I do, hey, that's good. So yeah, leave a like and subscribe if you liked that stream. Leave a comment letting me know what you'd like me to do for future streams and all that kind of stuff. When I do reach 20,000 subscribers, I will do a 20-hour stream, and I'll probably divide it into 10-hour segments, so that the first part is 10 hours, the second part is another 10 hours, so that the VODs stay up rather than when I did the 24-hour stream. There's no VODs left for that, but I know that I can do a 24-hour stream. Hell, I did a 10-hour stream. I can go for ages. But anyway, I will see you in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching and subscribing. Let's go with the one that I remembered how to play. Shit. Shit. Alright, that's good enough.